Welcome everyone, here we are live with the Call of Duty Challengers 2024 Toronto Ultra Open, live here from the Mattamy Athletic Centre. We have got the Passion Pit, some of the best teams in Call of Duty Challengers going head to head here for the title of Toronto Ultra Champions. And of course, we've got some of the best casters in the biz to get it done. My name's Infinity, this is Proper. You guys know who we are, I think, anyway, if you've watched Challenges before. And I'm really happy, mate, because we get to talk about Challenges.
It's been a while since we've been on the same screen together, I'll tell you that much. Casting Challengers feels like it was just yesterday that we were back here. And it's such a historic building down here in the 6. Again, Mattamy Athletic Center, just housing another Toronto Challengers Open event. Plus the pros that are competing right above us as well. It just feels good to be back here in the 6.
Yeah, it absolutely does, mate. And let me tell you, these Toronto Ultra events, they are special. I mean, we got to do it last year, and it was just so fun. Toronto put on the best events, and it's just like the atmosphere is just absolutely insane. And of course, we get the benefit of the main stage, as always, right here in the Passion Pit. We've got some teams waiting right now to get into the first game of the day. And yeah, mate, I mean, we're pretty early on in the bracket right now. This is what, winners round 2 that we're going to be jumping on into here. And $100,000 in total. First place, Andy, walks away with 40K.
I mean, 40K is no slouch whatsoever, obviously splitting between 4 players and maybe even like a coach or your analyst, whatever you have going on for yourself. Definitely a pretty prize pool amongst all the way down to $2,000 for placing top 7th. But it goes even beyond that. Again, we are at the turning page of our season, Brody. About halfway through it already. We've gone through 2 seasons of the Elite. We've gone through 2 opens as well, both Boston and Fort Lauderdale. Pro points are everything. This is where everything's going to start leading into some of those, what is it, the Challengers team bingo cards, and like how you can try to auto-qualify for champs, how you can try to dissuade having to play through the LCQ. All of that is quite indicative for this one. Not to mention, for the pro teams, are going to be watching Challengers very closely to see if they need to pick up any prospects so that they can make their pro champs.
Yeah, things are a little bit different this year comparatively last year. If you remember last year, right, I mean, there was 2 kind of non-regional spots available, basically, to the top teams at the Toronto event. And then, of course, I think there was a roster lock that went on before the tournament. So the teams that you were playing with at Toronto back then would have been the teams that were going on the champs, right? Whereas this is a little bit different, but pro points are still super-duper important. You have to make sure you get your Challengers points here. And there's only really a handful of teams that, if they were to stay as they are today, would still be locked in for champs. I'm thinking like FC Black, Omit EU, and perhaps the Houston Spartans.
Correct.
It's kind of difficult. So I think, you know, these Challengers points, they are really important this event.
Well, I mean, it kind of sets the precedent as well, because I mean, talking about all those different pro points, right? You look at FaZe Black, who went into Fort Lauderdale. That was the #1 seed. Obviously going through the changes, not playing with Purge anymore. Asim comes back down from playing with Boston and then Vegas. That kind of messes up their entire pro point system, not to mention where they placed throughout the entirety of the Elite in the Cups leading up to it. So they're actually seed #2, but the one team that has stuck together, seemingly all the way since Boston, is that Omit EU team. We have a European team all the way to the top, #1 seed. Is that going to help out with their bracket run? Is it going to pan them against a very tough opponent? Only time will tell, but you have to feel like that when it comes down to these top seedings, especially leading into an event like this, and also auto-qualifying for champs to wrap this entire conversation up in a bow. You got to be feeling pretty good for those top 5 at the very least.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we got a lot to talk about here, folks. Of course, you've always got the conversation of North American teams versus European teams. We've got a couple of teams from the Asia-Pacific region here as well. I'm not too sure if there's any representatives from Latin America this time around, but there's
some
always
players,
that regional conversation, right? Yeah, players, whether or not there's whole teams, though, is a different story. So, yeah, there is a lot to talk about in terms of the teams contending at this event. Let's talk about the teams competing in the first match of the day. Now, as I already mentioned, this is early doors here in the competition, so there'll be names that maybe even the most ardent Challengers fans don't really recognize. Here's 2 teams, though. Bearclaw Esports, an organization at the very least that you and I recognize from last year, Andy.
Yeah, we've seen Bearclaw for quite some time as far as an organization is concerned. I mean, having notable players come through that camp like Welly, even like Noisy at certain points in time as well, in and out of that entire system as well. So Bearclaw is going to be Visma, Phenom, I Camp a Lot, and Marco is the #32 seed going up against this Temper GG, the #33 seed as well. So that's Splody, Scotty A, Driz, and EJ. So as far as some players are concerned, again, if you've been watching Challengers, a lot of these players probably won't jump off the page to you, but if you've been watching a lot of S&D wagers, you've been watching some College COD as well, there are some names that are on this screen that you would be very familiar with, specifically for the Bearclaw roster. Camp actually played in CCL, so I'm keeping a close eye to be able to see what that trajectory starts to look like. We've had a lot of different players that have had great success playing in the College COD League. go through the entire ring of the challengers, make it all the way to the Pro League. Shout out Dan Ghosty, shout out Kevin Fame.
Yeah, obviously, CCL is always fun, and it's always nice to see players that are making their transition over towards challengers from there. And the thing is, I know it's cliche to say, and I know we do say it very often, but the thing is, for players who are in these lower level teams and they're looking to try and make an impression here at these events, I mean, that's the entire point, right? Is you're trying to make a name for yourselves. Everyone starts somewhere, right? I mean, for these teams, perhaps these are players that maybe perform really well at this event. They get picked up by better teams, and they go through the challenger system to the point where, hey, maybe they could be future pro players. I don't know. I think that's very optimistic. But I'm actually, you know me normally as like a half glass empty kind of guy, to be fair. So I was going to say a half glass full kind of guy.
Sometimes there's not even water in the glass at all. Like that's just how you look at it. But like this brings up a very distinct conversation that I actually had with Kex. Kex, if you have seen notably when Rank Play has come out, and playing a lot with Nate Shot, been playing a lot with those guys. Cold Havoc also jumps off the page, who Kex has been grinding with. And I had a conversation with him at Boston because he's trying to find like a better team that he can compete with, make these challengers elites, get more pull points, make his definitely time more well spent, I suppose, for the amount of time that he's putting in the grind. Yeah. And it's literally just as simplistic as showing up to these events, making a name for yourself, getting a good couple clips going, and then talking to some of these top teams and being like, hey, this is what I can do to you. This is where, like, this top 32, top 33 seed going up against each other is very important for them. Maybe not for the rest of this season to maybe try to qualify to compete in the LCQ for one, but also setting themselves up wonderfully for the next title that we have right around the corner.
I mean, that's the thing, right? We are very late into the season now, so a lot of what you do now will make an impression for the next season.
Yes.
I think as we get further on in the tournament, maybe you guys get to see some of the European teams competing. That has never been more true. I mean, that's a conversation point that we'll get to later on, especially when we start talking about the likes of Omit and War, and even rosters like Clutch Rain that have been making waves in the European region. Making an impression towards the end of the season is really important. I don't know what Bance is doing right now, and my directions is terrible, but I think he wants to be a caster. I'm not too sure whether he can be a caster, but we'll, maybe
when the career with the sticks in hand finally runs dry, I guess we'll have to talk to Ben for maybe if he wants to come commentate, let alone being on the analyst desk. So that dude is comedy incarnate.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, that's what a lot of players do, right? They come and they want to cast afterwards. I mean, I recognized pretty much straight away when I started playing the game that I was not built for it. I'll tell you that, mate, for free. I was not putting.
You're better than most.
I am better than most.
Better than most.
I'm a diamond / low crim ranked player. I'm kind of.
I just don't even try
right now. No, I know you.
I just don't even try. I just analyze the game. I flex my brain, but my thumbs just don't keep up these days.
Mine. I'm 25, mate, and I'm already feeling kind of. I feel like I get the walking stick out the cupboard for whenever I'm here at these events.
Golly.
But yeah, look, we're just waiting for the first game to get underway right now, folks. Always looking forward to seeing what's ahead for these players. Again, I believe we've got a 6-star for the first map of the day. 6-star, of course. Can we say it's still recently introduced?
I mean, it is, and it was also recently changed.
Yes,
well,
I was going to say, the new iteration of it is very recently introduced.
Yeah, so I mean, if you've been watching a lot of like the pro play, obviously they're still playing with the original spawns original spawns and the original hard points as well for 6-star, where you do have P5 inside of the pool. P4 is also a little bit different as well. So the hardpoint rotations have changed significantly as well. Not to mention that there's a certain doorway system around a new P5, aka security, that you can no longer see through. Those doors are very much still indestructible, but it is now fogged glass. It is no longer see-through glass. So it sets up some very interesting timings, both in hardpoint and search and destroy. But the map as we know it has changed. Some say for the worse. I still think that it's better than Invasion, so I think it's still positive nonetheless.
Yeah, of course. Look, 6-star, it's a pretty fun map. I'm pretty terrible at. I mean, there's not many maps I'm actually good at, but, 6-star is relatively fun. Anyway, here is that map set. We already mentioned the fact that 6-star hardpoint is going to be kicking off this best of 3. But to close it out, we're going to have a double Karachi affair on Search and Destroy and Control, respectively. You can also see, and we'll be giving you guys this throughout the entirety of the tournament, the picks and bans for these teams. Now, Andy, later on in the tournament, we'll be getting a little bit more analytical with this stuff. We'll be like, hey, it makes sense that Team X has banned Map Y. Yeah. But here, we are learning about these teams kind of brand new. We know very little about these teams, so maybe they just don't like these maps.
It's possible. I mean, like, when you think about it realistically for Bearclaw and their disdain for Vista in this series, it's a square up of a map, right? There's certain points in time where you have those 3 SMGs that are just constantly running you down. Invasion Control, not really a surprise to see a lot of teams probably wanting to get rid of that. Again, that's a triple, sometimes a quad AR, depending on who you're looking at. In high-rise Search and Destroy, maybe you're not vetoing the map as much as you're vetoing propane explosions. So, there's a lot of justification for why these blind vetoes are probably coming through, but this is a conversation discussion that we're going to be having throughout the entirety of the weekend that I'm going to be bringing up probably later today as well. At this stage, as far as COD is concerned, you cannot justify having a hard veto. Just because you are bad at that one map doesn't mean that you can justify getting rid of it. Targeting vetoes, and this is going to be a lot more of indicative of the conversation once we get to these top 12 and top 16 teams, you cannot justify just getting rid of a sub-base because you don't like to play it. Maybe it's their weaker map. You have to try to force it and try to come out on top. The mental warfare, as far as a pick ban phase is concerned, is very, very important. But as far as a 32 versus a 33 seed, this is just about trying to get your best maps out there and maybe trying to get this win as quickly as possible.
Yeah, have fun with it as well. I mean, for a lot of these players, I mean, I assume at least, maybe incorrectly, for all 8 of these players, this would be their first time playing on a main stage, right? And it's just that experience of just enjoy it. You're here, you know, you're perhaps in another countries for all of these players, if they're, from America or from somewhere else, maybe Europe or Asia Pacific. You know, you've come to Toronto to play Call of Duty competitively. You're here on the main stage, and you're going to have a fun time with it. And you're going to get casted as well. So all those things, just looking for a fun time, and of course just trying to make your way further and further throughout the bracket. For a lot of these guys, it is just about that experience again. But all smiles at the moment here on the main stage. They are ready to go almost to get into this first game of the day. A 6-star hardpoint to kick us off, folks, and we're ready for the entirety of this tournament. Speaking about the tournament on a whole then, for a second here, Andy, you know, we've got a lot to talk about in terms of our storylines. We've talked a lot about kind of North America versus Europe, that thing that we always talk about, the top teams. There's also been a massive spate of Rostermania. Two or three waves of Rostermania before we even got into this whole damn thing.
I want to like periscope that to like Europe. I don't think we've seen Europe go through so many roster changes in an entire year. Typically, they're the ones that stick together trying to make things work out. North America is kind of like a unfortunate byproduct of what's been happening all the way up to the CDL. You know, you need like those 1 or 2 players, then that causes a massive rift down in the Challengers pit as well. Noisy and Bing feels like they're playing with a different duo almost every single week at this point as well. And those 2 guys were actually in the grand finals playing underneath Decimate last year this time for Toronto Open. So I think it's one of those things again that like we're constantly always going to be seeing roster changes, and we probably still will, barring whatever happens after this Open, whatever happens before LCQ, whatever happens before Champs. It's just kind of the old rodeo that we see all the time when it comes down to challengers. But Europe versus North America, something I definitely want to see. APAC as well does have representation from Mindfreak. I want to see them go up against some of the best North America and European teams as well to see how they stack up after just running through their entire region.
All right, folks, well, it's time to get on our first map here of the 2024 Toronto Ultra Open. It's a 6-star hardpoint to kick us off. Boy, what a map to kick us off here with the entire event. We do love some new 6-star, of course. We talk about this map. The rotation from P1 to P2 is super duper important. Those back spawns can be relatively sticky at times. Now, it should be said, we kind of knew about this before we get into it. We can't identify the players for you guys at the moment in time. They can't identify either, apparently, because they're team killing.
It's just a little rude. I mean, like, just load it into a beautiful skyline with your homies, and your first reaction is just to gun them? I feel the same way. But, you know, it's like it's one of those things, again, as we're just getting through, I guess, all, like, the growing pains as far as the opening match is concerned, making sure the server is stable, making sure that all the players are able to load on in. It's COD things. Come on. Y'all have experienced this before playing rank play?
Have we?
I'm sure that most of them have.
Yeah, for sure. It is what it is. We'll get him in the lobby again. We'll get into the game here in just a second. But I guess that gives us a little bit more time to talk about kind of everything that we've kind of wanted to talk about regarding this entire event. Again, we're pretty late on in the season here, folks. So we have a lot to talk about in terms of kind of what the best teams in North America are going to look like after all of those roster changes and such. You know, are we going to see FC Black come into the competition and absolutely dominate because they've got a scene back now? I mean, is that going to make a difference? They've got like 3/4 of the roster in which they won Season 1 with. And then, of course, you know, you've got the likes of Houston Spartans that have been so good recently. There's a lot of good teams here competing at this event, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, they're realistically thinking about it as far as the top 3 seeds are concerned. You got Omid EU.
Yeah.
Standard team. Been together for a very long time. Looking to break past, what was it, the top 6 threshold that they got at Fort Lauderdale. They would love to be able to get themselves into that position. FaZe Black, Houston Spartans, very top 2 NA teams that very much so might see each other in grand finals. I think it just all depends as this bracket starts to generate to be able to see where everybody will fall in line. But you're very right to talk about how Houston Spartans, especially recently, they've been catching fire. Can FaZe Black get back to form as well with the scene back into the mix as well? There's all these different questions that it comes down to Call of Duty just being a day-to-day esport. You got to show up on the day, whether it's today, Saturday, or Sunday, square up, make sure that you are energized because this match very much so might be your last for the weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Look, this is a big one, big event in the season for a lot of these teams to make a good impression ahead of basically, what, the final few events of this year. We've got Season 3 of Challengers Elite, and then, of course, we've got Challengers Finals at the end of the year. Oh boy, not all left before we can say goodbye to Modern Warfare 3. We're saying hello right now to a 6-star hardpoint, folks. Finally time to get into Bearclaw Esports going head-to-head with Temper GG, Andy. Let's kick this one off.
Favorite side of the map, at the very least, for Temper GG. Well, it might not matter unless you just get completely gunned, but good power position there from the top glass just to overwatch with the MCW. We'll get the final few kills here for Challenge 102. It's going to break my mind calling them by all these given names rather than what their actual profiles were called, but I will say this much. This is a good position to be in if you are Temper. If you can control everything as far as the DJ and this main bar in the center of the map. Ahead of the P2 rotation, you're going to be sitting pretty, but overextend, got to have a player spawning behind you.
Yeah, for sure. Challenge 108 at the moment, just trying to make that flank around towards those P2 spawns. I did very briefly mention it before we had to get another restart of this map, and this is a big gunfight for him to try and take. You want to try and get these spawns if at all possible, but he is now being overwhelmed by a variety of different players there from Temper GG to try and make sure they hold on towards that time. Challenge 106 playing his life pretty well inside P1. That's going to keep Bearclaw Esports away here for the moment, but they are well on their way here, Andy.
Got to be waiting for 108, player number 2, to try to maneuver through the map, just trying to hold the flank as well. But I will say this much, I mean, as far as a spoon-fed P2 rotation is concerned, Bearclaw are actually making the most out of this. Another good kill feed to come through for them off of the overextension that came through for Temper for all of, what, 24 seconds to be able to gain over by P1. You're essentially shut out here as far as P2 is concerned, but now you're trying to one-dimensionally push through this loft and maybe try to get yourself inside of P2 ahead of the rotation to 3.
That's unfavorable though. Kill's starting to come through here for Temper GG. That is a full wipe. And with 20 seconds left on this hill, Andy, it's Bearclaw Esports now that are going to have to rotate away to new. That was a lot of time, and we said it's very difficult unless you break those back spawns to actually break in towards P2. But now we talk about an even bigger rotation. P3 and P4, these two hills, if you can get them back to back, it is absolutely monumental. The kill's already starting to come through. 2-for-1 trade around the backline here, and now for Challenge 101. Got to wait patiently for a little bit of backup. It's only going to come in the form of Challenge 108. So you just got to try and play this well. I don't think they know about this just yet. No, they absolutely do not. And now they do. Challenge 101 activates for the second. Nice double coming out from him. It's going to give Bearclaw some time. It's just constant parallel spawns. And I will say this much. It's a heads-up play for Temper GG to try to exploit just how deep that entire pinch might honestly be. All the way through elbow. But the returning gunfight's that much better for Bearclaw. 30 seconds still left to play for here as far as P3 is concerned. And if you're Temper, look, across the past 2 hardpoints, you've only put up about 7 points. You might want to think about less about containment and think more about the rotation towards new. It seems to be what's on their minds so far, but might give it one last shake for the back 18. Yeah, it is really important here that you don't overchow this if you're Bearclaw Esports. You overinvest into this, you lose the kills just like that, and it could spell disaster. Now, fortunately enough, those spawns are coming in around the statue, so Temper GG should be still the team, or Bearclaw, excuse me, should still be in the team in control of P4 early on. But you've got streaks now to talk about for Temper GG here. There's an opportunity to break early and really start to put a serious dent here in this game. Players coming from all sides. Can they get it done? Challenge 106 from the poor side, able to find one. On the other side, though, the kills are not being made for his team. There's still Challenge 103 left up here to perhaps disrupt things, and he's not going to be able to get it done. So for the first wave, at least, Bearclaw, they're going to hold.
Need a little bit more. Good shots to at least come through, to at least open up access to finally get past 50 points. But I mean, Bearclaw putting themselves in such a pristine position, just off of the containment over by 3, knowing that rotation was not too far away. You know, as far as a dimensional push is concerned, realistically, unless somebody's going to be swimming through the pool, they should all be pushing on the other side of the tiki bar. But Bearclaw are getting crossed up. Temper going to be able to fight their way back in, and that's just another nail in what feels like a proverbial coffin as far as the first set is concerned for Temper so far before we head over to security. Yeah, that was not a lot of time, realistically, for Bearclaw Esports. Temper are going to have to break once again, though. Bearclaw should be the first team to touch. A couple of players now trying to make their way around the flank. Challenge 108 just waiting patiently. Nice read from 103 there to pick up that gunfight. Not going to be able to follow it up with another kill, but fortunately enough, it was a double chow between them and Challenge 107. But now trade galore. Challenge 106 in for this time. That was a very fast break for Temper GG. And again, you've still got those streaks in the back pocket here for Temper. Yeah, you sure do. Question is when 600's very open map. Challenge 108. Putting them on a poster out there. Trying to at least maintain presence is Bearclaw. So off of a Herculean back and forth, and this is where this hard point just gets so mixy. You don't have a trophy system down, which is another conversation. It only takes 2 nades to break it up. You are in a Michael Bay film incarnate in the middle of security, but good going back and forth. Bearclaw are able to at least maintain presence inside of P5. They'll soak up the last 10 seconds, you feel, unless Challenge 101 throws his life away. Not going to be the case here. And I will say this much, a much better scoreline than what it looked like previously to what Temper were starting to manifest from P2 to P3, and then the same break that we saw there at 4.
Yeah, that was a big hill from Bearclaw Esports. If they lose that hard point away to Temper GG, if they get that break off of the flurry of trades that
it would have been chalk.
Yeah, this game would be pretty much done right now. Obviously, you know, there's still a second half of the game to talk about, but to be honest, I mean, Temper have been pretty impressive for the first part of the game. We have no idea who these players are, Randy, but we look at players like Challenge 103 at 16 and 8 and Challenge 106 at 15 and 13. Big reasons why Temper are currently ahead in the way that they are. Bearclaw Esports, though, now starting to put something together here. They've got time over by P1, and I think Challenge at 105, you can see the way he's kind of playing on the mini-art right now. They don't have control of spawns for P2. They kind of want to try and just brute force their way through P1. That's not happening, though. The kills are there for Bearclaw Esports. And now, you're in for a real good opportunity here, not just with this hill, but the next one as well, if you're Bearclaw.
Yeah, I was more worried for Bearclaw than it was anything. Kind of like the same thing that happened within that first set, right? You had Challenge 108 that was pushing a little bit closer past the DJ bar, but luckily enough for them, Challenge 100, player number 3, was actually able to spawn in all the way over by P2. So that was the anchor for that time being, and I love to see the discipline being exemplified by Temper to be able to put themselves in a situation to make sure that they don't lose spawns ahead of P2. That was the one thing that started the entire snowball that was for Bearclaw on that first set of hard points, and now they're in the driver's seat. I believe that was the cruise missile that was just called in. Doesn't find anything whatsoever. So far, it's still the kill feed erupting for Temper.
Yeah, but Challenge 105 here. Making the flag around. He could definitely influence the spawns. Is the read there for Challenge 102, though? Yes, it is. It's going to be actually 101 that picks up that kill. So regardless, Bearclaw Esports here going to hold on towards this hill. Now they're going to deal with the mountain pressure around the front. Flank attempt through the middle of the map from Challenge 100. Is it enough to throw Temper off guard? Turns out, actually, I think that the team names have flipped the wrong way around. So Bearclaw Esports are actually the ones in the lead at this point in time. Temper the ones that are going to be trying to make their comeback happen in this game. Challenge 100, I mean, fair play to him. He's trying to desperately fight for that time. It was a valuable 20 seconds, but they do end up giving it up. That's a pretty good trade, though. You have rotation.
And you just look at how strong P2 can be as far as the scoreline is concerned. What was trailing closer towards 50, now brings this game just under 30. And we rotate over towards P3. This has to be a money hill. And the way that you lost it last time was just from the long flank. But you see the spawn coming in from 101 over by the sky pool. And this hit is all just manifesting through the front. I mean, it's a bloodbath through the stairs, but so far Bearclaw are doing it by brute force.
Yeah, they're already in. Challenge 102 has to produce something special here, and he has a little bit of help from his friends as well. A couple of kills starting to come through now from Temper. They are fighting tooth and nail to get their way back in towards this hard point, and that is exactly what they do. And now if you're Bearclaw Esports here, you're relying on some individual efforts. Those kills are not happening, and at this point in time, it looks as if Temper might well have secured the back 20 seconds. Nice read from Challenge 106 to try and cut a couple of players off spawn. You've got to be careful here if you're Bearclaw Esports, though. You've got players in on the rotation, ready to try and get P4 control, but you have to be careful about players perhaps coming on the flank. Challenge 102 already taken one player down. Challenge 102 also trying to get it done, but a green kill feed here. It's going to leave Challenge 101 isolated. He does find one, and if you're 101 here in the situation, you need to waste time.
The split spawns are coming through, though. He's going to get pinched up all the way through the main bar and then over by the P2 lounge at the same point in time. So now if you're Bearclaw, you should know that all of Temper are actually starting to flood through the P3 side of the map, and that is absolutely the case, but it's got to be some quick and concise gunfights that you have to win if you are Temper. Just try to get yourself inside of the time, and wouldn't you know it, they're able to do so. We're about to have a lead flop.
Man, what was this, a 100-point deficit that they've managed to bring back here at this stage of the game? As you said, now they've switched the lead in their favor. Temper have had a stellar start. Now it's Challenge 108 on 4 in a row, looking to make it number 5. Challenge 108 on a 5 spree, 1 kill away now from the cruise missile. And what a game he has had. I'm not too sure where he was early on in the game, but 28 and 18. Got to imagine a lot of those kills have happened here in the second half of the game.
That flow state really hits different once you're in your winners round 2 match, your first series here on LAN. Trying to fish for a timing maybe out here by the scaffolding. just really trying to lurk for this 6th kill. A cruise missile would be influential to the success, you would feel like, but you can't give up that much time. Again, you have to bring the fight to security. It's a very difficult hard point to try to find the entry point, but there it is. Kill number 6 for 108. Going to be able to help out his team, work their way in through the bottom side of the staircase,
wow. And
that is just a turn and an absolute burn for the worst. But hey, nobody can kill me, but 106's trophy system, yeah, he got me for sure.
Those trophy systems, bro. Oh, they're so annoying. Regardless, Temper GG could still finish things on this hill. Never mind, Challenge 103 removes the player that was actually soaking up time, and now with that contest, it means that we will be seeing another hard point regardless of what happens here. 5 in a row though for Challenge 102. He was going to be stopped by Challenge 103 in the end. This is still valuable time for Bearclaw Esports to take away. That's why you're seeing this double chal coming on through from Temper GG to make sure that is theirs. But in doing so, in double challing that, they might well have given control over towards Bearclaw here for P1.
You got to somehow break this. Because, I mean, in theory, especially for P1, how many COD maps in history have we seen games get a full 50, 60 points off of P1? There's more than enough time to do it, but the cruise missile is going to get invested from 108. That's a great cruise missile, because it allows your teammate of 102 to start pushing up, causing a ruckus, and is able to find himself at least 2. That opens up the floodgates for P1 wonderfully for Temper to close it out.
Yeah, that should be all she wrote here for game number 1. Short of something special from Challenge 105. He attempts to get players out of the hard point. That is not going to happen. And, well, it wouldn't be main stage without hearing some shouts from it, would it? Because Temper have just made a heck of a comeback in the first game of the day.
Yeah, they sure did. Again, when you go back to it and you watch the end of the first set of hard points, it was not looking great for Temper at all. It really wasn't. It was somewhere near like a 50, 60-point differential. Realistically about a full hold away from being able to get themselves fully back into the game. And then they deliver and also rectify one of the biggest issues that they had for themselves on that first set. They started off on the favorite side of the map, but they overextended past P1 into P3, kind of getting a little bit too antsy for themselves. And then they lost the spawns going in towards P2. And then they lost the battle for P3 off of a very long flank. And it's one of those things as far as 6-star is concerned, the way that the hard points and the rotations do work now, if you're not playing ahead of time, you're not ready for those split spawns to occur where your positioning is on the map, it snowballs very, very quickly. But we do love to see that discipline coming through from Temper GG by way of at least one, if not 2 players going absolutely God mode towards the end of that second set to be able to will their way into that map 1 win.
I guess this is the sad thing of having the Challenge 1-0 tags, right?
I can't properly gas you, yeah.
Who is going off? Who was 28 and 18 towards the end? I need the answers as to who had a good game there towards. I mean, we'll find out eventually anyway. But still, those kind of performances crucial there for the victory for Temper GG as they take away map number 1, a big hardpoint win for them. Next up in the series, I believe, spoilers, we'll show you guys the maps in a minute, I assume anyway. It's going to be Karachi, Search and Destroy. Won't be long before we're into it, hopefully. But Karachi, Search and Destroy, one of those ones that we don't get to see nearly often enough, to be honest with you. And it's always fun to see kind of teams just making these setups work on the offenses. I'm kind of curious at this level of challenges, right? When we're looking at Seed 32 versus 33, what kind of setups we're going to be expecting into the Search and Destroy.
This is a bread and butter map mode combination, you feel like, especially since like the early doors of MW3, everybody was playing Karachi Search and Destroy. We knew that it was going to be a map mode combination, and realistically, you should have some pretty simplistic rollouts for it. Again, probably won't see too many A-hits, maybe barring the first opening few rounds until trophy systems are going to be online, but that B zone, that B site, excuse me, is always looking so delectable. For the opening offense, at least for Temper GG, going to be putting themselves in a position to try to get themselves closer towards A than it is anything. And, well, Temper were nowhere nearby. Bearclaw have numbers.
And look at this play as well from Bearclaw Esports. Flip-flopping away over towards the B site they go. Temper, I don't think, have actually reacted to this in the way that Bearclaw might have hoped. They might well not have the numbers in the situation, but they do have the advantage in terms of the knowledge. If they can get the bomb planter on this cross, it would be huge. The smoke goes down though. Now it's just going to be a stun check and then the follow-up for the Semtex from Challenge 103 in the hopes that they do manage to catch somebody off guard, but that does not result in a frag just yet. And now I think they're going to have to get their hands right in the dirt, get themselves a little bit dirty here to get this kill. Challenge 107 also almost manages to duke out a player there from Top Church, but it doesn't happen. Finds 1 frag, no more than that. So 1v3 now for Challenge 103.
You have a feeling that they know exactly where he's located at as well. Or is the one spot that you haven't seen in quite some time. Doesn't see 101, just kind of lurking around rubble. Very tough head glitch. I mean, you barely even see the pixel that is the top of that operator's helmet before you could even think about taking a gunfight there. So Again, I will say this much for Bearclaw. Look, as far as an opening engagements are concerned, it's garage, you search and destroy. You don't have any trophy systems naturally, so you just kind of spread the map, right? You see if anybody overextends, you try to get the information through the mid-cross. Would you know it, you see 2 cross over there. You immediately flip that into a pinch. It works out for numbers in your favor. Bearclaw are able to strike first. Now, because that round took some time, I'm sure that we'll probably see at least a trophy system, if not maybe 2, mostly on the side of Bearclaw.
Yeah, those first rounds are always kind of dicey with no trophy systems, right? It's very difficult to pull off. Temper playing this one relatively passively. Bearclaw off the back of that are able to push player all the way up through the middle of the map, and COD timing might well have just happened in Challenge 101's favor absolutely perfectly. Temper had a couple of players that were watching that mid-cut, and now they are no longer. Instead, they seem to be focused on kind of a war of 2 fronts, as it were. A couple of players inside red, a couple of players towards Chicken Coop, and now Challenge 101 might well have just got some good timing. He needs to find some value out of this, and how about that for value? A 2-for-1 trade, buy one, get one free, and now Temper GG here. I mean, this has not gone the way they wanted. They have to split up.
Did you see the bomb drop, though? That's the biggest issue. Playing all the way in a deep corner, now back by Bridge. This is going to be 2 isolated 1v1s for the last 2 players of Temper GG, if they're aware of it or not, but this is going to have to be a lot of info that you got to clear almost by yourself with so little time left to do it.
So much of this round is reliant on 1v1s, right?
Yeah.
I just don't know if there's going to be any trades here from the teams on either side. Challenge 106 also might have just got some terrible timing. Is he going to check Concrete? Yes, he does, and it results in the frag. And again, I didn't expect a very fast trade coming out from Challenge 118, but that timing might well work out in his favor. All he needs to do is kill and then play your life in this situation. He is still putting himself in a position, wish he could get traded. Strong sides away, and that trade should not come through short of some spectacularly bad timing. But oh boy, I mean, that smells like an early challenges round.
I do love how you said strong sides away. Like, that's a thing that you could just do in COD.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Don't strong side in COD,
it looked
right?
like it, bro.
Well, yeah, no, he for sure was attempting the strong side, but strong siding doesn't exist in this title. Oh, man, you make me laugh. But yeah, I mean, I will say this much, like, if you are Temper, you go back and you dissect that round, we'll keep an eye on it. Someone needs to watch mid, throw a stun, because 101 just got the freest flank I've ever seen all the way inside a Coop, but we'll have to see if there's any sort of utilization to shut down what was a pretty emphatic push for Bearclaw to be able to get the opening first 2 kills, but this time Temper stacked around Bridge, doesn't stop 108's Nate from landing on 105's lap.
That spike, oh, it doesn't help Challenge 107 whatsoever. Challenge 101, or 100, excuse me, with the beam. Now numbers most certainly in favor here of Bearclaw Esports. Map control as well. 103 and 106 hit. And a little bit of danger. Have to take some individual one-on-ones to try and rectify this situation. I will say what is benefiting them is Bearclaw are being super hesitant to get that bomb down. You can see it on the minimap, right? They do not want to get this bomb down just in case somebody gets picked off, but they will be able to do so. Whether or not one-on-one is able to exit here is a different story, and they do.
You really needed that kill if you are 106. You probably won't see another free kill like that on a 100 all the way over to towards top side of Bridge. Last 2 players for Temper trying to get this first round just stacked around P4, and it's just not going to work out in your favor. Just too many angles to watch, and I will say this much to your point, Brody. You're not wrong in saying that the hesitancy to try to get that bomb planted because they already used their smoke to push into Bridge. Yep. You just needed a little bit more gusto to try to get in those positions. Top church, top second as well, or AC, whatever you decide to call it, to try to stop these Bearclaw players from getting around Bridge, getting around these very close fixtures around that B-bomb site, because that's exactly what is going to happen in any 2v4 around that B-bomb site. But again, Bearclaw are showing a lot of good S&D prowess thus far. Just being able to isolate players, just being able to get information. And their nades have been stellar as well as Challenge 108. Not skipping a beat, up to 5 in a row.
Got to see something from Temper here. It's worth saying that they had a slow start to the hard point and then made a resurgence late on, so wouldn't be surprised if they do the exact same thing here in Search and Destroy. This is a very focused hit over towards B. There's the smoke. Let's try and get this bomb down. Nade will tag. There's no trophy to stop it, but there was an EOD, so 107 survives. And now you're starting to see the hesitancy, but look at this on the flank. Bearclaw Esports starting to put something together here. 101 and 100, looking for the kills. If you get top third control, this could spell disaster. There goes the player down inside Chicken Coop. 101 produces a second as well. I'm talking about the big gunfight going down up top. Well, there it is, as 100 beams. And all of a sudden here, 105 isolated, left alone. See you in the next round, buddy.
Okay, so we'll add just another notch to the belt there. So opening engagement's great. Just opening rips for Karachi Search and Short, Bearclaw, great. Opening nades, trades, and now retakes. So is there anything that they can't do as far as this Karachi Search and Short? Or how about we flip the question? Is there anything that Temper can do? Because it is just one of those things that when it comes down to Karachi, like even if you get that bomb planted, you got to iron up real fast, buddy. Whatever utility that you have left over, you better be watching that flank. You better be playing in a position that you can be traded very, very quickly. And none of that has happened so far. I guess the one saving grace is, yeah, you're down by 4, but at least Challenge 108 doesn't have that cruise missile yet.
Yet is the operative word there, my friend.
Indeed.
The way that he's been playing so far has not died in this game. Challenge 108 looking for that cruise missile. There's a jump up coming out from Challenge 105 towards top red, but as soon as they open that door, it's very likely that Bearclaw will hear this play. If they open the door, of course, is something that we should say in this situation. 106 up top, getting tagged. There's 105, going to activate at the perfect time here. 101's the player that goes down. It doesn't actually dissuade Bearclaw from getting the bomb, perhaps 105 can pick up a crucial kill. Yes, he can. Another one on the card here. 105 takes that potential cruise missile out of the play. 3 kills in the round from 105. A quick defuse as well, and that's the decisiveness that we wanted to see from Temper.
It's just meeting the pace, right? Because a lot of the times for Temper, they're kind of waiting to play more reactionary, and that just allows Bearclaw to constantly set the pace for a lot of these different rounds and a lot of these different gunfights as well. But that is the difference, right? You're able to keep players alive. You at least win the opening first blood engagement. Yeah, the bomb gets planted in a very difficult spot, surely over by the A bomb site, but you already know that back alleyway is clear. You have players lurking around the backside of your spawn. You just got to group up together and just overwhelm everybody with numbers. Works out wonderfully for them that time around. And, well, you got Challenge 108 off of that 5 spree, so no cruise missile to worry about. 1 round at a time here for Temper.
Yep. That was a good start. Maybe it's going to give them a little bit of wind in their sails. Maybe not. Immediately faced down with a little bit of resistance from Challenge 100, who's now kind of backed himself off into the corner. They're going to use their smoke to get away. Challenge around the flank. Oh, Challenge 101, I think you can see it on the minimap, didn't actually manage to pick up any value around this. So all of a sudden, this does become a 3 versus 3. And I almost wonder if kind of they double guess themselves. Do we actually still want to hit this towards A?
You can't. I mean, you just got another red dot on the minimap that you have one player that's still all the way backside a diner, but I mean, they really do want it. And luckily enough for them, like, they have no idea what's going on over by top third. But 102 is repositioned. Now they're trapped. It has to be this bomb site now.
Yeah, again, it's one of those issues, right, where if you're going to commit to it, just you have to do it. Now all of it comes down to 103 for a 1 versus 2. And he's just spotted him out as well. Spotted out 100. Does 100 have the superior positioning? The shots are not as crispy as you'd like. Having to go to the Renetti, and let me tell you, this thing can still shoot. But can it shoot in the hands of 103? He is searching every single corner. Close quarter engagement goes their way. Temper GG by the skin of their teeth managed to pull that round off.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you could force out the trades constantly and you can get into these 1v1s, you just saw how meticulous 103 was, just knowing he could be legitimately in any single corner. Didn't have any trigger discipline to at least deal with him while he was inside a mill, but hey, semantics aside, as you said, he pulled out the pocket SMG, which very much so might be the god gun in this title. I know everybody's talking about the Rival 9. No, that Renetti is terrifying. 2 rounds in a row now for Temper, and it's like you said, Brody, any ounce of hesitation will absolutely punish you when it comes down to Karachi. Just so many different routes and avenues that Bearclaw have been able to exploit thus far. We'll have to see if they can get another defense on the board as Bearclaw again are leaning towards A.
They've got to find some kills first before they get the bomb down. Double Chal up top. 101 didn't even really get involved in the fight. 100's going to be one to pick up that one. And again, I do like these small little decipher plays from Temper. I mean, they're making them in these situations. 105, exactly that, is going to find value off the back of it. Surely not the Renetti for 3. Surely not. Challenge 105 gets away with bloody murder. And now Bearclaw Esports left up to the last man alive. Somehow, Temper are coming back again.
You didn't say the thing.
No, I didn't. I intentionally avoided it, mate. You got to earn it, mate. Later on in the tournament.
Yeah, all right. We'll let it marinate. only we know what I'm saying. But yeah, I mean, Temper, again, as you were pointing out, it's those little itty-bitty plays that one player can get away with. You see no resistance through the middle of the map. Why not push through it? You got some utility that was being thrown out from bedroom and over by red that you knew that he was in a position 105 was to be able to push all the way through mid and get over by those junk barrels. Very annoying position to play in when you put yourself over in red that quickly. You are trapped 4-3 now. Now trailing by 1 as Temper have won 3 in a row.
And again, I mean, look at this aggression. I think 101 did just get stun checked here, so they know that somebody's right in front of them. But do they know where they're going to go? Oh, what a play from 101 over the top. See you later, Alligator, to 107. And yeah, no trade coming out.
Oh, no.
Semtech's check will keep 101 from earning a 2-piece. But, I mean, 101's done his job.
Yeah, and now he could be anywhere. I mean, maybe 105 could have seemed like the cross, but now you have to recover the bomb, top of the scaffolding, and still try to make this push happen. And you can see where 103 is located at, player number 7, all the way over by Junk. Nobody's pushed through whatsoever, and the discipline being exemplified by Bearclaw Esports not to overextend themselves, knowing that they could still be a play through the middle of the map over by A or by B, is wonderfully done.
One man down. Not a lot of options left on the table here for Temper. They have got 25 seconds to make this happen. Players split though for Bearclaw. There goes 1, and I want to see what the reaction is like for Bearclaw Esports. They should probably know now, given the fact that the player was top soda, that this is going to go down over towards A, and 100 has not been found out just yet. He should, whoa, I was going to say surely stop this bomb from going down, but the coverage is good from 106, and all of a sudden this is favorable here for Temper.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, you can see 1 and 4, right, for Bearclaw. I mean, they were grouped up here momentarily, but 101 does have a sub. Going to be coined to try to clear all of red themselves, and 102 left out on an island by themselves. Will get gunned immediately. 101 should be dead to rights, and it's just a matter of time, isn't it, Brody? Tries to go for the shotgun blast there with the rival 9, but wouldn't you have it any other way? 4 in a row for Temper GG. And it's not like, again, like there's not a whole lot of extra that they're throwing in their way. Like, Bearclaw did everything right until it came down to the gunfights there. They got first blood. Bomb was dropped over by scaffolding. You still spread the entirety of the map.
Yeah.
But then you got isolated. You got picked. And then you just got steamrolled over. That's 4 in a row. You got some splaining to do here, Bearclaw.
I think that's the thing that kind of killed them in that round, was the spreading of the map, right? You have numbers in the situation, and I think they kind of spread themselves just a little bit too thin on the defense. It is worth saying, though, that the coverage from Temper was also pretty damn good, so I don't want to take anything away from them in that situation. Regardless, though, 4 rounds in a row here from Temper. They have resurged. I don't know if that's a word, but it will make it a word. They've got back in this game. Once again, Bearclaw Esports start strong and they start to falter towards the end, and it really does look like Temper have got some serious confidence in themselves now. First blood drawn.
And now you just have to sit. Maybe you catch another overextension. What utility do you still have left? Surely a smoke grenade to try to execute over towards B, but 101, who is that player through the middle of the flank, is going to cause a lot of discourse as far as the setup is concerned. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. 105 felt like that he had to at least watch the junk push. Got caught with a Renetti out, tack sprint and everything. 107's at least there for a trade, but you still have numbers if you're Bearclaw.
Okay, maybe a little bit of overconfidence from those players.
That's an overheating.
Yeah, you can see the way that these players have been playing the last few rounds anyway, that they are starting to run these individual efforts. That right there is a perfect example of how that can harm you. A 2 versus 4 now, brought down to a 2 versus 2. Bearclaw Esports didn't exactly earn it, but they've got it anyway. Bomb down. You know these players are going to be over by clock tower side. Challenge 100. Let's not give you a red card, buddy. Stay down there.
Sorry, it was just a crouch. We're good. It's just a crouch.
Sometimes we all do it by accident. 107 still looking for the frag, though. 20 seconds on the clock here. 107. He's going to go over the top. The challenge is not there. Oh, there we go. Nicely done. Short of the second runs out of bullets. It's okay, though. Challenge 103 is there to pick things up where he left off. And oh boy, Temper of GG. 5 rounds now in a row.
5 rounds.
It's crazy.
5 rounds.
Gonna need a second hand soon, mate.
You have 2 hands.
I do. Yeah, that's true.
I don't know if they're real or not. I'm not willing to test it. But you know, hey, that's any way you spin it, that's tippable. Because even for Temper, they were down considerably in the 6-star hardpoint. You go into the second set, start bringing things back slowly yet surely. You're down 4-0 in a search and destroy, and to make this Herculean comeback is insane. We won't say that it's ogre quite yet, but it's looking pretty over. 6-3 for 103, have yourself a cruise missile. That 2v4 just might be it for Bearclaw to be sent down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, oh boy. All right, folks, you're witnessing a breakdown live. First match of the Toronto Ultra Open here, folks, in 2024. Temper looking for the 6th round here in a row. First 2 shots going out for 106. It shouldn't be long before a challenge comes to the top. Finally, 101 is going to get that frag and does get the hell out of dodge before any harm can be done to them. But we've seen it in the past, mate. These advantages don't always go well.
Cruise missile invested there, and that's why I have a very concerning face, is because, like, if your play is to call in the cruise missile, why shoot your gun at all? Like, maybe you could have had a free kill, but just why? So now you invested a resource. You lost first blood. Started to look like round 11 as we're down to 40 seconds.
Unless they can even the odds a little bit. Second kill perhaps here for
Oh,
107. Oh, dearie me. Things are traded out here for a 2 versus 2. But Temper still want another frag by the looks of it before they get that bomb down. I think the concerning thing in this situation is the player push furthest up. It's going to be 107 with the bomb. So if they go down, this round might well be over. But they are sat in a position where they are covered. Again, I think 107 is going to be forced out into the open here and get drawn. Or maybe not. The perfect check onto 102. And they get away as well. That Sentex might well be within range. It is. But there is the final kill regardless for a Temper GG. 6 rounds in a row. A bounce back in the hard point. A bounce back into the search and destroy. Wow, what a way to start up here at the Toronto Open.
It's quiet up there, so now I'm wondering and questioning whether or not we even have the names right, but...
It is quiet.
Oh, so Bearclaw just won that search and destroy.
Jeez Louise, man. We were building up storylines, guys. We were here. We are ready for a great story. I was expecting a lot more shoutiness.
Yeah, no, it was way too quiet. So, okay, all right. So, hey, so that's 1-1. So everything that we just said for the past, like, 15 minutes is null and void. So that's cool, I guess. But at least we get a map 3. Again, we get a good old barn burner as far as our opening series is concerned here for the Toronto Ultra Major 3 Challengers Open. So, yeah, I mean, look, good stuff. So I guess if names were flipped on the opposite way, then that's a hell of a sprint from coming through for Bearclaw. I don't care who it is at the end of the day. You just won 6 in a row being down 0-4. That ain't easy to do.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, especially after the breakdown that happened in map number 1 as well. You're kind of bouncing back from that mentally to do that in the search and destroy as well. You know what? Fair play to Bearclaw to come back in that search and destroy and force again number 3. Now, as we said before, we've shown you guys the map set a couple of times here in this series already. If your memory's pretty good, it's probably better than mine. You'll recognize this is going back to a Karachi for the control. Final map in the series, a reminder, folks, as this is a best of 3. So you lose this Karachi control, down to the lower bracket you go. Your chances of getting a double first rounded here in Toronto, pretty high.
It's difficult, man. I mean, like, in a lot of these open scenarios, right, we've always seen, like, triple-digit teams, got 96 teams, right? So, like, you go down to the lower bracket, like, it is shark-infested waters just immediately into lower round 1. Your day just became a little bit longer. If you can't get it done through the winner's bracket, obviously that conversation could be flipped in any which other direction. But lots to be talked about in between these two teams off of what we saw from Temper coming back the way they did on the 6-star, and then also from Bearclaw there on the Karachi. For Control, it's got to be a little bit of both, but you just cannot come out flat as far as your opening breakoffs are concerned. Otherwise, you will be down in the lower bracket for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Karachi Control coming up next, folks. That's the next map in this series. We'll see whether or not this plays out. I mean, how it plays out, to be honest, because we have no idea what's happening so far. I mean, what map number 1 was a comeback in favor of Temper. Map number 2 was a comeback in favor of Bearclaw Esports. Who knows what's going on, man? The Challengers pit is wild. The Passion pit is wild, as always here. And we can't wait to get into it very much more because we've got a Karachi Control coming up next, folks. The conclusion of this best of 3. The first match here from the Toronto Ultra Open. And trust me, you guys don't want to miss it. We'll see you guys for the rest of it after this break. Sup folks, here we're back with the Call of Duty Challengers Toronto Ultra Open for 2024. We're vibing in the venue right now. We just had the Black Ops 2 menu music coming up on the main stage. We had the Black Ops, yeah, we have it right now actually. Black Ops 1 menu music earlier on today while we were getting ready for show. Mate, honestly, I've never been this vibey before. I listen to a lot of video game music, and that stuff, it never fails to get me hyped.
You know Brody's about to hit a new PR at the gym. Like, he's about to like push for that extra mile when the BO1 and like opening menu music comes on. He just locks in, sits in forward.
It's the zombie stuff specifically, you know.
Sure, man. Yeah. I don't know. We're just not built the same way. Yeah, you do love your OSCs, but it is vibey as far as this athletic center is concerned here in Mattamy down here in Toronto. The 6 never ceases to amaze me how well it is always run inside here. As far as admins, production, and everything else is concerned, it's going to be a banging tournament. Again, we're only one match in, but we already have coaches taking maps off of their teams as well. So I mean, it's been a wild scene so far, just following along with the rest of the bracket. But as far as the maps are concerned, again, going the distance in between these two teams, Bearclaw versus Temper, we have had 2 Herculean comebacks back-to-back. The 6-star for Temper, the Karachi Search and Destroy for Bearclaw, winning 6 in a row. So as far as this Karachi control is concerned, who knows? I don't know.
We know nothing.
I got nothing.
Word to Jon Snow. That's an old reference now. Can we even still make Game of Thrones references in 2024?
Yeah, you just did.
I don't know. I guess I just did. Yeah, it's been a really weird series so far, honestly. And we thought for a second, because obviously the team names were flipped, that Temper had done it twice in a row, right? They made the comeback on the hard point, which was phenomenal as it was, and then they made the comeback on the Search and Destroy. It was 2-0. Now we were wrong. We were bamboozled by production. You know, it is what it is. Sometimes it happens to the best of us, you know, when they are the best of them. So it would make sense. But yeah, we've got a Karachi control coming up next in this series, and as Andy's already said, we really do not know how this is going to go down, because the first team match has been incredibly mixy, and of course this is very early on here in the Toronto Ultra Open, so we're looking at relatively low-seeded teams here right now, and with these kind of matchup, we're looking for a 32 versus 33 seed matchup right now. I mean, it's just, these kind of things always offer themselves up for crazy things to happen.
Yeah. I mean, it's even as far as paper is concerned, so I mean, it might as well be even as far as the gameplay is concerned. Don't know why players are delaying, but you know, we are outside here as far as Toronto is concerned, just trying to get in the full swing of things. Just got to get through these best of 3s, and the competition will only be that much more smooth. I can promise you that much. Been seeing a lot of names. I kind of strolled through, obviously. We've seen Assault playing with Varsities now. Yeah. That's a whole lot of championship caliber around one team as well. Team War also kind of chilling, and as far as the crowd is concerned, waiting for their match. It's just always really nice just being here in the pit, just being able to see all these familiar faces, just knowing that they're probably sitting there licking their lips as much as we are, just waiting for their matches, though I guess when they actually get into it comparatively to us, a little bit of a different feel, but semantics aside, it's just nice to be able to see it all come back together here.
Yeah, it's always nice. I think it's just such a nice vibe, I think, for the players. You know, we mentioned it before we went to break as well. It's just like, you know, there's nothing beating the feeling of being in the passion pit, you know, winning even some of these early games where maybe it feels like maybe a waste of time for some of the top teams where they're like, we know we're going to run through these big teams. Apparently, you know, Omit EU struggled with rotation but, you know, that doesn't surprise me. He's a shooter. But, you know, it is always fun for these teams to kind of be in this competitive setting. And I think the thing that always makes this even more fun for us as casters, perhaps, is always the storylines, right? I mean, there's just so many storylines for some of the best teams in North America and Europe, I think in particular. And all of those things, you know, come into a head later on in the tournament as well. That's where things, I think, get super duper interesting. When you do see some of the roster teams coming head to head, and maybe the roster mania, you know, see players leaving other players, and those guys going head to head later on in the tournament. You know, I can't wait for matches like that, dude. It's gonna be a fun time. Very
much so. Could be at the end of the day, and then the beginning of tomorrow. Winners round 4 starting tomorrow. We're playing all of our best of 3s today, all the way through winners round 3. So I'm sure once we do get to those winners round 3 matches, that's where we're probably going to see our first lick of maybe an upset potential. Who honestly knows? It's very tough to be able to tell. I wouldn't consider it an upset until like maybe like a outside top 16 team beats somebody like inside top 12. Is that fair?
I think that's fair.
All right.
I like that.
Or
those are the dark horse teams.
Yeah, for a phase like don't even make it to Sunday. Could you imagine?
Oh boy, look, Stranger Things, mate. If we look at Singapore Syndicate, I think was the one that last event got like top 24, didn't they? Something like that.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, that happened. Sorry, I feel really bad that I shouldn't have said that, should I? Feel like
well, you just did.
Cruz is going to get me for saying that. Yeah, it happened anyway. You know what, we'll call you guys out for it. Regardless, we're into water control now. Familiar battleground for these guys as they just played Karachi Search and Destroy. Of course, that one went the way of Bearclaw Esports. Bearclaw talking about them. They are starting things off on the offense here. A couple of kills now starting to come through from Challenge 101. 108 going to follow up with a kill of their own. It isolates 107 as the last remaining player. And now that should be some map control here for Temper.
Sure is. Only had to give up 2 segments on A to be able to manifest said positioning. It's just a 3 life differential. 106 going to be able to find a good timing to be able to get the trade, but needs to be top third control. It needs to be this push out of Coop to find success as well, and well, it's just simply not 101, 5-0 start for them. Looking for that cruise missile, how important it would be to be able to have such a massive resource, but gets gun, trying to get inside a Coop. Third segment's looking to get completed here as well. Temper GG, nobody in a position to be able to find that trade until after the zone gets captured, so gotta be careful here now if you're all at Temper.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a preoccupation, I think, for Temper there on the defense to actually pick up kills individually instead of actually going for control over the point. They ended up giving it away for free and didn't even earn the cruise missile there from that 5 spree. So regardless here, Temper having a fall back towards B. Perhaps some good timing here for Challenge 107 on the flank. They're not looking for this gunfight just yet, but 102, that heady is horrid to try and take a player down from. I think 102 there just using its best visibility to make sure that flank does not go all the way through. So now here, Bearclaw Esports going to have to be a little bit more honest with it. Up front through red, 100 just trying to play all sneaky like he's going to find one before going down. Bearclaw now down to the last couple of players. Team shots, not that helpful there. Provides a little two-piece for 102.
21 v 14, sub 1 minute, and nobody's taking any routes at all for Bearclaw. They're just funneling themselves just all the way inside of Mail, all the way through the bottom side of red. You can see 101, he's just kind of lurking all the way through Rubble, just like, hey, nobody's here. We're down to 44 seconds, and we're still trying to brute force our way through top red. And you can tell the inevitability, not unless 107 goes absolutely God mode here, can't even take down the drop shot from 102. This is a continuous cycle. That is the definition of insanity.
Temper GG. I'm not even giving you anything for that, buddy. Temper GG. What is this, 11 life advantage now? 10 life advantage, excuse me. Bearclaw Esports finally making a route happen here around the flank. It's Challenge 103 to get it done. You have to wonder where it's too little too late, though. 7 seconds. It has to be a pretty fast one coming through. You have to find some kind of value, mate. And this is not Tesco Express. Oh, my goodness me. Challenge 103 does find 1 kill. 106 around the front line as well. They're going to touch and stop the time, but that is all they're going to do. And I think you rightfully called that out there towards the end there. That offense for Bearclaw Esports was just... it was too honest in a way, right? I mean, you can't just kind of butt your head against the wall and expect anything different to happen.
It was just too easy for Temper. Like, once the A zone got captured, like, you had players over by Church Alleyway. Nobody wanted to flank all the way around the back, maybe set up a pinch to try to get over the dumpster hop. And then when you lost those next, like 2 gunfights, then every single time you spawn up, that your first direction is to go back through B rather than try to cut through the middle of the map. It's just very odd to me. And again, like this is still early days, 32nd versus 33 seed. Can't really throw too much at them, but it's just the little things like that that the top teams will absolutely exploit and beat you for. Yep. And that's exactly what Temper did. Yeah, exactly. You got to remember, folks, that these guys are going to have to play better teams if they do advance through the tournament. And stuff like that is not going to do them any favors whatsoever. Stuff like this as well. Look at Temper here. Straight towards B they go. Bearclaw haven't reacted to it as quickly as you would otherwise like here. Now they're going to have a tough task trying to get across. Ooh. Challenge 108 with a nice drop shot. 101 with the extra coverage as well. 108 finds 3. And this is a cap. Temper GG have got this one done. So confident in it are they that they've already transferred 2 players over towards A. Already got that 2-stack over by A. 29 v 26. Cruise missile invested there offensively. They want to call game here. I mean, if you can go up 2-0 in a Karachi control and still somehow lose it, honestly, that would be impeccable. But second segment does not get locked in for Temper, albeit throwing in a resource. 108 is up on 4 in a row, though. But 102, who just previously called in that cruise missile, is right back into the thick of it. 11 and 5. All of the kills erupting for Temper GG. Yeah, just more kills to be found here. 108 is on 5 in a row as well. Those are the kills found. All they needed here to keep these guys at bay. And yeah, 108 is in a spawn trap situation. Even that is wasting time that Bearclaw frankly couldn't afford. The stack is through and the round as well. We talked about Bearclaw not being decisive enough in round number 1. Well, how about that? Temper showing us exactly what the definition of decisive is. Oh, absolutely. I mean, you want to talk about a going for broke play. And typically speaking, like, hell, even in your rank lobbies, I'm sure this happens quite often, where it's just like, hey, you guys just want to like go for broke and just try to hit over towards B. And if you win the opening first few gunfights and it works out, then you could just like body stack it. And the one player that died spawned up and just immediately worked over towards A. Like, you couldn't have ridden a more poetic offense coming through from Temper GG with everything going their way, minus losing that 1 life. But now you got to reverse sweep this control. If you are Bearclaw, 2 and 9 for 105. Not a good look at all. Double negative for 106 as well. But 11 and 5 and 12 and 5 respectively between 101 and 102. Temper GG are firing on all cylinders. Yeah, you know what, mate? How this series has gone so far,
Wouldn't be surprised if this reverse sweep happens.
Either.
Oh man, first round here at Toronto is going stellar. Couple of kills now, make it 3 coming through from 103. That's going to be the second tick through on this point here, and I don't really see Temper making much of an effort here on the defense to stop it. They would be much better served making sure they do not lose potential rotation through towards B, and that is the play call from Temper. Get players in towards Scrap, force players to spawn on the other side over towards Chicken Coop, but kills now starting to be made for Temper as well. This is perfect. The play calls are great. That is a full wipe, and as far as the game plan is concerned on this rotation, I mean, it's great for Temper. It works perfectly.
Yeah, also. And we'll look at the spawn trap situation. Like, yeah, you added on 60 seconds for what? For this to potentially go down by lives? 108 already cut down, and you already found another kill inside of red. So hold on a second. Map positioning starting to flip. Here comes some of those routes that we were missing in our previous offense, but the trades need to be that much more electric. Kill feed still better for Temper. 105, 106, the only last alive. And I love this call from 106. All the way top castle. Trying to find himself a couple more kills. It's going to split the defense up. 101 was aware of the situation, but couldn't win the gunfight.
Yeah, 101, of course, just coming off the respawn there. They were taken out of scraps. That's going to give the close spawns here to Bearclaw. Now they're on their way. First kill, though, for 100. 108 able to get a second. Here comes the route, though, from 106 all the way in towards the point. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Good little coverage from 103 as well. And now Bearclaw, they are in towards this point. Can they follow up more kills? 5 in a row for 106. Now make it 6 as well. That first tick about to be through here, Randy, and 106 is on a tear.
There's only one player here, though. Reinforcements need to either step on this zone or lock down a lot of these choke points. Second segment's not going to get locked. 3-player stack, you got to go with your Temper. Somehow, some way, try to work your way inside of these doorways, but you can't even get past the crossfire. You can't even get past the bullet spray. That is 106. Wouldn't you know it? Offensive round 1 on Karachi. Again, it is the most converted as far as a control map is concerned for offensive rounds, but regardless, it's one of those things that you get the resource in your back pocket, you're going over towards defense. The biggest thing that you need to remember if you are Bearclaw is that you just need to have a post set up around the middle of the map so that way you could react if they go over towards B again, but that cruise missile could be crucial to maybe try to send it to a round 5 or win it if you are Bearclaw.
It's just like watching a totally different team. It really
He just went on a 9 spree.
Yeah, dude. Where is that? Where is that exuberance in the first couple of rounds of this control? Temper GG need to put a stop to him. As you said, that 9 spree has carried over here in towards this defensive effort. Already tagged up here. Nice little coverage, though, from teammates. Getting right stuck into it. It's going to be 105. It is now just 102 towards Clock Tower that they need to take down. And he's fine. I mean, he's just chilling inside Chicken Coop right now. The rest of the squad has just come off the respawn. One tick already through over towards A. And I do like this from Bearclaw Esports, right? They're really starting to force the issue. You've got players starting to push through, but 102 does not care. Takes both of those players down. 106 is free. It's not for long for this world. It goes down. And now Temper starting to get more than just that first tick through on A.
Look how even the lives are. Look at the positioning for Bearclaw. They're calling in the cruise missile for this? Are we sure? Does he even get there in time? Oh, just barely gets there in time, but someone needs to go to deplete that third segment. But I still don't like the cruise missile being invested, and I'll put a pin in that and talk more about it later. Temper GG, though, spotting closer over towards B. A couple players get past 106. Does he still have the hot hand? Yeah, he sure does.
Wowie, 106 is beaming right now. Surely he does not survive this next gunfight with 101. Oh my god, he does? What in the name of Jesus is that? Temper GG down to their one last remaining player here. That is a heck of a hold coming out from Bearclaw Esports. I thought the way that Temper managed to transition through towards B, that was done so. No, not at all. Not if 106 continues to has his way in this one. 105 though, significantly slow. Isn't really doing much for the squad. He's going to get shut down. Trades galore once again. Bearclaw Esports the one in control. Oh my goodness me. Temper GG now. They do have a route over towards B. Nobody inside red covering it from Bearclaw.
It's important to remember as well, I mean, if Temper GG don't get another segment, depending on what the kills are going to be looking like, this could be round 5 defense for Bearclaw if they want it. First segment over at B is going to get locked. So that's even as far as segments are concerned, and 108's going to claim his own life via the Semtex, but this round should go down to time. It's 20v9, unless you can extend it here off the third segment today.
Team kill from 108 is probably not going to help the situation. It's going to isolate them, man. 102 inside. Good cover coming out from 105 for the melee. 102 goes to get that tick through, so Temper should be good here for a defense around number 5. But still, 107 versus 17. They're up against it to try and get it done here in round number 4. That kill against 103 might well help the situation, but this has to be a perfect hit, to be honest. 107's already kicked things off with that first kill, 100 with the trade, but ultimately those trades favoring Bearclaw in the situation, given just how few lives Temper have left.
Yeah, you got a single respawn remaining if you are Temper, so this is surely starting to feel like a little bit closer to a search round than it is anything. Got to be just about perfect, hit things together, get the trades when it comes your way. But everybody's locked around this B zone and might actually work to Temper's favor. Hold on a second, they lost that one life, but they're on the zone, stopping the clock.
Semtex should land. It doesn't actually kill 102, but it's going to leave him a little bit weak here for that inevitable reach out coming through. 107 and 106 combined for 3. Just 101. Oh, maybe that's all they need. A one-man army is 101 at the moment. A 101-man army, it would seem. Managing to play his life here, but he is up against it, and the odds are going to stack against him. We're going to see a round 5 here, folks. As we said, though, the ticks are something to note here. I believe Temper will have the defense.
Yeah, they sure will. They lead the segment column by 1, if not maybe 2. I don't think that second one got captured at B, but regardless, just getting that first one, that puts it at 10-9. But then the conversation comes around. It's like the way that Bearclaw were able to emphatically win their previous offense, just replicate the same thing for it. Just do the same thing. Like, just go on a 9 spree, get on the B zone, get the cruise missile, call it in, call game, get on to winners round 3. It's just that easy, right? I mean, you're 20-19, like 21-19 for at least Challenger 107. And a lot of these guys at the end of the first round going in towards the second were in a worse spot. So, yeah. Just slay out. Like, it could literally just be as simplistic as that for Bearclaw, just to be able to outpace Temper, because it's worked out for them in the past 2 rounds. Just got to do it once more.
Well, these kind of plays don't help.
No, it doesn't.
Right? I mean, look, they are starting to get some control here, and to be fair, they're following up the kills as well, but Temper are starting to think a bit more forward-thinking here in this situation. 105, though, he is in the present, he is in the here and now. Has the coverage from his teammates as well, and all of a sudden here what looked like a relatively favorable situation for Temper on the defense with the positions they were holding. I don't know if it's so favorable anymore, to be honest. Bearclaw Resports, well, they're going to have to face down a cruise missile. That cruise missile will land and prevent the capture for now. But Bearclaw Resports, again, I mean, they've still got players hanging about the joint. They've still got players in positions to capture it. Just a second more, and yeah, A will go their way. Not the defensive hold that Temper would have wanted, but at the very least, they do win some of those rotational battles.
Yeah, I really don't like that cruise missile either.
It's early round, man.
I don't care. That was a bad cruise missile. I'll be the one to say it, and I'm sure a lot of people agree with me.
That A zone still got captured, and now at least you have players in a position to try to stop the B salvo, but nobody in a position to be able to get those trades. 103, 106 running rampant. At least you do have 100. He's still playing around T1, T2, over by P5. He's going to get some assistance here, potentially for the pinch, but hey, he's just up creep without a paddle. No need to give up your position if you are 102. Just got to keep playing these trades, man. But Bearclaw is starting to be able to find a convincing kill feed. They're getting past enemy lines.
Yeah, taking that player out of scrap was the most important thing that Bearclaw could possibly done, but now needs to follow up with more kills, and 102 and 108 doing a really good job at defending the point. It was just 103 after those kills they needed to deal with in that situation, and deal with them they do. But again, the fact there's no player in scrap means the close spawns are here for Bearclaw Resports. They're going to continue to hit this time and time again until somebody from Temper can install themselves back into towards scrap. Now the kills starting to come through. There's number 1. There's number 2. Bearclaw well on their way here to making this capture happen. One player perhaps on the flank to do anything about this. 100's not going to be able to here. Bearclaw not convincing just yet, but they're well on the way to capturing the point.
First segment looking to get locked. Gotta be smart if you are Temper. Good stuns, 2-piece to be able to work their way back in. And the first segment doesn't even get captured, so now if you're Bearclaw, take some time to reset and just wait for your reinforcements. You cannot afford to lose more lives because it'd be more time off the clock.
And more kills starting to come through now as well. You've got to make sure you get a player by that jump up to make sure, and they just haven't done exactly that. They are so preoccupied with the present at the moment that they are not thinking about what's ahead of them. Again, you need to get a player over that half wall. I mean, the players are going to keep on coming at you here on the defense if you don't deal with it right about now. And once again, this feels like insanity. We're seeing Bearclaw over and over hit this time and time again. That kill doesn't go their way. 105 for the trade. No, never mind. 100's not allowing such insolence here. There is a trade from 106, but this round starting to feel a little bit out of Bearclaw's reach it.
30 seconds remain, and I am begging for the past 20 seconds for somebody to take a dang route. 105 going to be able to double down, though, so now the front door might be open. But again, do you have any trophies to keep yourself safe? Because it was the Suns last time.
4 versus 5, 105, anticipating something from the closet side. Somebody is definitely going to chow this sooner rather than later. Oh, that's caught timing there from 105. That is so unfortunate. 103 also goes down. All of a sudden, 15 seconds on the clock here for 107 and 106 to produce something special. What have they got cooking? Absolutely nothing to make the dishes burnt. We're sending it back towards the kitchen because Tempera GG strike first here at the Toronto Ultra Open. They take that series 2-1. And you know what? That's what the main stage is for, buddy.
Yep. It's definitely one of its many benefits. I will say that much. Look, if you're looking to buy a main stage near you, that is one of the main benefits. You get COD kids yelling at each other constantly.
I like the passion. We call it the passion pit for a reason, mate.
Oh, yeah, it was certain in there. But you know, like it's one of those things again. Like for Bearclaw, like I commiserations obviously to them losing their opening winners match. They still obviously have that golden mushroom that they'll beat on the lower bracket, sure, whatever. But like, there was a certain point in time that you really do feel like that control through a multitude of different rounds could have been won by one simple thing, and that's just not barreling your way through the same choke point over and over again. Like the timings were unfavorable for them. If they just gave themselves maybe just about 5 seconds to be able to hit a route rather than just try to work a very close pinch, it would have erupted the entire setup for Temper continuously. But hey, that's just a learning progress when it comes down to a lot of these teams. Again, the 32nd seed will inevitably lose to the 33rd seed as things do start to pan out here. But the winner of this match, what I'm pretty sure actually goes on to face Omid-EU. So it, to say it gets easier, I wish I could be the one to tell you that, but it just does not.
That's such a fun experience. You're like, what's your reward for winning on the main stage here, folks? Oh, you get to play the best team in European challenges? Scheisse.
Hey, look, Aaron Raylis was able to take a map off of them. So
I guess anyone can, yeah, for sure.
Right?
If Raiders can win a map,
possible.
anybody can, for sure. Here's a look back at the series, folks. For you guys who maybe didn't get a chance to watch it, this was one of the weirdest series that we have seen in challenges. As we said, we can come to expect it with kind of these early rounds here on LAN. But that was the hard point you just saw, where, of course, it was a comeback for Tempera GG. Bearclaw Esports managed to make the big comeback here in the Search and Destroy. They ignore the fact that their names are incorrect up top. Of course, they were 4-0 down, Andy, in the Search and Destroy. All of a sudden, they kind of flicked a switch and, I guess, managed to pull off 6 rounds in a row. Yeah,
once that kill happened, like when you go to the Renetti and like you empty the entire clip and the person with the Rival 9 doesn't kill you, like that's how you know it's chalked. Like, that's how you know we start talking about our control rollouts. But realistically, like it was this control, right? Because I mean, what Temper went up 2-0. And we still made it to a round 5 because I don't know who 106 is, but like this 9 spree, to say it was Herculean is putting it so lightly. It was godlike just to be able to will his way inside of that B zone, to be able to even force it into a round 5 using the cruise missile the way that they did early on A, which I wasn't a fan of in the first place, but it got the job done. Regardless, I could sit here for hours and talking about how bad some of these cruise missiles are throughout the entirety of the pit, but that's an entirely different podcast. Commiserations to Bearclaw going down in the lower bracket. Their day just got a little bit longer, potentially even for tomorrow as well. Temper, good luck.
Yeah, I think we were saying it right throughout the entirety of that one, but like, yeah, this is first round of play, right? You're playing, you know, similarly seeded teams, lower level teams here in the Passion Pit.
And then you go face seed number 1.
Yeah, you go face seed number 1. The stuff you did wrong in that first match, you cannot do that versus
Hixie won't let that slide.
I mean, I think Omid are going to take it relatively chillaxed. I don't think they're going to be particularly trying to like, oh, we're going to try and set records in the pit. We're trying to get a 250-0 hard point, a 6-0 Search and Destroy to 2-0 the series. I don't think they're going to do that. I know those Omid guys. I don't think they care that much, but I think you certainly do need to kind of plug some of your holes in the gameplay for sure that we saw there in that best of 3. But it was a great best of 3, a great way to start the Toronto Ultra Open here from the Mattamy Athletics Centre. We've got more Call of Duty action coming from the Passion Pit though, so don't go far, folks. After the break, we've got more action, I believe, from winners round 2, I want to say that we're in right now. That's where we're at. We've got more action. Don't go far, folks.
Welcome to the Blacklight Chair Dash. What this?
Welcome to the Blacklight Chair Dash. Today we have 4 races taking on this grueling obstacle course while they're strapped into the brand new Blacklight Athena chair. Each player will complete a solo time trial to determine their starting position in the final race. The winner gets bragging rights, the loser shamed forever. The rules are simple. Complete the course as fast as possible. If you touch a pylon, we'll add 5 seconds. You touch a wall, we'll add 5 seconds. You go backwards, and you're disqualified. We've taken over the whole office for this race to put the players and the chairs to the ultimate test. First, we start with a mad dash through the player lounge on hardwood floors with a sharp turn into the limbo challenge. Then the racers will have to try to build up as much speed as possible on the carpet, but make sure you're precise. You don't want to damage the chair or the door on the way through. Finally, we have the pylon slalom to the finish line. First up, Scrappy Poo-Poo. Down from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, go. What he said. He's moving faster than Uncle Tony at a cannoli shop.
God damn, this is hard.
Man, he turned that corner real tight. Man, he really put that recliner to the test. He got low. Oh, slow down. Don't want to get yourself hurt.
Oh my.
Oh, don't do that. Meow. Wow.
This guy's a pro.
That was a solid run from Scrappy. We added 5 seconds for touching the wall, but that's okay. Up next, we got Dilly Willy. 5, 4, 3, 2, go.
Dude,
Look at those feet move.
I'm
He's like
gone.
Fred Flintstone. Dabba dabba doo.
I'm happy, Pete. Jesus, I'm losing control. How low can I go?
Somebody call a doctor. He got low. He's practically horizontal. Don't you turn around. Don't make me turn
Come
this
on.
chair around.
You got more in ya.
Man, that chair moves real nicely on carpet.
Oh, this door's gonna get it.
How can he move so easily and look so comfy at the same time? It's all in the hips and the wheels.
No.
Uh-oh.
Come on. Not as clean as I want it.
Uh-oh. Dilly Willy had an oopsie poopsie.
5
We
seconds,
added
man.
5 for hitting the pylon. A strong finish from Dilly Willy. Up next, we've got Jamie Wamey, Bo Bamey, Banana Nana, Fo Famey, Fee Fi, Fo Famey, Bo Bo. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's get those clickety clackers clickety clacking.
The wheels, mate.
Oopsie noodle. He reclined so far back I could take a nap in that chair. Oh, you can dance. See that guy? Watch that scene. Dig in the dancing queen. He's moving smoothly. He's gaining speed on that carpet.
You know, there's a cone in my way.
Better be careful. Man, I gotta get me one of those chairs. I could do anything in that. How'd that chair move so smooth on that? Those wheels turn real easy.
My breath, mate.
It was a pretty clean run from insight, but he hit the doohickey on the way through the hallway. Last but certainly not least, the tissue with an issue, we've got Kleenex. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, get out of here.
Okay, Gary, shut up, bro.
Is that a gaming chair or a race car? I can't even
Wait, did
tell.
you just lower it? He lowered it. He lowered it.
Somebody called a chiropractor because he almost snapped his back in half. I've never seen wheels turn like that before. Do. Max Verstappen. Bo.
I can't go backwards, right?
Man, that chair moves real nicely on carpet.
Oh my God. Whoa.
Man, those
No.
things are durable.
No way. I just fumbled it.
That chair can move.
Nope. About 30%.
Flawless run saw Toby come in first place, followed by Scrap, then Envoy, then Insight. Let's move them all to the starting line for the final race of the Blacklight Chair Dash. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Hey, yo. Wait, no holding, trust. Give me no holding.
Uh-oh, traffic jam. I thought I was gonna have to get a magic eraser, but there's no marks on the floor. Uh-oh, the fire's on.
I'm waiting to get their better run song.
Hey, is the chair okay?
No.
Is the chair okay? How does the chair move so easily on hardwood floor, carpet, and the tile? Tell me this. And your champion, Plainax.
You guys are
If you're
trolling
not
me.
first, you're last.
How have you done that? I just shoved him into the
All right, guys, that was the Blacklight Chair Dash, and obviously Toby came out on top. Scrap was our loser today, and me and Jamie were right in the middle. So with the durability of these chairs, anything's possible, like you guys just saw in the obstacle course. So yeah, comment down below who you think did the best and who cheated the most.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Call of Duty Challengers 2024 Toronto Ultra Open. It's time for more action live from the Passion Pit, and we have another matchup from Winners Round 2. It's time for some more recognizable names. We've got K2 Esports going head-to-head with Galaxy Gaming, and you might recognize, no, Andy has not transformed into another creature. This is Colin. You might know him as Seymour. He casts COD.
Did you just call me a creature on cast? I can't believe this guy.
Sorry,
oh, I'm happy to be here in the pit. It's amazing, the energy here. I mean, like always, every single year, Toronto brings the heat, and it's awesome. I mean, we got plenty of team out here for the Open as well, and I was kind of sitting in the main pit and just listening to all the teams get loud. It was Winners Round 1, and already teams are just trash talking each other.
The passion is flowing, mate. It wouldn't be the Passion Pit without it. Honestly, one day I'm really sad. Like, you know, the Passion Pit will stop being the Passion Pit. We'll call it the Sadness Pit. You know, the passion will stop flowing. We need to keep it going, guys. Get everybody on the main stage shouting at one another like Tempra were doing earlier on when they beat Bearclaw Gaming. Of course, you missed that matchup. You missed the weirdly interesting one because it was just weird. There were some crazy errors on both sides. You know what? We're hoping for a cleaner, less error-filled Call of Duty here in this one because we've got K2 Esports going head-to-head with Galaxy Gaming. Now, we kind of recognize some of the players on this team. You talked about some players on Galaxy Gaming, right?
Yeah, I think Galaxy Gaming from NA, K2 from EU. So a little bit of a kind of mix-up here of teams. And I think for Galaxy, it's going to be interesting how they kind of warm up here. These are some names that are, not the most notable here in NA. But on the other side for EU, I mean, you have for this K2 team, that's Aaaaaa and Devil and Infinity, yes, players that have been playing together for a very long time, players who have seen the Elite, players who have kind of had those reps against high-level teams. Maybe not the best outcomes, but still, it's going to be a tough team for Galaxy Gaming LLC to kind of play up against nonetheless into this best of 3 sub-base Karachi Invasion. This is a lovely set of maps.
Yeah, we do love it. Again, early on, as I mentioned with Andy earlier on, folks, these kind of matches where, you wouldn't really know much about your opponents, you're not going to be kind of tactically vetoing around what your opponent is strong at. It is just kind of trying to generate a map set for yourself that you are going to be content with and the maps that you are feeling strongest on. So for both of these rosters, you've got to imagine to get sub-base Karachi and Invasion in that order of hardpoint search and destroy and control. They'll be feeling pretty comfortable with how this map set will play out. Sub-base hardpoint is where we're going to be kicking off this series. But you talked very briefly there about K2 Esports, Colin, and kind of the Europeans here. It's kind of funny because last year, I actually vividly remember casting Avo on main stage as well. I can't remember who he was playing with, which maybe, clearly I don't remember it that vividly, but he was playing on main stage. And yeah, it's kind of weird, right, to see a player that has been around for a very, very long time. Like, I think, we very often talk about players that have been playing for like 6 or 7 years, like veteran players and challengers, the likes of Steve Vortex and Wee Man are the kind of players that come to mind, right? But you get players like this that have been playing at kind of I want to say a low level, but I don't mean that insultingly. I sometimes can come off as a bit of a mean person, not trying to be, but relatively low level gameplay. Aaaaaa has been doing this for years. Like, he was going to like Insomnia events back in like 2017.
Yeah, he's been around the block.
This guy has been playing for a really damn long time. So to see him still at it, coming all the way out here towards Toronto with this kind of talent-filled roster, you know what? Fair play to him, mate. He's still doing it.
I think the one thing about this K2 roster that I do really enjoy is the experience that they have together. Playing back in MW2, playing this year in MW3, Devil and Infinity have been, kind of running this K2 team together. And now you kind of add back Avo into this trio, and you kind of have this mix of players who, may not play as much as they used to, but still have that love for competition, coming out to Toronto and, enjoying an event, the Toronto Ultra Open, and kind of just trying to have as good a run as they possibly can. Now into Winners Round 2, you match up against Galaxy Gaming LLC, a team of Cells, Diff, Eternal, and Bala. Like I said, not the most notable players out in NA, but you have Bala coming out from St. Edwards back in the CCL. Yep. And, this CCL team made a lot of runs in Search and Destroy, really made a name for himself when it came down to that map too. So we're going to have to look to see if, this Galaxy Gaming team can come out to a hot start as we're hopping on with the sub-base.
Yeah, for sure. Now, again, don't really know what to expect too much from these teams. You already mentioned how for K2 at the very least, you're looking at these players that, we've seen some of them in Challengers Elite, looking to the likes of Divil and Isaac particularly, that have made a name for themselves over the last couple of years in Call of Duty Challengers Elite. So we know what to expect from them. For Galaxy Gaming, maybe less so, but that might benefit them. Again, the anonymity of it, might well give them an advantage versus K2, who might not know what to expect. But as we start off this sub-base hardpoint here, Colin, things are mixy as ever on P1, but keep an eye on that P2 rotation. It'll be K2 in control. It's
going to be a lot down to the subs to kind of make those breaks and these hills. The ARs obviously going to have to provide those opportunities on the map. And already, I mean, I think K2 have been doing a good job at locking down these P2 spawns. A teammate, unfortunately, is going to allow Challenger 106 to make this play, but it's a good kind of backup there from K2 Esports. They're looking for the kills 5 in a row. Here's a cruise missile already for K2 Esports, as they're not getting any time here, but they're making sure that they keep the map. I don't know who this is, but 8-0 is a fantastic start.
Yeah, look, I'm really sad that we can't give him his flowers, but he's living up to his name at the very least. He's challenged 108, and he's already got 8-0 kills. This guy is insane. K2 Esports starting this exactly as they would like, and now you look towards the backline here if you're Galaxy Gaming. Very awkward spot. You have no choice but really to fight for this hill towards that rotation towards new. Here come the trades galore. Challenge 107 can't finish his fuse. Unfortunately, the leftovers come back to bite him. And this is worst case scenario. You are now on the rotation reliant on Challenge 103 producing a rotation breaking play.
Yeah. On an island, teammate is going to slow down Galaxy Gaming even more, so it's just pressure for 103 to hopefully find some of these kills, make sure that K2 can't garner some time. Just about a 20-point lead right now for K2 Esports. 108 is going to jump on in. Now you're going to see this one playing his life. And that's going to be all arrows turning around to hunt down onto this player. You're looking for Galaxy Gaming to take top snow control, see if 103 can do that damage, but it's 3 kills in a row. 106 looking to pull these spawns, and he will. Spawns get pulled in the back for Galaxy Gaming, now looking to get some time.
That is a crucial break. You could not afford to give that time away to K2 Esports, and they're not going to do so. So 10 seconds left realistically before the rotation starts to come through. A little bit of a two-piece coming through between 100 and 108 means that Galaxy Gaming might not actually get the time off that break that they'd otherwise want. Challenger still coming on through the front. 100 playing his life really damn well here in this situation. It is just keeping Galaxy Gaming at bay. 10 seconds left now. They will garner that scrap time. But K2 Esports, for basically every single kill in this game so far, have been in control of the rotation column. They will do so again here.
And they got majority of their time back in P2. There's a very scrappy sub-base so far off the start. Lots of breaking, not something that you normally see at all. And I think that's really good for both of these teams while they're still trying to get warmed up on the main stage. Just trying to make this scrappy. Don't allow any of this big time to come out. And a cruise missile is going to be invested from K2 off of that early setup. So it's going to find the kill onto 1, 3 go down. And now that's going to allow these ARs to really set up on these power positions.
I kind of wonder why. To be honest with you, I get it. You know, you want some security that you're going to get a full 6.
But they get broken.
But it doesn't lead to the control that you really want. 102 is able to produce a kill towards top snow, so it is only momentary in which K2 lose control of a hard point. But even still, like, surely that cruise missile could have been better invested later on during the game, right? When you need it in a crucial clutch situation for a rotation, not when you have rotation of one of the easiest hills to hold here on sub-base.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's determined right there from K2. They say this has been scrappy, so let's try to lock down some solidity here. And they use the cruise missile. They get a lot of time there. 50-point lead heading into P5. And now you can see everybody looking for this top snow control. 105 goes down. That's 2 down for Galaxy Gaming. It's 103 all alone on an island. 3 down again for Galaxy Gaming. And K2 have just been dominating so far in the late half of this first set of rotations.
Again, that's a rotation you cannot afford to lose if you're Galaxy Gaming. 3 down in the kill feed as well. K2 following up pretty damn well here on sub-base. Oh my goodness me, more kills to be found. That is a combined 9 spree between 100, 108 and 101. Now making it 10 as 101 hits 4 in a row. He's already got that cruise missile in the back pocket, and maybe that's the answer as to why perhaps they did use that cruise missile earlier on, right? Because it's like, when you've got another one, you might as well just use it to certify control. But Colin, at this point in the game, things starting to get out of hand. You need that double from 103 to ensure that the scrap time is yours. But even that, I mean, it's not certified. The control over Warehouse wasn't there from Galaxy.
No, the control of Warehouse, I think, is what we're seeing from K2 a lot, even over towards P4. When they use that cruise missile, you saw a lot of these ARs kind of spread through the map, take that high ground control. In a map like Subbase, once you have that high ground and you're spawning your opponents out, crossing through the middle, it seems nearly impossible. So you're looking at Galaxy Gaming in the second set of rotations to look to see if they can get their ARs online, try to dominate this height, not allow K2 to kind of go off to these sprees like we've seen. I mean, 15-7 at a 108, 16-6 at a 100. I mean, they have been dominating the kills on rotation, and I think Galaxy Gaming, they need to step it up in that situation.
just can't afford to keep them getting wiped like this. Oh my goodness me, 3 spree now for Challenge 101. I mean, look at the performances across the board. You've got Challenge 100 18-7, Challenge 108 at 15-7, and Challenge 101 at 13-8. Again, we don't really know who those players are, but they're doing all right. You know, they're doing okay in this game. And they're a big reason right now why this lead is about 75 points or so between them and Galaxy Gaming. But at the very least here, kills starting to come through for Galaxy Gaming. Look at the rotation, and they are going to be the ones in control.
This is the first time that we've really seen Galaxy Gaming with some semblance of control on rotations. Every other time it has been a little bit more unstable, so hopefully a big turnover of time here for Galaxy Gaming to look to claw back this deficit that K2 has come out to. 101 looking to make the play around for the flank. You have a spawn deep from 103, so hopefully they can stop this, but 101 finds the 6th kill, gonna get into the time. It's a break again from K2, and I just don't know where Galaxy are looking.
I think the problem there was, right, I think that the player that was keeping an eye on the flank was more preoccupied with a potential player coming through the water side. They make a little bit of a change in the positioning to deal with that, and unfortunately, I mean, there was a player from K2 ready to capitalize on it. So now if you're Galaxy Gaming, once again, you're in a very similar situation. You're having a fight from the flank, and 102 is just going to keep you lined up in the iron sights and will knock you down just as easily. And it's that exact same situation here, Colin, where K2, no choice but to push through old. They've still got those spawns towards the very far back of the map, about as far away from P3 as you could possibly get. This is a disastrous situation for Galaxy.
Yeah, 7-21, 7-17. It's just, it seems like Galaxy Gaming just continue to snowball out of control on rotation to P3. You already have this set up from K2. Kills are going to go back and forth. The pinch is out, and Galaxy again just stopped from this setup. The blue team able to hop into the initial 4 this time. You still have streaks as well in case you get broken, Brody. I mean, you have every tool right now in your arsenal to win this map.
Yeah, there's a lot of backstops here. If you're K2 Esports, there's a lot of chances to win this one. Oh, goodness me. You can't be taking first shots like that and then getting turned on, buddy. Challenge 107. Straight back towards the backside of P2. These guys have got a long way to go before they can get even closer. Challenge 101 is just absolutely beaming everything. That was a 10 spree from them as they finally do end up going down. Challenge 100 though, tell you what, if one 10 spree goes, why not build up another one? 4 in a row will finally get cut short, Colin. But K2, they can still finish things here unless something special comes out from 106.
Yeah. Gonna have to break this one from up top. Jumps on down in for the contest. No solid break. Still kills coming through from K2, but it's 3 down. Galaxy finally get in 240 to 86. K2 winning the rotation to P4. They only need 10 seconds to put away the sub base, and you look at those red arrows, they are spawning so far away.
Yeah, this one is probably done so here. I don't think anything is happening in this situation, not when you're getting pieced up like that. Goodness gracious me. Galaxy Gaming look like they're in another universe at the moment because, yeah, K2 Esports just showing them how to play hardpoint.
Okay, so, I mean, 100-point club to kick off our winners round 2 match here between Galaxy Gaming and K2 Esports. Wasn't really expecting this between both of these two teams, but with the, I guess, experience that we're seeing from this K2 team, like we were saying, I mean, they've been playing together for quite a long time, whether it's going to be through those Challenger Cups over in EU or, you know, maybe some elites back at MW2. It's showing right there that the knowledge of playing sub-base is just leagues ahead of the side of Galaxy Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is when we talk about K2 Esports and kind of like the European capsule, as it were, right, you know, where there are in that region, they're about a top 16 team. You know, I don't think there's anything particularly to talk about. You know, that we never see them in any real capacity in that region. But still, top 16 is still relatively noteworthy, right? And it's like, I don't think you can underestimate them in this situation. It does almost feel like a bit of a mismatch where you have players that maybe you've heard of, a couple of them on Galaxy Gaming, versus these players that are seasoned, they're veterans in the European region in K2 Esports. And you could definitely tell that there. You look at the hardpoint and the way in which that was playing. I mean, key rotational battles being won from K2. I mean, a couple of moments there, I think, looking particularly towards the second set where we saw those breaks happening from K2. I mean, the times where Galaxy were in control, K2 were like, all right, here's a perfect way to break it. Here, we're going to do this as a team. And that is that veterancy, and as you said, kind of the length of the time that these guys have been playing together showing through.
Oh, yeah. It's leading now into the Search and Destroy, where I think this is the moment where Galaxy Gaming, I was kind of looking for them to kind of elevate their play style, because you have a player like Bala on this team who back in CCL, albeit, you know, limited time playing with the St. Mary's roster, but really showcased good prowess when it came down to this this map or mode combo, especially with Karachi, where the sub can just kind of roam free, find those first bloods, get into scenarios where you can look to break. And I think that if you're looking at anything to turn around this early game for K2 Esports, it's kind of a player like Bala to kind of find that guess, comfort in this team and hopefully bring things into an invasion control.
Alrighty, well, we just got word apparently player 108 who had a stellar game number 1 is Infinity. Fake name, by the way, not the real Infinity. Yeah, no, it's certainly not. But yeah, so that's had a really good game back in that first map of the series. So if he plays anything like that in the Search and Destroy, I know, very different game mode altogether. Galaxy might be in trouble here, and we might be staring down a lower bracket early on in this one. It is difficult, I think, when you're facing a relatively low-seeded team here in Toronto. You're not facing like an Omit or a Houston Spines or an FC Black.
Oh, yeah.
You're just looking for a nice, chillaxed winners round 2 game, and you go up against a team that kind of are deceptively low-seeded.
You're not getting that.
Yeah. You're
not getting that. K2 is out for blood right now. And we saw that in the sub-base. A 100-point club to kick off this series, and that's going to sting if you're Galaxy Gaming. So you're hoping that heading into this Karachi Search and Destroy, you're not going to continue at this deficit off of the sub-base. So I think for Galaxy Gaming, these first initial rounds are so important to the impact of this Search and Destroy. You're hoping they get bounced back right away.
Yeah, and we were talking about kind of that last series that we saw between teams that we saw in that first round, and well, there was some mistakes in the Search and Destroy to be speaking about. And this one, don't want to see that from K2 Esports. And already off the start of this one, K2 Esports got the kills they needed to get in towards A. Challenge 100 is scary. I mean, just the mere sight of Challenge 100 has sent Challenge 107 away, packing straight towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, it should have been a kill for Galaxy, but respect being shown to K2. And now for the retake, 3-on-3. It's going to have to be, you know, if bomb does end up going down, I'd say a rotation from red, but it's a call here, an audible from K2 to wrap right through the spawn of Galaxy. Now you have 106 sitting up top castle. Chance to maybe find some of these kills on rotation, but no timing going the way of K2 Esports. And just like that, Galaxy, they're going to be spotted. 106 goes down and the B side is open.
Yeah, cross being covered. Oh, that is a lovely smoke. What a perfect position coming out from K2 there. Reposition from 107 will be good enough. Will it be good enough to stop the plant, though, is the question. Oh, yes, it will. 102 does not get that bomb down. For 15 seconds left now, a 2 versus 2. 100's immediate reaction is to get this bomb straight back down. That has to be the way you play this. The post plant runs right beside 105. 105 reveals their position here. The reaction actually not all that fast from 100. So 102 on the, or 108 on the bridge is going to have to do some serious damage here. He's going to find that 1 kill versus 105, and now it is just 107 here in this situation. 1 versus 2 here, Colin.
And there's not really much you can do with 22 seconds left. Going to have to find both individual fights. As soon as 108 shoulders it, it's going to Galaxy Gaming losing their defensive rounds. And I really like that from K2. You think you get that first blood trade, and you hop onto the A site, and immediately you decide, okay, let's kind of feel out how this post plant is going to look. They don't feel as comfortable for getting the bomb down and then exiting into a post plant position. And as soon as they force the player off the half wall, they decide, hey, let's just kind of run over here, take control of their spawn, and see if we can fish another kill. As soon as the player's out of castle, that is an easy determination to go to that B site and get that bomb down.
Yeah, decisive plays again, going back towards that first match of the day. That was what was missing in that Search and Destroy in Karachi. This time around, albeit we are only 1 round deep, feels like we're seeing some of that from K2. Good stun check coming out from Galaxy Gaming, though. That's going to force 100 to rethink the way that they want to play. They do have a little bit of coverage from 108 on the clock tower, of course. 100 going to find that first blood now. That is bomb down. It's going to make things super awkward for Galaxy. 105 gets found out inside the church, having to face down a couple of players here. To be fair, plays it well enough in the smoke to try and exit, but it still does not work out. That bomb is still down.
Big shots here from K2 Esports, but still a 4v2. And Chal's out with the Renetti, and I think he must have been one shot because these Galaxy players are falling so fast in this round. K2 off their defense. It's that initial stun check, like you say, they get the information and they just collapse right onto these players. The confidence off that sub base and a lot of these individual gunfights to just dominate and bully your way through these rounds. You see it right there on the defense that nothing is seeming to stop this K2 team. And Galaxy, they need to find a break off of some of these initial kills.
Yep. K2 Esports just looked that little bit more confident in these first couple of rounds. Something's got to change for Galaxy. Wasn't there on the hard point, hasn't been there the first couple of Search and Destroy rounds here on Karachi. Nades over the top. What does it get? Nothing. No information either. So, well, maybe the information, I guess, that they didn't connect. They know where those players are not, but still. Look at this. Sneaky like Solid Snake. Challenge 105 trying to play all sneaky beaky. And, well, 103's been caught out. 105 hasn't yet. The bomb goes down.
They have the post plant too. Back cafe into mailroom. do you expect this? If your 105 slides out, the rival shot's just not there, and that's going to further solidify this round for K2 Esports. Seemingly impossible to challenge on these walls. Almost finds the shots with the MCW, but another clinical round out of K2. A flawless to bring them up 3-0, and it really is just looking like the bully show here from this K2 team.
That's tough. When you go to the drop shot and you still get headshotted, mate, that is tough. And that's post-MCW patch headshot as well.
Yeah, that's so when the hip fire doesn't hit as hard as it used to.
Oh, that is tough. That's unfortunate. Good effort from Galaxy, I will say that much. They're starting to get players into positions where they feel like they could be doing something, but I think just the execution isn't quite there. It needs to start being there, to be honest. You look at the streaks now starting to be put together from K2 Esports, obviously off the back of 3 rounds in a row, and I mean, what, challenge 105. You've got to make sure that they do not earn a cruise missile in this situation. 100 going straight for it. I love the confidence. Oh, okay, maybe not that much confidence.
No reaction.
Please. You know what? I like it. Good information that from a teammate. Doesn't matter if they go down in the end because the streak's been earned.
And you see that too. I mean, you get those early shots. Nobody to kind of react to that.
Yeah.
Player on the cylinder just stands, holds irons, and dead to rights. 3-on-2 for K2 to look to go up 4-0 in the series. Bomb is all the way in Coop. You have number 7 looking to wrap a route all the way to the A. Both players so disconnected. You're going to have to kind of pop off if you're either one.
Something individual here from 107. Got to climb the ladder first. That's the first bit of difficulty for 107. Here we go. No trigger discipline. He's just going to go straight for the first kill. And I think if he had looked for a little bit more information or even gone a little bit further around the backside of Castle, he probably would have found out where that player was and it would have been a 2-piece. But he's not able to produce. Now 106. I mean, geez, what do you do? Trying to get the bomb down. Quote up from up top. Didn't quite get all the angle covered. And K2, they have been perfect in this S&D thus far.
Yeah, I think for Galaxy, at this point, I mean, you're down 4-0. I just want to see them hit something together, especially on the attacking side. Right in that last round, I mean, I don't mind the play to go rogue, try to open up the map for your bomb planter, but you don't have the information on where these K2 players are, so you really can't gamble on the fact that you're going to be able to leave your bomb player isolated and he's just going to be safe and sound. You had a player wrapping all the way through P5 and nobody is kind of searching for this information on Galaxy. You're just kind of banking on everything to work out in your favor. And I need to start to see them work together, kind of locate this information, and try to work the map to deny K2 Esports of these early positionings.
A lot to do here. Streak coming down here from K2 Esports. Now is the time to get it done. 100 earned it in the last round. Forces 105 in towards the mailroom, and he is punished for that attempted escape. K2 Esports with a bomb. They're 3 versus 3. They've got a bomb site all to themselves. And a kill as well.
I was going to say, at least he gets that first blood for Galaxy traded out. The cruise missile doesn't get anything, but now in a retake, 2v3, and this A site is not easy to retake at all. So you're going to be looking to kind of see if you can take control of some part, but it's going to be Cafe that's the real issue. If you take out this player into Mail, that's going to bring it into a 2-on-2, but you have to work together to fight these headies that K2, I'm sure, are looking to put this one into a 5-0 lead.
Yeah, it's just so many different angles you've got to check here in this situation. 106, I mean, you can see the way he's kind of brazenly checking every single one. Into mailroom they go. 101 on the other side of the wall. Thinks he's down low. That's absolutely not the case. At the very least, there is a double challenge. There's actually a double kill coming through here from 103. This is still possible in this situation. 100 is just paying patiently, though, waiting before making that first move. Oh, goodness me. Almost a clutch up. Don't really know if there was enough time in that situation, but regardless, it is a KT win. And you mentioned that cruise missile early in the round. I actually like that cruise missile coming out from KT, right? It basically clears the entirety of the A-bomb site so they can effectively get that bomb down.
And I was saying, you know, for Galaxy, at least you get that one kill. So the cruise missile's out, you get the first kill, you trade it, and it's a 3-on-3, so you're retaking it even. It's when you lose the player in red is when things kind of fall to the wayside for this team. And then for Galaxy, you're just putting yourself in unwinnable situations with those deficits. And, you know, you saw at the end, those are brilliant shots coming out from that last player on Galaxy Gaming. But with only 10 seconds left, I thought maybe if he hopped the bomb right away, that the player who rotated towards Arches might not see it. But, I mean, K2 Esports are just playing on a different level.
feeling diffy at the moment. Galaxy finally drawing first blood here, and they have full control over A. So this is probably their best look at a round so far. Of course, it does have to be, and that's a really good read coming out from 107 to recognize that, hey, these players are going to start to get aggressive at 5-0. I mean, they've already been aggressive for a really long time.
Wait.
Are they going to predict this, though?
Wait.
Surely someone's going to check. Yeah, this check's coming through. This check is coming through.
They're not checking
This check
it.
is coming
They're
through,
not
right?
checking
This
it.
check is not coming through! How on earth do you let that happen? 101 gets away with a bloody ninja, and that's a 6-0. That's egregious. That's wrong. That's not okay. Fix up.
Smiles for K2. No trash talk. They're not even loud. They know what they just did, and they got away with murder in that last one. That is how it ends.
But there's a player right there. Just peek the bomb. You have numbers. You're going to get traded. There's no reason not to be peeking the bomb in that situation, have somebody constantly checking it. That is a massive fumble for Galaxy Gaming. I do not understand how an error of that caliber happens in a 6-0 search and destroy. I mean, to be fair, I'm not going to put everything on what was a very small part of a massive thrashing, but I mean, that is the cherry on
It's
it,
a
right?
very demoralizing way to go into the lower bracket, I will tell you that. And, you know, for Galaxy, you know, you lose here, you go into the lower bracket, you have a chance to kind of, I guess, regroup, figure out what went wrong. To the end there, it just seemed like the communication wasn't there. It just didn't seem like they had the right idea on playing these maps. And the confidence, surely, after that sub-base was starting to fall flat in this game. And it was very noticeable, for sure. And I think for, you know, K2 Esports, they came in, you know, it's business as usual for these players. I mean, these aren't just nobodies that are taking the stage from EU. I mean, these are notable players that I'm sure have been spending a lot of time practicing together with that experience, that camaraderie, and you really see it unfold in situations like that search and destroy, where even in a 4v2, they feel comfortable making ninja
Yeah, for
diffuses.
sure. Well, look, if you guys were asleep during that series, which to be fair, it would have been a very short nap given how quick it was, here's a look back at that series, because K2 Esports, talk about the dominant sub-base hardpoint, the way in which Galaxy Gaming, I mean, the few attempts that they had at control throughout that hardpoint, Colin, it lasted not very long, was what I was saying.
Yeah, I mean, and, you know, Galaxy Gaming, they were hitting rotations. They were looking for these early setups. It's just the kills behind them were not there. And for K2, it was break after break, 3K after 3K. They just were flowing through the map, dominating, bullying their way through this series. And yeah, it was a short one, but for K2 Esports, that makes them look really, really good in the early rounds of this winner's bracket stage. Now, I'm sure heading into winner's bracket round 3, where it's still going to be best of 3s, that confidence surely will carry over for this K2 Esports team. And if there's any way to start your day, it's with games like that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, K2 will be very confident right now, as you said. I don't know who they'll be facing next, but I'd imagine, given the fact that they are a relatively low seed, that their confidence won't last long. That's all I'm going to say.
No confidence.
I don't know, dude. Because, like, yeah, this is where you start to place those top 16 teams, right? You know, you get a Houston Spartans, you get an Noma EU. Not saying that's who they're going to face next, but I think that confidence will evaporate pretty damn quickly. If I'm facing Charlie Hixie on the main stage, mate, I don't know. I think there might be excrement coming out the other side. But it's tough. It's tough. You know, you start to get into some of these deeper matches, and yeah, that confidence can carry you through, but only so far, man.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that, you know, for K2 Esports, nothing is solidified surely for this team heading into winners round 3. But, you know, I mean, it is early days here in Toronto, and there's lots of matches to still happen for today, Brody. I mean, this is only the start. I'm just waiting for things to heat up.
Yeah, well, things are certainly going to heat up as we get further and further in this bracket. I believe that's winners round 2 done and dusted. Next up, we look at winners round 3, and this is where things certainly do get spicy. The heat is rising here in the Madame Athletic Centre here at the Toronto Ultra Open. So trust me, you guys do not want to miss the remainder of this tournament, the remainder of day 1. We'll be back with more action after this.
I just wanna turn around, I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance. I just wanna
Hold that shit, bitch. Gatorade!
Okay. So, stage 2. Mini flash. That was the first thing we did. You guys had a little thing going.
The most awkward thing ever. Yeah, we did. Yeah, it was fun.
Look at that, man. It's so cheese.
Yeah, so we went party putting.
Party putting.
Some crackhead tried to join in.
I was literally sitting there putting, right? On like a hard ass course. Tweaker just pulls up to me, just like steps in front of me, sets his ball down, and starts going. And I'm like literally at the tee. I was mind blown. I was already checked
I guess
out.
it's your hole now.
Yeah, I guess it's yours. I'm like, I walk back and I look at Sean. I'm like, what is going on? I feel like I'm in a simulation.
Me and Jamie had a little internal competition.
Yeah, I won, by the way.
Some of the holes were some cheese, but we'll give him the win. But had a little bit of fun with the team, just going out.
Building some chem, you know, we need it, because Jesus Christ.
Yeah, damn, we're looking rough.
Here we go. And 3, 2, 1. Let's go. He's crying laughing. Wait, are you putting it in your mouth on camera? Yeah. I'm keeping that shit in my mouth. All right, yeah, you can keep it in your mouth, okay.
Yeah, everyone loves that Bell walkout. I mean, Scrap's kind of fruity and all of them. It's just really weird. It's just really odd.
Scrap was really into it, to be fair.
Yeah, I know. He was hugging me and stuff like after. It was a bit weird.
You, grip in the back. Anyway.
Oh yeah, we just did the Miami ones. I'm a lifeguard and stuff. I mean, if you're drowning, let me know. You know, I got you.
It's good crack though.
Yeah.
The fans enjoy it.
Yeah, they're always the best ones. Like the one where we do some weird stuff.
The dumb ones.
Yeah.
The dumb ones is what the fans like. They live for it.
If you go to Miami, you might see me on the beach in the same outfit, you know?
I hope. I actually might pack it. I might bring it.
What, the cap on,
Yeah, I might bring
whistle
it, yeah.
in?
I'll bring my muscle suit.
I'm down.
I'm looking like a Chad in that video.
But
Curling 20s.
yeah, people are gonna enjoy that one too, I think.
Yeah, I think they'll enjoy that
just
one.
a bit of fun.
Bit of banter, you know, bit of banter. Bit of banter.
You understand the rules, Scrap?
What?
You understand the rules, right?
You gotta explain them.
I have to explain them.
You have to explain them.
So where do we start? How do we start the game?
You don't understand the rules?
No, yes I do. What's going on, guys? Today we got an obstacle course that we're gonna be playing for you guys. Obviously, we got two captains starting over there, Ryan and Joe, obviously the two coaches. We're gonna be going through a little bit of obstacles that's gonna see what team is the best one. Starting off, we got beer pong. It's 3 cups. All you have to do is make 3, you move on. Number 2, there's gonna be a guy blindfolded over here. All right, he's not over here, but just imagine someone over there. You know, he's gonna be blindfolded, spun around 5 times. I forgot the rules.
I've been subbed in to finish off the rules. So once the person over there is blindfolded and spun 5 times, they're going to navigate to the other side of the TD lounge and they're going to try to pick up the ultra sticker roll. Once they do that, we're going to proceed back to the ping pong table and we are going to play flip cup. And then if you win, you win.
Let's begin.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, Ryan gets first pick.
I'm taking Scrap.
Okay, Ryan first picks me. Ryan first picks me. Joe, who we going first pick?
I'll take the subs, both of them.
Oh, he's taking both the subs. Both the subs.
I mean, yeah,
so
last
that
pick,
means
last pick.
we get
Last pick, Jamie.
last pick,
Standard.
Jamie Craven. You ready? I go first? I'll go first.
Dude, this is far.
I can't hit you.
Oh my God, it's a disaster. Yes, here it is. Yes, you're asleep at the wheel.
Well, he is breaking. Look, it's not centered. He's tweaking.
Yes.
Keep going.
I'm not holding the ball. I just have no obligation to retrieve the ball. But
All right, Jamie, straight. Jamie, run straight. A little bit left. A little bit left. A little bit left. Run straight now, Jamie. Straight, run.
I'm getting ready for
Run,
the flip cup.
run, Jamie, run. Run, Jamie, run.
Full
Jamie,
speed.
Run. Keep coming towards me. Towards me. Straight now. Straight. Running straight. Left. Right straight now. Straight. Oh my God. Yeah. What do we do now? Here, bro.
man, I can flip.
Wait.
I can flip.
Sean, look at him. Sean, look at him. Look at Jamie. You're good.
Yes, we got one. We got one. Yes!
You're good. Jamie, watch the wall. Jamie, watch the wall.
Jump in.
The first pick paid off.
The absolute closer.
He was looking like Tony Snell at the start, but he clutched up at the end.
Coming back, 4th quarter player. That's all there is to say. Look at these bums.
Best of 3 that decided.
There's 3 courses. It didn't even get to me. So my teammates really let me down. I think Joe and Toby. Jesus Christ.
Didn't even get to me.
And then the second time round, we catered it to you guys because you were crap. So we win the first round, shock. Crybaby Cheese is coming in from the other team. Whatever, we'll change the rules then. Basically, it's golden goal now. Whoever hits it first wins a 10-second advantage for the second round of the spin, and then the game's the same from there.
I mean, Joe's looking unlikely right now.
Oh!
Scrap, forward. Straight forward. Forward,
Joe's right
forward.
behind him, guiding him. What the fuck? There's some cheesing going on.
Scrap, the table's there.
Scrap. Keep doing it, Scrap. Keep doing it, Scrap. Run left. Left.
Forward, 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 forward. Forward hard, forward, commit. Commit forward, commit forward, commit forward. Commit forward, yes, man.
We're breaking.
There's one.
Yes.
Oh my God. The cup.
Oh my God.
Yes! He tried to cheese it as well. He went, you can't go, you can't go. He's got a stickers, man.
Why is he going backwards?
The other time I'm blindfolded and Scrap's boxing me out with a blindfold. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, all I know is that there's a ping pong table and a couch. What's in front of me? Getting sabotaged.
We've been having some fun this past month.
This is the TV wall. This space is perfect for player-coach feedback sessions.
Perfect.
I feel like my acting's come a long way from my first ever video in Ultra. They love it that much, they keep coming back for more. Even though I practice, jeez, do it again, start again. Even though a lot of my time is, this is where I practice hand-eye coordination. Even though I spend a lot of my time behind a monitor. Next time, use your back end.
He's laughing while saying it. Like,
Sean,
I mean, I think you could have done pretty well, but.
Yeah, Jamie's carrying us through the content. Shout out, Jamie. But I had to show up in the business suit, you know. I had to pitch. It's out the window. No one liked it, so.
Someone that makes people smell like good.
Yeah.
Not dog shit.
Land after party spray.
But yeah, shout out Jamie Craven. Guy carried us through the lines. Made it quick.
And today you guys finally got your own podcast started up after what seems like 3 years of trying to get it started up. We finally got on board.
Yeah, we're now Crucified. Obviously, you know, Optic created podcasting about 3 generations ago. So, you know, might have to be giving up some revenue towards them.
I think it's just cool as well, just for the fans and stuff. It's actually like the actual, excuse the pun, the insight that people want to see. Like, just us sat there bullshitting about how events are going, how online stages are going, shit like that.
Professionals.
Yeah, I mean, professionals, I mean, you know, shout out to the producer too. I mean, good topics. I mean, that's really what makes a good podcast.
No, that is true though. That is true. If you gave us nothing and we just started talking, I'd be like,
damn, what are we talking about now?
40 minutes now.
It's been 15.
How long have we had? 25 minutes. Oh, God.
I mean, first 4 matches.
First 4 are a blur.
First 4, fucking snooze fest.
The second 2 matches on the left hand. They went out the fucking window.
I mean, one of them was a watch party. Enjoyed that. Love having the fans here.
It's good for the fans, you know, good engagement.
That makes the online games a lot more exciting, thank God, because they are
Makes you
boring.
feel something at least. Almost got reverse swept though.
Yeah, almost, but a bit of excitement, you know.
It's for the storylines,
For the
for the fans, you know,
storylines,
they came down, gave them something to like.
I think the series was just good. It was good.
It was good
for
series.
sure.
We went 3-1 with Vegas, right?
Yeah, 3-1. They 6-0'd us.
Yeah. Some 6-0s this stage, let me tell you.
Oh my God. A bunch.
You know, sometimes you find yourself down in a series of whatever happens, or
Well, the only
0-2
team
in
thinks
the.
that though. I mean, New York said they beat LG and they said no one's ever going to give us a good rep.
I got turned on the first. Beat up, kicked up, fucking fuck off.
That's what I mean, and then obviously you go into a series against FaZe Optic, and yeah, I mean, they play different, they play faster, they're just generally better. So.
And then everyone reacts like it's like they've just won the Champions League. or the World Cup.
Might as well be COD champs. Who cares? It's online.
I thought the tests were out the way. And then
More tests coming in, 3-0.
Here comes FaZe and Optic. Jesus Christ, we've been 6-0'd. But
I'm excited to play online.
Yeah, I mean, Miami's around the corner. We got LA Thieves last.
Yeah, we'll get Cam's revenge. How about that?
Jeez. Listen, that's like a headline title, that.
Headline title, Cammy's revenge.
And then doped up. We're back in Miami. First time since 2019.
But yeah, I feel like we're in a good spot.
Yeah.
People are going to talk. People are going to say, "Oh, Ultra are terrible."
I mean, I'll take it. You know what people are going to do? They're going to underestimate us a little bit.
Yeah,
that's always good. I'm not going to get clapped and land, which is.
Woo, Toby.
I mean,
Toby.
do we not agree? Let's be honest.
Some serious headlines coming on here.
Headlines.
Some serious clickbait titles. I can see them.
Is it going to come out before the major? I don't care. But
It is.
If it is,
We're going to clap them on land.
clap them on land.
Dash. Kleenex.
Dash. No specific team. Maybe.
Yeah. No, feeling good.
Yeah. Just always land. Land's fun.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Toronto Open here for Major number 3. My name is Visions. Alongside me, I have Seymour. We are gearing up for another big match. We got our Winners Round 3 coming up. I'm very excited. How are you feeling right now, Seymour?
I am pumped. Winners Round 3 is kind of where the action gets started. Still best of 3, so they're going to be, relatively quick. The hard point, search and destroy, and control if we do need. But this is kind of the beginning of the tournament, where a lot of teams are going to kind of counteract or move into the bracket. We're going to see some big teams play against teams who are kind of dark horses in the tournaments, and this is where the upsets can start, especially considering it's a best of 3.
That's right, yeah, best of 3s, you don't really have the luxury of maybe getting into another hard point and then relying on that S&D for that final game, but it all ends on their control, so a bit of a different feel to it, but like you said, coming up very, very soon will be those best of 5, so that's where things really start to pick up in tempo. But coming into this matchup, this is going to be a very exciting one because you have players that haven't really played this game a whole lot that are coming to Toronto that have found success before. Then you got some young guns that are also on the rise, especially after some, recent successes throughout last year and this year too.
Well, in control versus the side of revenge seasons. And I think the first thing that we have to talk about for this revenge season team is the return of Neptune. Neptune, his first open back in Call of Duty for these teams. I'm pretty sure he wasn't at Miami. He wasn't at Miami. So this is his first return back to playing a Challengers Open for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. And now joining a team like this with players who have been on the rise, those young names or names who have been around but haven't had as much success with Big Head, Dimensions, Neum, who is one of those rookies this year who has made waves in the Challenger season. This is a team of Revenge Season who are very last minute to be put together, but can make those upsets against big teams if those big teams are not prepared. And on the other side, that in control team with, you have CCL teammates, Prada and Frosty coming from Oklahoma Christian, joining in with Hollow, who has been around the scene, who has moved up to the CDL at one point even, and now finds himself here on this in control team alongside Cryptic. This is going to be a really fun best of 3.
I think so. Like you just mentioned and really just framed up, these are a lot of really big players that I think are making their really big move into Challengers, and we're starting to talk about them more. But let's talk about the maps here that are coming up. We got a Vista hardpoint. I know we're both amped about that. We love some Vista. We'll move right into some Rio Search and Destroy. Those would be our guaranteed 2 of the 3. If need be, we'll settle it all on Invasion Control.
You asked me for a vibe check heading into this best of 3.
I did.
I said Vista hardpoint, map number 1. I said 6-star Search and Destroy, but Rio's the next best thing. I love Rio's Search and Destroy. Invasion Control, you pick your poison for this one. It's not the worst map to be seeing across these ones. I think you're definitely going to be looking still, if it does go that map 3 in this best of 3 for those defensive rounds for sure for these teams, see if anybody can sneak away with its offenses. And when they do sneak away with those offenses, oh my God, I'm going crazy. But Vista hardpoint to kick things off. This one is going to be fun. And I was talking to you again last weekend when we were casting in person about this map and how a lot of people have a little bit of I would say a misconception of a map like Vista, when it is going to be one of those maps where the ARs actually have so much presence. And for a team like Revenge Season, when you have ARs like you do, Dimensions, coming in here, Mamba, Big Head, this is going to be one that I'm really looking forward to seeing how these teammates kind of approach this map.
Yeah, I like that call because like you just kind of framed up, the long-range battles through the lanes, the long-range battle even through middle, right? That controls and dictates a lot of the pacing that's going to happen. If your subs are struggling to find kills, sometimes it does fall on your ARs not being able to win those AR battles, set them up, get them forward. That's what we're going to be looking at. But this is one of those maps where you really do need to be on top of your rotations because you can really start to chain some hills together. You can be really good at flipping out some of those spawns, force them to some of those very difficult situations. So it's going to be a great one. And this is probably also really good for someone like Neptune because he is playing new maps that also is thrown into the rotation fairly, early here over the last couple months. So it feels like this might be a better situation for him coming into one of his big first matches here in Toronto.
I want to kind of talk about him even more because last time he was in Challengers in Toronto, at least I'm pretty sure back in Vanguard, he won here in Toronto. On that Three Kings roster, it was alongside Major Maniac as one of his teammates, and he looked fantastic. It was kind of one of those moments where everybody's like, okay, Neptune is the real deal. He should be in the league in some of these teams. And, you kind of have him on that teeter-totter for a couple of years. He goes back into an old title and now comes back into MW3, and this question mark is, does he still have it? Is he still the Neptune that we're kind of used to seeing? a lot of questions in this best of 3 can be answered for that with a big test against players who, like, albeit not as, successful as other NA Challenger players when you're looking across the board for this In Control team, but there's still players with a lot of respect when it does come down to Call of Duty, and especially a Call of Duty title like MW3, where they have been having, good looks to these players, especially when you're looking at Cryptic, who made the Elites last year, when you're looking at, Frosty, who has been, I think, very slept on as, an up-and-coming player, and Prada, who I think, except for Vanguard, is having one of his best seasons right now.
I agree, man. It's going to be very interesting. We got all the storylines in play for you guys, and we'll be taking you through all of the action as we get ready to load into map number 1 here for Winners Round 3. Massive one here, Revenge Season up against In Control, and it all takes place right here as we kick it off at P1.
Yeah, P1, this is where the nades, no trophies, are going to have a big impact. ARs looking for that middle map presence, but it's immediately 4 down for Revenge Season. They do get traded out for 1, but look at this when you're seeing the subs just roam through, try to flip this map, try to put In Control into the worst preferred sides. Revenge Season have that early time, and now they're looking to kick things off with a little bit off of this P1.
On board with Neptune right now. We'll do our best to try to translate the player names to whatever challenger number they are currently under, but this would be Neptune here for us. We'll see exactly what he is going to be able to do, and feels like he's not able to get a whole lot done. 15 seconds, not a whole lot up for grabs, but so far it's been pretty solid here for Revenge. Able to get 22 seconds, and now we start to look towards P2.
How many reps has Neptune had? How good is his knowledge of a map like Vista when it comes down to the spawns, when it comes to how far can you push up as a sub before you flip the spawns for your team? So Revenge Season, they come out 22 to 15 on the rotation. They are going to have this initial time, but In Control with a split push, they're going to break in for the start, and they're going to be garnering some time here off of P2.
Lots of time to still get yourself into, rather try to collect. We'll see what's going to happen through mid. 2 kills going to come through, looking pretty solid for what could be an eventual break. Challenger 107 looking for a big gunfight down low, not going to be able to find it. It feels like you might be able to hold on here a little bit longer if you're In Control, as they are currently in control of this hard point. Good kill through mid, and there's still 30 seconds left. Lots up for grabs, but they're making it very difficult to find any chance to try to work into this hill.
It's good damage. You're kind of keeping In Control from getting majority of this time on P2, and I think that's what Revenge Season can take away in good graces for this hill. You lose that early break, and you're kind of limiting to In Control what they can get. Another 3 down there for In Control, so the scrap time's going to go their way. On rotation, they already have a member there. It's player number 7 looking to lock things down, but 106 Neo with a big win is going to look to flip these spawns and put some pressure out.
Yeah, Holland was looking for some kind of crazy RKO play, but instead it's not going to work out here for him, and now there's a huge chance to win this rotation. Neum is who we're currently on board with. He is on the 3 streak, looking pretty solid for what will be initial time. Breaks are just non-existent at the moment. Kills keep on flowing, and now there's a chance to start to take control of this game if you're Revenge Season.
You have a player in Pillars who is going to at least take Revenge Season away from this time for a little bit, but I think for In Control, they're doing a good job here at pushing this map. You have player number 5 in the back. He's going to lose his fight, so, just struggling to kind of win their individual engagements, but with 24 seconds here, I think if you're In Control, you take one last shot at this, you see if you can flip these spawns for P4 and hopefully take this scrap time away.
Yeah, I like the idea. You want to try to hit through this as well, try to control this back spawn, or at the very least just allow yourself an easier chance to get to the hill, but they're going to have to cut through one person who's been soaking up just about all of this remaining time here, looking for a big challenge, try to get it cleanly. So far it has not happened, but there it is. The trade will follow. A little bit of scrap time will be picked up for In Control, but now it's all about what's going to happen towards the next hill. Big gunfight in the back, that will lock down Pillars, and now you're looking good for initial time again.
It was a little shaky at first for Revenge Season, just kind of getting the gears turning for this team, but the kills are starting to really sway into their favor, especially for this rotation over towards P4. Player number 105 is going to finish off that last one, and unfortunately for Revenge Season, they lose the spawns in the back, so now In Control, they can just continue to hit this over and over again, contest this time, keep Revenge Season away, and hopefully keep this lead to maybe 20 points or even cut things down to size.
Wow, kills just keep on flowing, holding this right now for the front as they fight back in, looking to grow this lead a little bit larger. Could very well look at that 100-point mark here if they're able to lock in these last 15 seconds, but the nades come flooding in. That'll do enough to clear off the hard point. Again, just scrap time going to be picked up for In Control. They'll take it, but they have to worry about working their way through the map, and you can already see how difficult it is.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, especially, when we were talking about those long range of sights for the ARs on a map like Vista. P5 is that point where the ARs are going to have full control, whether it's going to be through P1 or through that bridgeheady, where a lot of players can collect this time. So for In Control, you're going to have to hit this from 2 separate angles, see if you can hit it from P3 and work through the middle, and you can see the subs are trying to do that.
All right, good position up top of the scaffolding to maybe come behind this play, but it doesn't exactly work out. And now that will be just about 4 dead. Everyone spawning in the back of P4 here once again. So first initial hold looking absolutely incredible. And kills keep on flowing. This is where we have to also be a little bit worried about some of these streaks as players can start to really rack up these kills on some of these headies and power positions.
This is where things can really skew out of your favor on a hill like P5. And you can see Revenge Season starting to string together a couple kills, multi-kills for some of these individuals. And you're on 2 sprees, now 3 spree for a player like Dimensions into this P1 rotation, trying to keep In Control back. A little bit of damage, and the trades are there for Revenge Season to continue to hold the middle of this map, and the subs, they are looking to feel good, starting to find form here on Vista.
Yeah, you have to really give it up right now to Dimensions as well as Mamba, who will be under that alias that used to be Big Head. So those two combined were a bit of a duo last year, and they're putting up big numbers at 16-8 and 16-12. The slaying has been there, the kills are continuing to follow, and the lead is just continuing to grow as well. So this is where you're going to have to really put your foot down if you're In Control and try to grab this game. But we're already looking at what will be an early setup and maybe even some early kills as they can't even break through mid.
Well, look at this. Deadly popped for player number 103. Neptune's going to hit a route here with the rivals, see if he can get in behind some of these players. Swings in for 1. Contestants out. The help has arrived. There's a trade for 2 from In Control and a flank of their own from 101. So big battles here for In Control to look to see if you can keep this one scrappy, keep Revenge Season out of this time. But 105 Dimensions here to continue to lay down some pressure onto In Control. You deny some important time there from this team. And now over towards P3. It's 167 to 73.
Revenge Season, I mean, they're just not giving anything over for free right now, and you can feel it from In Control's POV. They have to fight for every single second that they want to try to tally up, and, well, it's just not enough so far. You need to have a turning point. You have to have a solid hold, and we'll see if they'll be able to try to bring some of that over to P2. This one's going to require a fast break, but the setup right now intact, looking strong. Kills doing quite well right now, at least around the outside of the hill.
And Prado's going to open up with the blood. And at range there, big fights coming out from the rest. Cryptic doubles down. Cryptic gets 2. 106, last one standing for Revenge Season, just poking away at these players, bleeding them out, but spawns far away from Revenge Season. Cryptic is on 4 in a row. No streak, or there's a streak going to be called in here from Revenge Season, and that's going to be an immediate answer back from Revenge. They get 3 down, make it a clean 4 off spawn. 20 seconds now going their way.
Playing just on a different level right now, and they are almost at 200 points, making their way to new, already looking for some of these early engagements. You just cannot catch a break. There's no moment to catch your breath right now if you're In Control. So we said a required hold is going to be needed if they're going to work themselves back into this game. This is their opportunity. Big gunfight going to take place, and the double team is going to be there for a nice little break. They get themselves in. Now we'll see if they can finally lock it down.
This is where they need time. This is where they need to cut down this lead, but it's all going to stem from these early gunfights. Can't let the SMGs roam through the back, flip these spawns, because then In Control, they're not going to be feeling too much control on their side. So kills go their way. In for the contest is 103. 4 down for Revenge Season, and now for In Control, they're starting to sink their fangs into this time. And now 30 seconds. It's not going to bring them into a tight game, but it's going to bring them 1 hill away from bringing this back.
I love this. You know, forcing some earlier engagements, not allowing them to get the same setups that we've been seeing work out so well for holding them off on some of these early rotations. In Control. Not out of it just yet, but still lots of work needs to be done as we get nearer and closer to the end of this hard point. Kills now coming through. All of that time soaked up on P4. We move to P5, and you got a player that actually is going to be all the way in the back. He could have a huge influential moment and maybe flip out the spawns, get his teammates to come closer with him. We'll see what ends up happening, but overall in the back, that will be number 7, who does win that battle, does have a chance now to play his life.
And that role's reversed. 100 not able to stay alive. In Control, they lose the exit fights over towards P3. Revenge Season pull the spawns into their favor. And now In Control, they got to break them from the front. They do have a split push coming in, and looks like the kills are starting to follow in suit. A couple trades out from Revenge Season, but it's a tussle back in. 105 dancing around. Contest from In Control, sliding out with the SMG, and still In Control are fighting for this from the front, trying to keep Revenge Season away from this lead. It is about a 50-point lead, Austin, that can be down to just 25 seconds if they get the rest of this time.
How about Frosty right now? He's on your screen with 4, looking for 5, and just about gets it, but runs out of ammunition. Just going to leave that one to his teammate. Not going to finish that off just yet, but again, it's the time that's finally starting to go over here to In Control. They are still fighting back to this game, now just down by 30 seconds as we do look to that P5 hill. The setup going to be here for Revenge. We'll see if they can lock it down once again.
Cryptic and Frosty are putting on right now for In Control. Revenge Season starting to slow down towards the end, but a very separated setup here at P5. It's going to put a lot of pressure through the middle of the map. They trade 1 for 1, but now Frosty, 5 in a row, looking for that cruise missile. He gets shut down by his own teammate, so team kill there from Cryptic, but still kills follow in. The contestant is out, and the break from In Control now for P5.
I'll tell you what, Colin, these boys are heating up, and they're looking to try to grab this one and steal it away from Revenge Season. It's now really on them to start finding the breaks, to start to play a little bit cleaner Call of Duty. Up top, you got player 105. He's got a chance to really just upset any of these stragglers that are trying to come off of spawn into the point. Big gunfight down low. That's now 28-19. Huge numbers coming in right now for Cryptic because he's been putting them up, but it's still looking like time and scrap could be secured here for Revenge.
You can't win this, but back in the second set of rotations, P1 was really favorable over towards Revenge Season. They were good at letting their subs fly, soaking up all the time in that hard point. And you have to think for In Control, if you cannot break P1 and set up here, you might be looking at an early dispatch from this Vista hard point, but they're going to be trading in here. Here comes P1, double kill there from player number 100, and In Control now looking to fight from the backside, but it's 103. That's Neptune turning up.
That is just a great read. Every single time we're seeing it, they're just getting a good read on where the hit's coming from, finding some of these pinches, not letting anyone get in for free. And now 10 seconds for the dub. Revenge Season could end it on P1. Huge gunfights, huge challenges, one after the other. Last one remaining. Player 102 has to fly and has to fry, and he will be given no opportunity to do that. That's the close. Got a little close, but Revenge Season, they lock it in.
Yeah, I think Revenge Season, you saw some good there. You saw some definitely, I'd say, growing room for this team, growing pains, I would say. Towards the back end of that Vista, they really slowed down, and you know that allowed players like Frosty and Cryptic to start to really heat up in their own respective roles, and that was creating a little bit of an issue here for this Revenge Season team. But what a game, 251-91, yes. Hotly contested, and towards the back half of that second set of rotations, and I think for a team like In Control, who obviously, you know, just like Revenge Season, they're, you know, still trying to work some things of their own out, that can carry over in towards the Search and Destroy. The subs were putting up quite a battle versus the Revenge Season subs as well, and that was kind of allowing them to fight back into this one. Frosty had a great second set of rotations, and I think going into that Search and Destroy, it's something that you can really latch onto if you're this In Control team.
Yeah, I like that call. There was a lot of pop-off plays. We're trying to call them the best we possibly can as we see the numbers on screen, but yeah, I think overall from what you saw from Neptune, I think some of our questions were certainly answered. I think a lot of us expected this guy to still be able to shoot. Yeah. Fry. The big thing is just the game sense and the knowledge, you know, how much of that is going to translate to some of those more important game modes where you need to be more strategic, like S&D and Control, and having kind of game plans down and pat with these guys. And you have to imagine that probably wasn't talked about a whole lot, just kind of being picked up and being thrown into it. But from what we see from these initial eye tests, it feels like he's still got it. He's still holding his own here so far. Yeah, definitely a great start for as far as this squad. Remember that, you know, they're really trying to come into this bracket, knock down a few teams. I think maybe some people have them as that dark horse squad potentially, but it's definitely what you want to see, at least for as far as the respawn.
I think Neptune couldn't have found a better team to kind of land in for a bracket like this. I mean, we are coming in back into a title like MW3, and yeah, you can, you know, jump onto a team with very, you know, experienced players who, you know how to teach you about this game. Sure. Or you can jump in with some young guns who just like to get creative, you know, call some audibles and get wild. And I think that's what this Revenge Season team can do. They can get creative in game modes like Hardpoint. They could try to kind of fry their way through situations, just bully their way through maps, and something like Search and Destroy where you can make those mid-round adaptations. I think this is something where Neptune, albeit he may not know the map a lot like other players will in this open, but he will be able to make those veteran plays. It's not like he has been gone for long.
Yeah, and I mean, how about Dimensions and Mamba as well, putting up some pretty big numbers.
For real.
Again, I touched on them during the map, but the duo from last year, they just about qualified for that LCQ, if you remember, in that winners final.
So close.
They were up 2-0 and ended up throwing it away just a tad bit, maybe the pressure getting to them, but you know, all of that experience maybe coming into play now here in Toronto. But map number 2, we'll kick it off with Rio Search and Destroy, looking for a big bounce back here. If you are In Control, Revenge looking to try to stomp their way through mid, and they're going to get a 1-for-1 trade.
That SMG battle back on Vista. It's not going to stop now, as you can see some trades from In Control to continue that numbers advantage. 106, it gets caught trying to aggress through A. And now In Control with numbers 3-on-1. And they don't even push the gas too hard, so no real information for Mamba to really work off of. Gonna have to win some big individual gunfights, and all the traffic flowing towards him won't win the first battle, and that is In Control bouncing right back after the hard point.
Yeah, I like that call. Just right down mid, winning a lot of those initial gunfights. Huge trades also coming into play there for us. And 3 kills, I believe. That might have actually been 4. Yeah, it was Prada. So Prada didn't have the best hard point stats coming out of the end of that last map, but this time around, off to a fantastic start, already out to 3-0.
Now for Revenge Season, attack of your own. I didn't mind the battle through mid. I mean, no trophies. It's a gamble no matter what it is. And I think that In Control, playing passively, expecting Revenge Season to kind of bang it out was the right call. But for attack of your own, now that trophies are going to start to come in through here, how are they going to handle this one? It's very similar. They're expecting the aggression through mid.
Sure are. Gunfights taking place, and it's just a bit of an overwhelming play. We'll get one back on the other side of the map. 3v3 we go. A little pistol gunfight, and it's going to be a double. It's going to be a triple for Neptune. If you were questioning his mechanics, well, you can't anymore. What a play.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got it. What can you say? Just veteran plays from Neptune working around that van. That's the A-zone wide open for a bomb plant. That's going to happen right away for Revenge Season. Set themselves up in a pose plant. Nothing to do right now if you are Cryptic. So Pat's going to have to work his magic here in a 1v3. And especially see if you can shut down Neptune here, who's on 3 in a row.
I mean, what a tough retake it is. Have to just almost fry the first one and just get an instant prediction on the second with a pre-fire. And now that they know where he is, that's going to make things that much more difficult. And he's only got 20 seconds to try to work with on the clock. And, well, I think we all expected that one to play out exactly how it did. That is an excellent round, and really it's thanks to that man close in your screen, Neptune.
And Neptune at the end there, I mean, he could play for that 4th kill, get aggressive through the straight and fly, but look at the patience coming out from him, showing that he wants to win. And throws a shoulder, spots the player moving through the Glizzy stands, and just plays it for the team. That is such a smart play for Neptune. Showing respect to these players as well. Somebody like Cryptic, I mean, you don't just want to chow them on a heady like that because Cryptic will win those fights. So Revenge Season, they bounce back with an offense of their own. Again, just, you know, both teams hitting through mid on their defensive side, hoping to win these initial battles, and it's not working. So a lot more patient on the defense this time from Revenge Season.
All right, swing round. Round number 3 in play. This one's slowing down a tad bit, especially now that trophies are also in play. Not going to be as easy to stun nade your way up. Little off angle going to be held here, but you got to dodge the nades. Good for probably 1. There it is. Second one, not going to chow right away.
Whoa.
Pistol, good shots over the top. Just going to rely on some of that cover fire, and the cover fire is there. Beautiful teamwork.
Yeah, Neptune gonna fly. Shut down Pat. Oh, that's why you don't chow him. ARB frying. That's 2 from Cryptic. Putting him into a 1v2 now. Last alive for the team. A lot more manageable than last round. Semtex down onto the doorstep of the player. Does it find the kill? No, it won't, but bomb is down right now for Cryptic. That is going to be the tough part here of a 1v2 with 30 seconds left. It has to be the A side in Revenge Season. They're playing shoulder to shoulder in boxes.
Cryptic looking to somehow secure this ace. Try to give his team just a little bit of momentum. That bomb will be secured. A will likely have to be the target. And you can see where players are. Both of them just playing inside of boxes. He's going to have to try to lay this. Shot's going to be taken. Not going to check boxes. And that is just a lockdown setup. Not going to give him anything else in the round.
It's back-to-back rounds where Revenge Season, they put themselves up in situations with numbers, and they don't fly. They patiently play together, play for the trade or for the information on the one player, and they give space to the solo to kind of move into a situation where they have to make the play. And I think that's what I love most right now about watching this Revenge Season team play in the Search and Destroy. I mean, these are players who, in the Search and Destroy scene, have found success throughout their tenure of Call of Duty. And right now, throughout the Toronto Open, I mean, this is as seasoned as it gets for Revenge Season. 103, Neptune, 5-2 here. Did get shut down on that streak, but B-site is wide open, and the attackers already have mid-map control.
All the utility being thrown out, just looking, searching for some information. B-site, though, has basically been gifted to them. The timing could work out interesting, and that's going to actually stop the plant. Losing one of their players. Looks like it will be a call to put it back down. Would be a 3v4. The retake now coming in, and it's going to be a beautiful play. And like you said, that bomb does not get planted.
So In Control, they take back B. Bomb now down in a very peculiar spot. If you're Revenge Season, you're going to have to shoot your way out of this one. And early info, crossfire good for 102. 1 versus 4. And it's not to be. 2-2 we go in the search and destroy Austin, and right there for In Control. It's such a bold call, I would say, trying to get that first blood. You're playing on the escalators, you know, very limited views to have on that. You're kind of walking into a very susceptible crossfire like we saw towards the end, but he works off for the first blood. Revenge Season tried to play for the bomb plants, and it was a stun check that allows that sub to kind of fly and put him into that 4-on-2. So I like the patience there from In Control. You can really try to see them baiting Revenge Season into areas where they think they have the advantage.
Well, a lot of this map has really been dictated what's happened through mid, whether that's aggressive off the start or later into the rounds. And I have to imagine that will constantly continue. You almost have to show some presence here if you're defense or on the defensive side. And it is once again a little bit of patience kind of coming out. Nade's going to be thrown over the top. Trophy Systems also set up on B, but everyone just searching, scouting, and not making any aggressive moves as of just yet.
Yeah, Neum could be looking underneath the armored car, spots the info and the player towards info. Stun is going to guarantee. Nade cooked. And it hits too, so Cryptic's got to back down, and that's going to force some players from In Control to kind of watch this area and make sure that Neum doesn't get aggressive. And while that happens, In Control looking for some middle map control here.
Oh, what a gunfight that is. Just slides right in, gets out, and looks like there will be no follow-up trade. But maybe there's a timing to work out for one. Oh, the dodging around the bomb. Going to be able to lay down and just perfectly cover himself up from any shots back at him. And, well, one by one, they are starting to drop. No trades, unfortunately, follow. And that makes this round just about impossible now for player 106. It would be Neum. He's done some special things so far, but this one would be pretty far-fetched.
I mean, they got the AC working this year in the pit, and it looks like it's a little windy, Austin. Those are unfortunate shots for sure coming out from Dimensions, but In Control, what a way to handle this one. You get the bomb down on B now for the full setup. Not really much you can do if you're Neum there. It's the one kill, but that's going to be it. So that's back-to-back rounds for In Control. They take their lead back from early on where they won that first round. You see a couple rounds there for Revenge Season, but it's just going tit for tat right now for some control in this search and destroy. Very similar rounds when it comes down to the defense. You can see that both teams opting in for those early nades over escalators, trying to see if you can get some information, some nades. You saw the stun over towards info, but as soon as you get that stun towards info and you know that that player is on the B site or the A site, you see In Control, they're like, okay, let's take mid. Let's play for the 4-on-3, and I like that confidence coming out for the team to try to get that first blood.
All right, what adjustments are going to be made as we start to hit that halfway mark here through the search and destroy? And so far, that bomb's still very much leaning towards B initially. And Bridge also going to be In Control, but as you call it, player 107 here is going to end up dropping. That was Mamba, also known as Big Head. He's going to drop. It does allow the bomb to go down, and that's going to be a quick kill that follows 3v3B go.
Going in for the trade. Oh, ho, ho, 102. Big shutdown from Frosty. 1 versus 3 again for Revenge Season. And now they know Neum's going to be spotted. The trades are out and In Control. What a retake coming out from this team. They triple stack over towards A. They work that first blood against Mamba, who's sitting over towards Banana. And although you lose the member over towards Zigzag, just look at the way they collapse on towards the escalators. And Frosty, with an incredible double kill, is just going to ice the side of Revenge Season in that round.
Starting to get some smiles out of the boys here too, so you have to imagine the vibe's starting to pick up a little bit after that map 1 loss. And they're looking pretty solid for what could be a tie-up of the series and a potential map 3 pending. They can keep this up. So 4-2, 2 more rounds to close this one on out. We'll see exactly what the plan of attack is going to be. And it looks like, at least initially, Prada wants to bring this bomb maybe a little bit closer over to A, give themselves a couple of options, especially if they find this player on the site.
Neum again, hunting for that first blood. Spots out 108 towards the gates, but has to be careful for the crossfire, so going to back up, and that's 2 members noted, at least over towards P2. It's going to be a triple hit from In Control. Neum is all alone, calling for help, and it looks like the help is here, so it is going to be a crossfire from boxes, and In Control might not want to rush this.
What a Semtex. I mean, that was like perfectly in between his feet, but EOD, the perk, sure coming in clutch.
Oh, first
3v4.
blood.
Finally, now starting to see some players drop. 1 on each side. Taken out of the round. Good chow going to come through here. That was from Neptune, I do believe, and he's able to grab himself just a man advantage. So 3v2 we're going to go. Revenge in a pretty solid position, pending they're able to hold this one out.
Bomb going to have to be recollected. 30 seconds left. definitely seen In Control wanting to bring things back into a 2-on-2. The shot's just not going to connect there. And the trades from Revenge Season going to bring things back to size, denying In Control of map point here in the Search and Destroy. That's going to bring things to a 1-round deficit.
Critical round. We always talk about the 5-2 compared to the 4-3 and how much it can feel out of reach at times, having to chain too many rounds together, and also maybe threatens a lot of the aggressive plays that you want to make at that point in time going forward too. So they're going to keep it within one. A massive round needs to follow though here, Colin, and I think a lot of what they've been doing has been getting a read on what the setup has looked like, and then they're looking to pounce, looking to grab that man advantage. They've been really good with some of these trades when they're playing through mid. We need to see that continue, especially coming into this one.
Not enough people talk about the 5-3 curse these days. In Control, they may want to avoid that. Although, I'm sure they want that map point. So, bomb down early from Revenge Season. They're going to have a 4-on-4 for the retake. In Control going to have to work this first blood because they're giving a lot of time for Revenge Season to set up.
Yeah, they are, and you might be able to get a bit of a read on where they're going to be attacking from, mainly from their side. No flanks are going to be taken here, so this is all right on the site. Moving right in. Looking for kills, looking for players, double stacking the bridge, clean shots of the first, looking for the second. That will not follow, but how about that battle that ends up coming through? Another one gonna fall, and now we drop down to a 3v2, but we're low on time.
Whole flank now from Neum. 1 versus 2, Revenge Season with the disadvantage. 13 seconds left, and looks like Neum can really win this whole thing, so you're gonna have to hop this. 1-on-1 for Neum, slides out and doesn't win it. In Control, not on the defuse. What? And Revenge Season, off of sheer luck that the second one was watching the cross. That's going to be a 4-4 tie.
That's one of those frustrating ones, right? Frosty wins the battle, but like you said, jumps off the defuse. Man, tough scenes. We'll see, though. Frosty's been great in some of these moments, though, hasn't he? It's just got to feel so frustrating in spots like that. Man.
That one's going to sting for sure. But again, you know, I mean, you're in such crucial areas with Revenge Season winning that first map that if you're in control, you just have to shake it off, move into the next rounds. 4-4, In Control, chance there to be on a tying point, but they've been playing fantastic. I don't want them to take that away from themselves after losing a round like that. So it's back into this attacking round, very passive, expecting them to fly, and it does look like 108 wants to move here. Neum playing aggressive onto the ramp, has to be careful, gets away back to the boxes.
All right, able to get out safely, reposition. Will come through. He's going to be able to call this cross here, but he's got a lot of players that are about to cross, so can he get one cleanly? Will be the big question, or can he just at least play his life? There's the double chow, both just flying to the site, and while 3 players are actually all inside of boxes here, we'll see what ends up happening, and they're going to go for the chow altogether.
Big fight over towards the bridge as well. As 102 gets spotted there, so they know that it's not going to be a full stack onto A, Austin. In Control now hitting the full rotate. Neum stays alive, so numbers for Revenge Season to hit this pinch. Neptune waiting to fly.
Oh, Neptune, the prime position. Hello, there's 1, there's 2, and that should likely seal the round. 1v4 required, nowhere to go. What a pinch.
That's just flawless. Neum playing his life onto the ramp. Chance there for In Control to get that first blood, and you have the one player, 102, Frosty, sitting over towards the bridge. You don't send every member over towards A, and it stalls you out. That kill onto the bomb planter, I mean, the stars align there for Revenge Season to deny a 4-4 retake. And now, what could have been 5-3 for In Control is 5-4 from Revenge Season, getting the luck back in their last round. Now a chance to put this series away in 2.
Revenge looking for 4 in a row. Might be able to seal it right here, right now. Subs through the middle. Aggressive challenge, and that's going to be a freebie picked up. It's going to be hard to trade this, and well, they just fly right back into Neptune. He's able to grab himself another double. He's on 5 in a row, and while 1 lasts alive, it would be a 1v4. Nowhere to go. They hard counter them. They shut them down. And Revenge Season, they are moving on to winners round 4.
And showing that they're never down. They're never out. Way to battle back with 5 rounds in a row. Or 4 rounds in a row to close out that search and destroy. And man, Neptune looking good on the Rio search, making so many plays there in the previous round to put them on 5 there, winning the first initial 2, not getting traded out. We were a little bit worried about seeing a player like Neptune, but 12-6 on the Rio search and destroy, just showing that he's moving right back into the title with no worry.
Man, it's great to see, right? Somebody who's taking a break, has maybe even dabbled in another esport for a little bit and be able to come back and still put up those kind of numbers, right? It's just insane to see. A lot of great plays, but I think that's a frustrating one, at least on the other side, because you look at In Control, you think back to that defuse round, right? You got to put trust in your teammate that he's got to win that, because that's the only way that you're going to be able to win something like that, is sticking the defuse, trusting that your teammate's going to win that 1v1 and winning the round. And that makes all the difference in an S&D map like that, where you go up 5-3 and you have a chance to close it out and you're feeling great, and you could really see them kind of deflate going forward after that point in time. So it's a bit of a frustrating one, but now they're going to have to go down to that lower bracket and make a hell of a run.
I mean, I don't think In Control should take anything negative away from that series. Yeah, you kind of falter towards the end. You lose the plot on that search and destroy when you had a chance to send it to the invasion control. But all things considered, you look back towards this Vista, the back half of this Vista, I think In Control had a fantastic comeback. If they started the way that if they started the way that they finished in a lot of these maps, I think that you look at this In Control team could have a completely different look, even against a team like Revenge Season with these players and having, such a star-studded season like they are. I think In Control, starting to kind of make some note for themselves on, players you do not want to give an easy test here, because Revenge Season, they were pushing the edge in some of these moments. They really had to kind of pull out all the stops in the search and destroy, down, 5 or down 4-2 they were, and able to kind of battle back. I think In Control had so many moments throughout this series where they looked good, and heading into this lower bracket, I mean, it's a team that you expect to continue to make a deep run.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talent on that roster. It's about putting it together and consistently coming out with some dubs here. It's definitely going to be a long run potentially for them, though, today and tomorrow. But, you pick up a couple of those wins, all of a sudden the momentum starts rolling, you start fixing some of those mistakes, and it feels like everything starts coming together. Yeah,
I think I'm excited to see more of both of these teams. For Revenge Season, I mean, it's such a unique story for this team, because we don't always see players, move to different titles and then come back into Call of Duty after having so much rapport in a challenger scene or in the CDL, in whatever. And I think Neptune right now has a real big chance to kind of resurface in this league, especially if he's playing the way that he is.
Absolutely the case here for us. So I believe we are going to be having some more Winners Round 3 matches, I think, coming up here for you guys. So that will likely be the case right after this break. Make sure you guys don't go too far. We'll be back on the backside of the break.
A big 1 versus 3 clutch there from Insight. Insight gun in the lobby. My goodness.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to Scuff Play Like a Pro, where today I'm going to be talking through my sayings, my loadout, the whole shebang. Let's get right into it. So I've actually finally got my first Scuff, start of AW, so 2015. It took me about a whole year to convince my dad that I needed one to play video games. He finally caved in. He got me it when I was 15 years old. And then when I finally got it, I just felt like a new person, felt like a brand new player. Currently, I'm using the Scuff Reflex Pro, the PS5 controller. Previously, I was using the Impact, but I made the upgrade. I've got the new PS5, the latest and newest tech. It gives me that 0 ms delay in game. Honestly, the most comfortable controller I've used, and it's a controller I probably see myself using for the next few years. For me, it's also like comfort is key in gaming. Some people wear joggers, some people wear slippers. I use the Scuff Reflex Pro because it's just super comfy. It also gives me that edge in game, like I said, the 0 ms delay. Paddles also being like on the side, so it's also giving me that extra comfort in game. If you were to take away my controller on game day, maybe in a finals or whatever it might be, I definitely would struggle. Scuff is one of those things that's like ingrained into my brain now. I've been using paddles for years. Take that away from me, I'd be in game trying to jump, trying to slide, trying to do that kind of stuff, and I look like a bot on the map. It's just something that, like I said, I've been using for almost 10 years now. So yeah, to take it away from me, it'd just be, I don't know, it'd be abysmal. The gameplay would be terrible. All these little things, they all add up in game, and as a professional player, you're always looking for that extra 1%. So Scuff's giving me that extra 1% in game, which is just helping towards my championship runs, in the past with my other controllers as well. So yeah, that's just like, Scuff's just super reliable, and they're always there for me. Let's get straight into my controller settings. The first page is pretty bog standard, not really much going on. I'm a default player. I don't flip my L1 and L2. Controller vibration's on, but my controller has no vibration, so that makes no difference whatsoever for me. In the past, I did play with vibration, but not anymore. Dead zones, I've got 1 on the left stick. I've got 70 on the left stick max. It makes it, for me anyway, maybe it's placebo, but I feel like I sprint a bit faster in game when I have this on. Right stick has always been 2 of my PS5 controllers. It just feels nice. to be honest. I don't change frame with right stick max. And then my left trigger and right trigger is default because I have the instant triggers on my controller, so I feel like it's instant anyway. I don't feel like I need to touch that. Going into my aiming, this has been my sense since I can remember. Dating all the way back to Black Ops 4, I think. It's been 6.6. I feel like it's a pretty universal sensitivity. Some players in the league obviously will have different ones, but for the most part, they'll be 6.6. Don't know why, but I guess that's just the sweet spot. ABS multiplier, none of that, don't touch that. Make sure aim goes skew with, feels weird. Going down to this one, this is a big one, dynamic. Dynamic is one that a lot of people use ever since it was introduced into Call of Duty. I just feel like compared to standard or linear, it just gives you the best like aim curve response. I feel like every pro uses that. Maybe there's one or two that don't, but everyone uses this one. It just feels the best. Gives you the best of both worlds, I guess you could say. And then going down, obviously I use the aim assist default. I don't do Black Ops, don't touch that. I did in Cold War, but that was a Black Ops game. So that's my logic, you know, I go with a default. Whatever the engine's made, that's what I go with. I feel like that's coded best for the game. Could be placebo, but hey, that's what works for me. Motion sensor, don't touch any of that. And then going down to gameplay, obviously we're running the double tap. That's the GA. You know, you can't break GAs around here. Double tap doesn't give you an advantage. It's as bog standard as it gets. And then grounded mantle is off. The airborne mantle's off. The ground mantle off. I feel like when I'm bouncing around on my paddles, you know, if I have these on, I'll start climbing on random stuff. So this makes it so I have to double press when I climb. It's just so, like I said, when I'm jump shotting maybe over a dumpster or a wall or whatever it might be, it stops me from climbing over. And then slide dive behavior, slide only. This is because slide only, it gives you the fastest slide possible. And on this game, I feel like diving's not really a thing, so we're just going with the slide only. Most pros use that. I think maybe a couple might use hybrid so they can do both, but slide only is for me. And then going down, I feel like the rest of it's pretty like default. Some of these settings I've never ever seen before. Some of them for Warzone, I think, like, I don't even know, quick C4 detonation. You know, not gonna use that in the pro play, so skip over that. And then yeah, that's that for the settings, but then let's just quickly jump into my, you know, my field of view. My field of view is 96 affected. You know, affected is definitely one that's used by, I'd say 95% of the pros. This is so when you aim in, it doesn't change how the gun looks. Like if you have independent, it brings it all the way to 80 FOV or something, I think. So it's really zoomed in, whereas affected stays to whatever FOV you've got. And 96 for me is like, as an AR, I like it to be a bit closer to the screen. You know, maybe see people long range a bit closer. Compared to maybe a sub using 105, so he's getting a bit loose close range. So 96 is what works for me. And then obviously we've got the weapon field of view is on wide, so this makes my gun look a bit wider, a bit longer. It just looks cooler, to be honest. You know, you can pick whatever you want for that, whatever looks best. And then motion blur is off. Obviously, you don't want motion blur, you don't want film grain, none of that on. And then first person camera movements on 50%. This is so when you're sliding around, it doesn't look like you're actually in war. And then that is that for all my controller settings. You know, this is what I use. You know, this is what works best for me. All right, let's get straight into my loadout that I use in every single pro match. You know, obviously it's the MCW. Let's get straight into the attachments. The barrel, the optic, and them two are always the given. They're always the ones that people use. I use claw grip. This gives you the gun recoil control and recoil control. Obviously, as an AR, we want a gun to shoot as straight as possible. This is the one that I use, a lot of pros use, but some people will take this off and put on a stock. I think a lot of people use a precision heavy, but I don't mess with that. I'm using claw. And then we go to the DR6. So this gives us sprint to fire, movement speed, aim walking speed, and aim down sight speed. Basically, it's to make the gun a little bit more nimble than what it is on default. Gives you better strafe speed, and obviously when you're in gunfights, you want to strafe left and right. Maybe you're on a head glitch, you know, that kind of stuff. So you want to be moving left and right. But alternatively, some people do use the Phantom. This is a bit stiffer. It helps with more recoil control. You know, if you feel like DR6 is bouncing a little bit, whack that one on. For the muzzle, I'm using L4R flash hider. I use this because it does not take away from my bullet velocity and range, whereas billet does, which, you know, that's a big thing for me. I feel like on LAN specifically, I feel like my bullets hit better and stronger on LAN. I don't know, but some people do use billeted. You know, this one definitely helps with your recoil. So if you're struggling with the L4R, whack that one on, but L4R is for me. And then, yeah, that is basically my AR attachments. Pretty universal across the league. Like I said, there'll be some people that use different stuff, but for the most part, everyone's using this one. And then going into my pistol, pistol was a bit more like straight up. You know, we're only allowed to use 2 attachments on it. The short barrel, which gives you movement speed, and the Eclipser grip, this also gives you movement speed. So, you know, we're going for a movement pistol, not a pistol that can do it all. It's just there to clean up a few kills and make you run faster. I whack on the slate reflector because I just feel like it just looks nicer and feels nicer to use, but you can just use an iron sight if you want to. And then go straight into my tactical. I use a stun grenade. This is all I'm allowed to use. You know, maybe an S&D, you can put on a smoke, but, you know, flash grenades, Jade. So we're stuck with a stun grenade, but this is good, you know, slow the people down, throw at them. If they've got flak jacket on, they're stuck in the spot, it's a free kill. And then lethal, I mean, this one you can change up. So some people use Semtex, some people use frags. I use frags because I'm an artist, right? I like to throw cool nades, throw them over buildings, you know, that kind of stuff. If you use a Semtex, you're just throwing at your feet. You're kind of boring, to be honest. So I use a frag. Like I said, I'm an artist. And then going into my field upgrade, I've got the trophy system. This is because I'm an AR player. I'm the one that's on the power positions. Maybe I'm in hill. You know, I'm a hill kid, so I need someone on my feet that can protect me for a little bit, keep me alive for an extra second on them power positions. So that's why I use trophy system. And then going into gloves, you know, people use a lot of different gloves. Some people might use assault, marksman, quick grip, ordnance, but I use marksman. This is so I get the less flinch and reduce sway. So when I'm ironing people long range, my gun isn't bouncing up when I'm getting shot. When I'm strafing left and right, there's no sway. This just helps with my overall gunfights. You know, some people use quick grip though. This is so they can throw trophies faster and nades faster, but I like making sure that my gunfights are locked down and good to go. And then going into boots, I've got lightweight boots on. I use these in respawn, and in S&D I'll use covert. Covert being eliminates footsteps, so, you know, self-explanatory. It helps you from getting sounded in S&D. And then in respawn, I just want to get to places faster, get to hills faster, rotate faster, beat someone by that extra like half a second. So I'm using lightweight, it makes me run faster and all that good stuff. Get to spots faster, basically. And then gear, I'm using the EOD padding. This is so I take reduced grenade damage, basically. So when someone's throwing grenades at me, I can take 2 instead of 1. But, you know, if you're a sub player or something like that, you want to get a bit loose, use tap mask. So when someone's stunning you, it basically does nothing to you, so you can keep running, get to your spots faster, create pressure on the map. So yeah, this is basically my class. This is what I use every league match. All right, guys, that was Scuff Play Like a Pro. That was my classes, my settings. You know, let me know what you think. Let me know what you liked. You know, maybe you didn't like Smut. Let me know in the comments. I'll read them all. I'll be there, and we'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Welcome back to Toronto Open here in Major number 3, where everyone is getting hyped up and amped. We're getting further and further into the bracket, and the competition is getting tighter. We are still in our winners round 3 matchups, and taking you through it will be myself, Visions, alongside Proper. You're looking beautiful. How's it going, bro?
Oh, God, you know, it's really hard to look as sexy as I feel when I'm standing next to an absolute stud like you. Feels good, man. You know, obviously opening up the entirety of the show with Brody, I got the pleasure to be able to walk amongst like the entirety of the crowd, be able to see a lot of these matches, able to see a lot of people get hyped in some of the most weirdest way possible, but it is the pit here in the 6. It is always a fire time.
It is always a fire time, man. We were hearing it. You're probably going to hear it as well behind us, but everyone's getting amped up, and like we said, the competition's getting harder and harder here as we go through the bracket. So let's talk about the matchup that we do actually have ahead of ourselves here. It will be Treaty 1 going up against 4th Space Esports. This is going to be a banger round number 3 because both are actually pretty evenly matched, it feels like, on paper based off what we were talking about.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, speaking about like everything on paper, right? You got Treaty 1, they're the 21st seed, and then you got 4th Space, they're the 12th seed, and although stylistically you would feel like just from a numerical standpoint, this should be a complete washout in favor of 4th Space, that's not the case whatsoever. A lot of these players, specifically 4th Space, have been flipping out of a whole bunch of different rosters, in and out at the end of Season 1 of the Elite, going in towards Florida, different roster going in towards Season 2 of the Elite, and now we find ourselves here as far as this roster is concerned. Welly and Pro Omar, long-lasting duo throughout the entirety of the year thus far, had a Herculean run through the Season 1 of the Elite as well, playing underneath Spacefish Taco, partnered organization along with 4th Space, of course. And then John Exotic Bruno, I'm pretty sure he just turned 18 yesterday, so it's a really big, really big time for Mr. Bruno to come on stage and show us what he's got. But they're playing alongside Craze, and Craze was one of those names that did pop up this time last year at the Toronto Open, playing alongside both Shoxy and Big Head, amongst, what was it, Dimensions was the 4th of that team, and Craze was just frying everybody. He's gotten so many different shots. He is consistent. He is a very fast-paced individual, but I think that they're going to have their work cut out for them coming down to Treaty 1. They're a very scary roster.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you just look at this squad on paper, and I feel like you're maybe like you had kind of framed up, like going into it, okay, we're not really sure what to expect from them, but at least off some of the recent history and based off what they've been able to do online, it's looked promising, right? You talked about the last cup coming in, so we'll see if that can translate to land. That's the big factor. We've seen these guys here for years and years, it feels like, through a lot of these tournaments, but we haven't necessarily always seen the consistency, especially at the top level. Now, does that change when you take down a squad like this and you start going through this upper bracket? I guess that's really the big question here for us, but we'll see exactly what they're going to be able to do coming into it at the very least.
Yeah, Juju is one of those players on Treaty 1. Whether you remember him, yeah, it really does feel like it, right? Probably even before I started growing a beard, but you know, it's probably not that long actually. My bad, Don. But you know, regardless, it's one of those things like whether like you remember Juju for the infamous 1v1 clip versus Pristini. We don't have to talk the entirety of it. They're also playing with a few young bucks as well. Abe is one of those guys coming up through the search and destroy scene. S&D obviously going to be their wheelhouse, but much the same conversation for Craze, just on the other side. That guy sets pace.
Absolutely, he does. So let's take a look at our map set that we do have for you guys. Again, these are best of 3s until we get to those winner round 4s. That's when we'll move into best of 5. So we got Vista Hardpoint coming up. We got 6-star Search and Destroy. And again, if need be, we will end it off on that Invasion Control. Anything stand out here for you, Andy?
For me personally, I think it's mostly going to be the square up on the Vista, right? When I'm talking a lot of different teams like FaZe Black, just as an example, a shining example, number 2 seed casual stuff, Vista is their auto veto. And a lot of teams don't like squaring up on Vista because of just how chaotic it honestly can be. Obviously, you don't have the same parallel spawns that you do for 6-star HP in between 2, 3, and 4, but Vista is a map riddled with routes. P5 could always be a toss-up depending if you do have those back tiki spawns, let alone on who's going to be able to get dicey through the middle of the map as well. So I'm interested to see this one come all the way through. I think that it's going to be an interesting conversation to be talked about, like Abe versus Craze as far as like the pace setting is concerned. Pro Omar for 4th Space Esports, also an X factor, as well as Sam Welly. I mean, there's been so many different elites that we've seen. It's between both Sam and Dylan Rex as far as like leading as far as an AR flex, let alone overall KD. I think realistically for 4th Space, you're looking at both the Vista and the Invasion to be your wheelhouse, because 6-star Search and Destroy, once that bad boy comes around, you know that Treaty 1 are going to come to play.
Yeah, they are certainly going to come to play. That is one that I feel like they would also have down and potentially going to show us, you know, what they bring for as far as S&D. And again, you look at that team on paper, and I feel like they're pretty good at being able to set themselves up in S&D, being able to kind of practice some of the strategies. And again, playing as as long as they have, and Juju almost, dabbling into coaching in years previous, talking about wanting to do it. You have to imagine they're going to be at least prepared at the very least here. So it should be a good look, but it really does set the tone on the Vista here, right? Like, how well are these guys going to be shooting? Are you going to be able to match the slaying? Because we've seen what happens when players like Welly, really start to get going. They have that ability to take over, and we saw that especially throughout Vanguard. We didn't really get a whole lot of Welly throughout Modern Warfare 2, but, he is back in a comfort zone type of team when you look at the players around him, and you know that they're going to help him excel, especially when he gets fired up.
Oh, that squad is vibey, for certainty. Yeah, I mean, Sam took, I want to say, like, the entirety, actually, of MW2 off. I think he played, like, through, like, the opening first few tournaments.
Yeah.
And he took that mental health break. Sure. I mean, dude's living all the way down south, so, I mean, like, you gave yourself a couple weeks out there, maybe get a pina colada, just bask out in the sun. Yeah, my mental is ready to go back into Call of Duty Challengers. But, I mean, Sam came back, and through those Elite Stage 1 qualifiers, and, hell, even Boston as well, you're just watching Sam play, and you're just like, wow, this kid legitimately has not skipped a single beat. He's always been a good fragger, always been consistent at that. That it's always just around the team that he's playing with being able to trying to benefit from the slaying that Sam does bring to the table. Promar is one of those guys, very methodical player, and then Craze could just be that chicken with his head cut off, just running around with an SMG. And then Exotic, of course, I'm sure is going to be running that secondary AR, depending on what we're looking at for Vista, probably going to be pulling out that third SMG. But semantics aside, I think that this team, as far as a wheelhouse is concerned, is very well-rounded, but the time spent together with their new fourth of Craze, that's where the considerations are going to come into play.
There's a lot of talk around Craze, right?
Yes.
Right now, for as far as, different teams coming into this event, being on one squad, leaving, and then, a lot of guys being kind of left to, all right, well, where are we going to go? What are we going to do here? We have to form a team very, very quickly. So I feel like, we could get some of those grudge matches potentially through this bracket. I think, for the narrative's sake and for us, I think we definitely want something like that to happen. So that very well could end up coming into play, and we'll talk that up when we get to that point if it does end up coming to life. But, I think there's a lot of pressure on him individually. He's saying, listen, I don't think this team was good enough. I'm going to join these guys, and I'm going to try to show up, and we're going to get a better placing. That's a bold call to make because we've seen that backfire many times throughout the Challengers years here for Call of Duty. So, will it work out for him? I feel like, again, he's got a good surrounding cast for as far as, someone that can set him up, players that can get him to where he needs to be. But I do feel like there's maybe that just additional pressure, right? Kind of riding on him for as far as making sure he can show up and be the player that we've kind of constantly talked about.
Well, he's so young too, right? And like your biggest fear is that like you're gonna like burn these bridges potentially for like future teams down the road. But I feel like his skill does speak for itself. Like he's in that same pool with like you put him in there with like Purge, Asim, Snoopy. You just feel like that there's no ceiling to where the skill cap might honestly end up because he's so young. Because he's still learning as like the games continue on. I mean, shoot, he's only 19 years old. He's got plenty of time to be able to figure it out. And honestly speaking, towards the end of the season where we currently are, I mean, realistically, if there's no event in between now and Champs, like, this is it. Like, if you can show what you can do on this main stage right here, right now, throughout the entirety of the weekend, you're going to be looked at in pretty high fashion, I would say, for a lot of CDL teams that are also wanting to make Champs if he chooses to take that route. But then we also have to have the conversation about all these different roster changes to kind of min-max your pro points, trying to get yourself those pro points required to auto-qualify for Champs. That's also going to be coming our way in a spicy fashion right after this event, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. It's the Challengers blender at best, right? All the roster changes constantly coming into play, especially for North America. EU, I think, has been a little bit more tame in years past, but I think you get to NA and you just don't know what's going to happen. It's just blow it up, it feels like, is often the term.
It feels like EU are just like trying their damnedest to like make a team that can just stop Omid-EU.
That does feel. That's a good way to put it. Absolutely.
Clutchrain did. I mean, they did, like in the SGP 2K this past weekend. So like, you know, they did end up doing it. Sleep joined that team. So I mean, yeah, it's
love Denza being back.
Right. Got like the line with like the blood dripping out of his mouth meme back, like after he beat War, and it's just like, those guys dropped me, and it's just like, dang. Sleep's back.
He'd love to absolutely see it. We will be loading in, and we did get confirmation that map 1 actually is Karachi. So everything that we just set up there initially will not be the case. It will be actually Karachi. So take that for what you will. We will be jumping into it here again. But for as far as set the tone, I think all of the same factors that we did lay out are going to take place, are going to be important, and we'll see exactly who is going to come out here absolutely swinging. I'm excited for this one, Andy. The Dark Horse team here really is what I had for Space Esports app, but you don't know what you're going to get at a Treaty 1. We'll see if they can show up in a big way.
Yeah. So just we'll do the house cleaning now, and before every single map, if anybody wanted to know from top to bottom, I mean, Challengers 101, that's Mikey Promar. 102 is going to be Welly. 108 is Exotic, and then 100 is Craze. So Going to be watching a lot of Challenge 101 just to be able to see what Craze is able to do. And already just off the rep, I mean, AR just finding the opening first 2 kills. Free route all the way through the center of the map. Treaty 1 did not expect anything.
No, they did not. Nice little prone position will allow for a second kill to come through. And now a chance to really start soaking up a bit of this time. Surprise, surprise, in the balcony here will be Mr. 102. That is Welly, and Welly's off to a 3-0 start. This is what we talked about. When this man gets fired up, when he starts shooting, it gets scary very quickly.
Yeah, it sure does. I mean, you're already at a combined 7 spree in between 3 of the players. And then you just can kick your feet up if you are Pro Mar around the hill. Challenge 103. Going to start working a little bit of a flank. That's going to be Abe. This is going to be the guy that we're kind of gassing up when it comes down to the Treaty 1 team as a whole to be able to be that X factor. You already have the rotation towards new if you are Treaty 1 just by a handful of players, but you already have 3 players for fourth space just lurking around the corners. These gunfights are massive. Trades will be there, but reinforcements are on the corner.
Yeah, a bit of a misstep there from Craze. He thought that player had been cleaned up from his teammate. Doesn't really lock the kill down. So now really up to Welly inside the hard point, looking for kill number 6. Will be denied the streak, so dies on the 5 spree, but might be able to get something else coming through here for Craze. Looking for redemption, coming back into the hill. Won't be able to lock down that player. The trades looking very good there. That's Juju that finds himself on 3 in a row.
Massive 3 spree. Anything to rally behind, right? Because if you got broken up on P2, that could have been disastrous ahead of the P3 rotation. But now you're in a great spot. If you can try to find a couple of these exit kills, maybe trust that the one player that's playing on the island inside the hardpoint itself, that is going to be Juju, who does get dealt with, forces out a TK. And you would think that that would be the rotation over towards New, still conceded, but because you already had Exotic, or Craze, excuse me, cutting all of the map, everybody for Treaty 1 is actually going to be spawning out. So there's a lot to do in the backline here for Challenge 106.
We'll see what Llama is going to be able to put together. Is going to be nice and cozy back here, just trying to block spawns, do whatever he possibly can to maybe just sneak his way through the front, but it will be red, so he will be denied, and nice hip fire going to follow up here. That will be Pro MR with the sub in hand that ends up putting together a nice kill, and now you're looking pretty solid for what could be a massive full 60 coming in for fourth space.
It might just be. I mean, you're just slowly working your way one-dimensionally outside of Mail, and although you finally dealt with a player that was lurking over by the barrels, the next player to step up will in fact be Craze. He's playing over here inside a square. Somebody needs a turn to deal with them. Surely 105 was weak, and the coverage will be there as well from Sam Welly. Cleanup kills all around the hard point. It's not a full 60, but it definitely felt like it.
My goodness, Welly is just a little bit diffy at the moment. 9 and 3 for him, and well, right below him, Craze is also putting up some big numbers here at 9 and 2. 6 spree, that will confirm the streak, I do believe, and now we'll see the sub in hand again, just fighting for every single second, not giving anything over for free, as you can see about a hard point differential between the two.
Yeah, you sent 2 players to try to fight over 3 seconds if you are a Treaty 1. Now, luckily enough for you, fourth space weren't anchoring the spawns over the backside of P4, but I just look at the reads. Craze, as smart as he can shoot straight, 2-piece again, and now Treaty 1 have got to work their way out of a spawn trap.
Yeah, you're feeling the pressure, or need to get to this hill, and need to get some of this high ground control. That's going to be a big battle to shut down Craze's spree through the middle. That gunfight will be lost, and now you're looking at least a little bit more promising for what could be some solid time as the trades starting to follow the way of Treaty 1 Gaming, but will it last? The answer, no.
I mean, it's P4, right? And ever since P4 has been moved outside of tools, it's just not a hard point that you see full 60s, let alone like 30 seconds being soaked up from either of these two teams. And it's a tough thing to gauge because if you are Treaty 1, you did need time like that. And even beyond that, you needed the rotation over towards New yesterday. You already got 2 players over here for forward space. It's going to be at least 1 kill to open things up. Spawn's going to be anchored surely, but you already got 1 player that slipped all the way through the net. It's going to be Llama, dealt with, easy peasy. Now you can have 1 more player just trying to lurk through the tin side and dealt with as well. Fourth space going to get another good setup here.
All right, fourth space looking to run away with the Karachi hardpoint on the very last hill of the first set. High ground control going to be coming in play here. This will be Juju. He had that nice little pop-off inside of P2, but has slowed down a tad bit since then. Trophy systems coming out. Long-range battles about to take place. Can they get their submachine gun player forward? This is Llama. Llama can't lock down a player. Trades need to follow, but nothing has really come on through here just yet. That will be 3 down for Treaty 1 Gaming fourth space, continuing to lock down the setups.
I mean, they just can't get anything going, right? I mean, like, the only player that's somewhere close to positive is going to be Juju, and he's not only an AR player, but he's trying to anchor things out so that way these younger bucks can try to get into the thick of it and try to go tit for tat with the SMGs of forward space, and you could just see, as far as a stat line is concerned, it is just a hefty nominator for sure. 14-6, 11-5, 16-6 respectfully. I mean, yeah, Promar, what are we doing? We're not at double-digit kills, whatever. He's got 2 minutes and 33 seconds of freaking hardpoint time. Like, he'll kidding galore. This guy is just living rent-free inside the hardpoint, back inside P1 again. Treaty 1 have to break every single hardpoint, let alone get a stellar setup. So far, the former is good. Can they do the latter following?
Well, this is one of the better moments that we have seen in the last couple of hills. It's just, again, the big question, can they actually defend the hill now that they are set up? That's been a big problem. The breaks have been electric so far for fourth space, and they'll do a good job of starting to remove some of the power positions in top 3 as well as top AC. We'll even maybe see a rotation and a streak come into play, making sure that they don't actually collect too much of this P1 time.
I don't hate that cruise missile either. The biggest issue is that you still have 20 seconds left on P1. Craze called in the cruise missile, but nobody was in a position to maybe try to cut all the way through Church, maybe try to cut through Mail to get in the backside of P2. And well, Treaty 1 are perfectly aware of that. The biggest issue, again, is that now you're conceding the back 20 seconds of P1. That'll put fourth space closer to 200 points, and it'll put them further away. And now they're slowly encroaching over by the backside of P2. I don't know if they're going to be aware or not that Craze actually spawned all the way out, all the way over by the side of Castle. Seems that you got one player watching it if you are Treaty 1. This has to be a stellar setup. Full 6-year bust here.
Well, the pressure is certainly on. Kills coming through on the other side of the map, and maybe a chance to pinch the back of Red, as we are currently on board with Pro MR. He's been soaking up the hill time, hasn't really had a lot of engagements because his teammates have been doing it for him. Won't get the read of the player in the corner, so Red will still stay in control of Treaty 1 Gaming, and while this happens, you're still soaking up a lot of time. There's still a 4 spree and a chance maybe to earn a cruise missile for that next hill, as we now see it reach 5 in a row.
It would be massive to be able to get said cruise missile, wouldn't it? We'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it. A lot of players to cut through, not going to be able to get that final kill. Was Mirage, was starting to heat things up, but going to be put to rest. And now you could just try to chow for the last look of time. I mean, and you got the leader's advantage to do so, right? Every single second that you get soon afterwards is just another dagger into the back of Treaty 1 Gaming, who have been struggling to try to get anything going up top. Promar trying to get a little bit of a cheeky angle, but ahead of the P3 rotation, there's only one player over here, so Treaty 1, if they're quick to read this and try to get in towards the backside of Market, they might be able to get the break early.
Yeah, that was Abe. He just absolutely flew into the back, so a lot of information given on that rotation for fourth space, but Craze is only able to find one, and they just fly through. Can they hold is the big question. Gunfights about to ensue in and around the point. Big battle in the back will be won. I like the discipline. Not immediately challenging for the second. Silly to finish off the players inside, though, as everyone patiently waits for the challenge to come to them, and that's now another one in the back coming through.
Craze is 22-9. 2 more kills away from getting us up a cruise missile. Oh no! Okay, so anyway, 23-9 5 spree for Craze. And you really do feel like this is surely spelling the end as far as a map one is concerned. 2:21 with 10 seconds left. Not enough time to close it out here, Austin, but they are going to put themselves inches away from doing so, especially with Craze getting his second cruise missile of this map, number 1.
Yeah, man, every second is now just a critical one if you're fourth space. You could win it off scrap time alone if you wanted to. Just need one more good hold. Might not even end it on this hill with how scrappy it is, but they might have an opportunity to. Now you'll see quite a few members drop down here for fourth space esports, but they're going to be all positioned in the back here, looking to try to just at least take them off the time as they look to maybe even end it.
The hardest part is that it's P4. You have to full hold P4 and cannot give up 18 seconds. Players in towards the back. Next player up is going to be 7. He's all the way top 3rd, and there's so many gunfights that you have to try to win, and not a whole lot of time to do so.
Fourth space, want to lock it up. 30 seconds still left on this hill. You got to play perfect if you're Treaty 1 Gaming. You got to at least keep them off the time, and look at how difficult the battles are before you even reach the hard point over the top of sandbags. That will be a deny. Looking again for 15 seconds. That's all that's left. 8 for the win. Challenge comes down low, and whoa, the last bullet does get the job done. We will at least see one more hill.
Yep. Gonna extend things over towards B5, and look at all the blue arrows over there. Treaty 1 already ahead of the rotation, but back inside the hill, just a couple more seconds earned for fourth space. It's gonna put them up to 246 to 136. We need a masterclass to come through from top 3rd, but Juju cannot perform anything further than the first kill. So Red is now open. Cruise missile's also gonna be invested here for Craze. See what he can find.
Craze with the cruise. Dropping it down from above. How about that? He'll find one. His teammate gets a second. They're looking primed and ready for a big hard point with a Karachi. The snaps are in. 4 in a row for Exotic as he lights it up here in Toronto. And what a great map one it is. They'll grab the Karachi hard point.
Oh, yeah, they're feeling it, man. I mean, you can just look at Exotic's face. He's smiling. Sam is feeling it as well. I mean, Craze, if you go to the Urban Dictionary and you look up the definition of flow state, I'm pretty sure you're going to open up to a Karachi hardpoint versus Treaty 1 and Craze's POV exclusively. What an insane performance coming through from Craze. I mean, let alone, like, again, like, this is 12th versus 21st, whatever, but 26 and 14 versus anybody is absurd.
Absolutely.
23 non-traded kills out of the 26 that he found, by the way. Just casual.
Yeah, that's absolutely filthy. I mean, you could just see a lot of the highlight reels coming through here on these replays, you know, from Craze. He was just doing so much. It started off to, you know, that great start where he's just getting a lot of these early kills, getting you off the time, and he's also just always in the right place at the right time when you talk about some of these critical rotations as well. So really fulfilling his job just about perfectly here as they give Treaty 1 Gaming very little to work with.
Yeah, and look, I want to say, like, Treaty 1, when they got their setups, when they were holding the rotations, the setups weren't bad at all. They were really stellar setups. But what it mostly came down to was just that slaying factor. And I hate to make it sound so black and white, but that's legitimately what it is. When you think about the stats and everything, I don't know if we'll have the opportunity to be able to look at all the numbers, but like it was legitimately just that. You always had players on the rotation. I've counted at least like 3 times that I was saying that Treaty 1 were the first team on rotation, whether they were given that spawn or not. The setups were fine. It just came down to those gunfights. And it came down to a Craze factor. Again, just lurking, just running around constantly. He was winning gunfights. He was making everybody turn their heads. And it just made Welly and Exotic's AR duty so much easier. They could just go watch the crosses because the moment you're trying to chase a red dot that is Craze on the map, he's already a ghost. He's gone. And you're already getting beamed in the side of the head by Welly or Exotic. So it's just what we expect out from this fourth space team. There was not a whole lot of time to be able to rectify a lot of the issues because it was just such a fast snowballing pace out of fourth space esports. But now we get into the search and destroy where it very much so could.
Yeah, that's right. Everything kind of changes. You know, you can slow it down a little bit. You can take a breather, and this is where at least you can pull off some big wins, especially against teams that are really good at respawn, which, again, you look at this squad, you feel like they're always going to be pretty solid when it comes to the hard points as well as the control. So I'm right there with you, pal. I think this is the one where you can really look for the bounce back, look to try to get back into this, force that control. But it's easier said than done with the way some of these boys are shooting at the moment right now. You need almost someone to step up, kind of get that momentum switch in play starting here in that round number 1.
And we saw that 5 spree out of Mirage, right? Like, and that was a good bright spot. You also talked about how like Abe was like getting that confidence and he was come flying around the corner being able to win those gunfights. That's what we expect out of those 2 young bucks, to be able to kind of dictate the pace. And you go to a map like 6-star where, again, you should feel right at home if you are an SMG. You need that plus a bag of chips if you are Treaty 1, because Craze is absolutely going to do all of that plus some more.
Well, I'll tell you what, I love me some 6-star search and destroy. You can be so quick on the flank. You can get places just so fast. And if you're not ready for it, you can be caught off guard completely. Little swim down into the pool, as we'll see a nice little chow come out. The outer skirts of this B-bomb site. I like this initially. No trophy systems, remember, for round number 1, so a lot of value in these stuns and nades as they come over the top, and that looks like a chance now to lay the bomb.
Oh, he's so weak. Where was the coverage? It's all the way into the backside of the pool. 2v3 now. 2v2 forces at least the trade coming through for Mirage. And it's going to leave just 1 player remaining. And that's going to be Welly. Names are flipped on the top side of the screen just so everybody's aware. Welly in a 1v2 is able to find the first, can't transfer to the second. So Treaty 1's going to walk away with that first round, but again, asking myself, just like, it's round 1, you got no trophies, like, we're not going to watch players cutting back through the mid scoop through P1, but hey, you know what? It's all right. You got to feel it out, man.
You got to feel it out. But I do like the call, at least coming over to this B site. We know how favored the A site is on this map when it comes down to just getting the bomb down and getting control of Statue, especially, you know, early on when you do have the good value out of the stuns and nades. But able to take a little dip into the pool works out for some early map control. Good trades will follow, and that is exactly the start that you wanted here if you're Treaty 1.
100%. So now the offense take here for forward space. It's going to be another B hit, so no trophy systems have been earned quite yet, but this is a very fast B hit, and nobody from Treaty 1 is even nearby. I love the call coming through as well from Welly. He's playing all the way on the island inside of security, maybe trying to play for a late flank.
Bomb positioned on B. Nade should shrug that player off, but it doesn't find the connection, but it does force him forward. So nice little teamwork will work out for a first blood onto Craze. You eliminate one of the critical players here for fourth space, and you get a man advantage.
Oh, the late flank, he almost did it. There was if that was pre-patch hipfire MCW, he 100% gets that elimination. But now it's a 1v odd situation. Pro MR, good lunch, have fries, brother. Can't even find a single one as Tars to make it a 1v3. But stellar defensive setup. And again, as far as this push is concerned, going over towards that site, right? I mean, if you don't have anybody watching that cutout, You don't have anybody to stop that nade. That stun to come through forces the player forward. You don't have an angle to watch where you ended up getting that first blood on a Craze from. So it's just by proxy, just really good search and destroy, really good utility usage so far out of Treaty 1.
Yeah, forcing them into some really tough situations to work themselves out of, right?
For sure.
Great teamwork with the Semtex coming down, forcing him forward, saying, hey, this guy is forward now. He is no longer on the bomb, and you're getting that little bit of just small communication that's really coming into play. So 2-0 start here. Treaty 1 Gaming certainly looking refreshed after the map 1 loss. A chance now to put 3 in a row if they're able to get something done over by B. And we'll see exactly what the challenge will look like. And everything has really been favored over to this B site here so far as they work to the pool side and get closer and closer to the site.
Yeah, Juju's got a sub. He's the tip of the spear. He's also the bomb carrier as well. And you can see what they're just trying to set up maybe for the coverage from player number 4. But first blood's going to strike. Exotic's going to force out this 4v3 advantage for the defense.
Good nades, good Semtex is over the top. That might allow a plant to go down, but the trophy system will follow first, and you can just see the hesitance, not wanting to drop the bomb just yet. 3v4, man advantage for 4th space. This is certainly their round to try to lock down and secure, but we're getting lower on time here, Andy, just down to about 38 seconds.
Bromar's trying to play for a timing. Maybe some confirmation off an audio cue coming through here from Welly. Not even an inch. Got to plant the bomb eventually if you're Juju, though.
Oh, what do? They're not falling for the bluff. They know they're still here. You have to go for the plant. And, well, nade still coming over the top. They're going to stick it. Will we get a challenge over the top? That player has not gone down just yet. Finally, the kill is there. 4v2, and this is going to be a very difficult hold.
Yeah, I'll say. And now you know where both of them are, just inside the pool. Yeah, just go ahead and hop that bad boy. I mean, they're not going to be able to get past you whatsoever, let alone have to swim through the pool. Yeah, you found 2 kills, at least if you are Abe. Very well done, but I mean, you want to talk about patience is key. You want to talk about veterancy. Yes. That was it right there. You had a 4v3. Bomb's not planted. Welly's playing on the backside over by the sidebar, just playing for an audio cue for Pro Omar to either pounce through the middle area and try to maybe collapse on the play, or just wait to be able to dissect the information where it is on the post plant. They cut down Juju post plant, and now you get both players inside the pool. Yeah, just find that immediate trade and just hop that bomb. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Great S&D on display currently. And the critical round that we did frame up does come through, fourth space. Now a chance to build off of it. We'll see if they can do it. Duns nades over the top, still wondering if we're going to get an A hit, but this time the bomb actually goes right towards mid, and this time there's no one actually defending B, at least from the backside of the defensive spawn. This retake would have to come back through or through the middle, and it looks like they are going to backtrack, make their way to the top. Not going to go for the immediate bomb plant here, but they know that there's some players at least in the facility.
Are you going to have anything to stop these late nades? Does anybody have any late nades left over? Well, at least you know that you got one. You are exotic. So bomb's going to get planted here. No eliminations on the exit whatsoever. Full 4v4 at a post plant.
How do you dissect this one?
I don't know.
You can see just the patience coming in again, but no one's really giving them a whole lot. Smoke's going to go down. All right, here we go. Pedal to the middle, moving into the site. Player spotted inside a pool, looking for the gunfight. Shots over the top are good. Secondary gel not going to follow. Everything coming together now as it all comes down to one player remaining. And, well, there is not a lot of time left, and they hold strong 4th space. Now you see the smiles as these boys are starting to find the flow.
And you can see both Welly and Craze just laughing because in that post plant, it's literally them that shuts down everything, right? Like, Welly offensively is always going to be that island player. He's playing all the way back security, waiting for a delay timing. This time he doesn't push through to get over to the other side of the statue. He actually goes back and cuts through mid all the way through the offensive spawn, and that couples along nicely with Craze, who was waiting for that timing to get that bomb planted, and then he was the immediate person that went over towards the side of the pool to then play that crossfire for Welly that came back through the middle of the map. Just wonderfully dissected, and that's all thanks to the way that Exotic just held onto that nade all the way into the post plant.
Absolutely. All right, 2-2 the tally. Treaty 1 Gaming maybe starting to get figured out here as we get about halfway through this search and destroyed. Nades over the top of middle. This is a huge fight around this P1 area, and it will be Challenger 103 that ends up coming out with the kill. That is Abe looking for a secondary. Won't be able to chain together too, but it will give us a 3v2 here in favor of Treaty 1 Gaming.
And it's going to be an isolated one. Look at Craze hot on the flank. He's going to stop the bomb from being planted, let alone finding a setup there for Exotic to get the elimination. 2v2. They have to know that bomb's lurking over there, right? Well, Craze is actually going to go back and double check over by A. They're stacked together. They're trying to play for the kills quite behind them. Able to find the first to the second. The drop shot is good. Abe showing up when it matters most. I mean, we opened up the salvo here for the 6-star search and destroy, each team winning the opening 2 rounds. So able to answer back, take that 1-round lead again. It's 3-1.
All right, Abe, able to get something going there. Nice little follow-up. Comes behind the play, shows just a tad bit of trigger discipline, makes sure that he is good for the secondary chow, and it comes together ever so beautifully. The young gun that we've constantly been talking about coming in here for one of his first years. He came up, you know, in some of those Zuma tournaments, and, well, right now he is shining on main stage, and his team needs him. Have to keep it up, though. 3-2 now the tally. Up by 1 will be Treaty 1, and it looks like finally we're going to get our direct first A hit here as we start to get some of the players at least in and around the area.
And the difference is now that Craze is the island player, so he's going to be playing for that late flank, but middle of the map was wide open, so Abe's might be able to have himself a little bit of a timing depending on the information, what you're able to see if you are Juju on the backside of this.
Glass going to be broken. Should give a sound cue off, but they're still able to get away with a kill, and they might be more than happy to try to play.
Oh, no.
Retake here, but everyone thinks actually they went over towards B, and that is not the call. And now you have a player that can also pinch up this cross, so this could be very scary, but they're able to find it cleanly, and now we go 3v3.
But that's all the information that you needed if you are Crazy. You found first blood, you died, 3v3 post plant, everything's coming through you.
Scary moment, have to hold. Kill's gonna come through, able to get 1. Turn into a 3 versus 2. Shots in the back. That's actually going to be 1 here from 107. That is a huge one from Juju, but he's going to have to go. 20 seconds on the clock.
Where the last 2 players located. He's just going to hop it. Got to check the bomb. The coverage is there. The defuse soon to follow, and how about it? Mirage, the 2-piece while Juju hops the bomb. It is a strategy as old as Call of Duty's history. You hop the bomb, I got you, brother. Let alone you thought it was just going to go 1 for 1, but good for 2? All right.
Yeah, that's some trust. Something you love to see, and what a 2-piece that is in the end there from Mirage. You see the smiles again, looking good. Boys starting to put it together after getting figured out maybe a little bit earlier on here in our 6-star search and destroy, but it's moments like that that'll certainly win you a map. And these boys are starting to really get cooking here, up to 10-4 if that stat is actually correct. Insane stuff coming through right now.
Yeah, up to 10-4. That's Abe. He's just living in his natural habitat. You're on the Skyline pool of 6-star search and destroy. It's a fast BXQ coming through. The middle of the map is actually being watched by Pro Amar. He's not there by himself. He gives it up at a terrible time, though, so it all comes down to Welly on any audio cues or nades that he might have.
Juju just wants to lay it. Doesn't want to mess around this time. Wants to catch them off guard. Catch them slipping, and no one's going to get him off the bomb. So 4v4 retake once again.
Got somebody watching the long flank. All of this is going to be coming through the middle of the map, through the bar. But you already have Welly. He's already on the bomb site. Got to find where these players are fast.
Everyone's still up on the map right now. They're going to stick it. They're just going to try to go for the defuse here. Is it going to work out? Challenge going to come through, but is it too little too late? It looks to be the case.
Unreal.
Wow. My goodness, fourth space. They just stick it and say, you got to come to us.
The stones you have to pull that. Because if that is over by the other bomb site, you're not getting away with that whatsoever. The bomb checks are too easy on that side of the map. But over by pool, again, it's kind of like the way that it looked a few rounds ago, right? Even if you are in a 4v4, you dealt with the initial challenge outside of Tiki, you get the 2 red dots over by the pool, and then the only other place you need to watch is what? Over by P2. And the moment that you don't get chowed from that lounge, you know you got that covered. I mean, that is just a veteran call coming through from fourth space. You definitely love to see it. Still within 1, though.
All right, Treaty 1 Gaming, just when you thought they might have been able to start to run away with a couple of these rounds, fourth space, still ready to claw back into it. They now are looking for the big tie-up, and this time, this should actually be a free plant. Nobody's in a position to stop it, so once again, we're going to be playing retake.
And the difference this time around is that they were expecting maybe Craze to try to play for that late hit over by pool. Not going to be the case at all. So you're at least going to have Welly watching the long flank, but all of this setup is around the statue bomb site.
Look at how difficult this is going to be to enter. The smoke going to come down. That creates a bit of chaos. Finally, maybe the first kill. They're going to go for it again. They're going to go for it again. No way. Are we going to get a check? Oh, he gets there, but it's just too little too late. The ninja diffuses. Have you ever seen so many, Andy?
Oh, I think the defuse got stopped.
Did he stop?
Yeah, no, the defuse got stopped. It was mere moments. I would love to see the decimal point. Like a 10th of a second.
That must have been, like, it looked like he had it. My goodness.
It was so close. but the timing was pristine. And through all the smoke changes and everything, like that entire bomb site just became a rave real fast with all the gunshots. But, I mean, you're playing in a lurking position if you are Exotic. And I was saying at the beginning of the year, it really does feel like we got EG John Exotic back up on the main stage, man. This guy's been frying in this title. 4 in a row now, 8-5. Potential to take a 1-round lead here if they can convincingly take this one as well.
How does this change the game? And oh, what's a team name? Oh boy, this is looking like a fast round. Last one up here, gonna be Mirage. He's pulled off some pretty gnarly stuff here so far. 7-3 stat line. Got a lot of time to work with. That's the good news, but the challenge comes to him. They give him no room to breathe, and now fourth space, they're starting to put it together. I believe that is now 3 rounds in a row.
He just runs at him. Just get the information and just runs at him. I mean, it's crazy, right? I mean, like, are we surprised? He doesn't even just run at him. He's just, like, slowly crab walking through the fence. Just trying to work to be able to maybe get those streaks, because what, now Exotic's up to 5 in a row, I think I saw, but semantics aside, this is actually the first time in this map number 2 that fourth space actually have a lead. They were able to win now 3 in a row as we kept continuously going back 2-2. It's going to be an offense coming through for Treaty 1, or for fourth space, excuse me, trying to put themselves in a position to try to close out this game. They're going to go back over to the same bomb site that they just won on. It's over by A, but they're going to get challenged aggressively very quickly by A.
Yeah, just a tad bit of a change up. One player a little bit closer on the site playing defense. You just can't allow these plants to maybe keep coming through. But
over his camera.
It just jumps right over him. He had no clue. The player in the back has to completely back up. You do have positioning, at least inside of you, so that could allow you to try to stop this plant, but you know a challenge might come your way.
Oh, information was there, but the gunshot's taken. Llama is going to shrug them away from planting the bomb, but they don't like it anymore. Look at the play. They're leaving Craze behind, and they're all wrapping over towards B. What's the timing look like, at least for Llama? Did he see anybody cross? Doesn't seem likely, but with the bomb not being planted, you should assume that this B bomb site is rather vacated.
Well, we are pretty low on time, so this is going to have to work out, and it looks like nobody defensively is going to give it a check. Bomb now being planted. Will go down. One player down on each side as we now play retake again.
Oh, good timing. 2v3. This has round 11 written all over it. It surely would feel Craze has to go massive. Sees the first, but the off angle was at least being held, and the pinch soon to follow by Mirage. I mean, it was a really good gut check call. This was all given that Craze's timing was really good over by the A-bomb site. Wasn't the case at all. Retake was pristine. That was such a weird camera when that happens. Yeah. Have you never done that before?
I have.
Yeah, no, it's just strange altogether. But it works out for Treaty 1 this time around. Won't lose 4 in a row as we go the distance to a round 11.
Round 11. A chance to stay alive, force that control on Invasion, or you're going to go down to the lower bracket here if you are Treaty 1. Big pressure moment. We'll see who is going to be on the attack and how about at fourth space. They found success at B. They found success at A. What is the play call going to be?
Offense for fourth space. Looking to get themselves over towards A once again, and they're going back to that same strategy we saw a few rounds ago. Craze is going to be that island player, while 3 try to brute force their way over towards A. Unbeknownst to them, the defensive setup for Treaty 1 is the exact same of what we just saw.
And this time around, you're going to need a little bit more out of your forward player, which is Abe. He's got to get a read on this, and he will get a read on this, but is he going to be able to get out now? He's got to just duck for his life, try to stay up. Still lots of time to work with on the clock. You're not pressed to move into the site right away. But with this defensive setup and Abe still forward, you're still having a lot of pressure to shut down this bomb plant.
But they don't know if he left or not. Nobody's going to be clearing away this under bridge. And they think that it's going over towards B. They're going to get really good timing on a Craze. Yeah, he's going to get blooded, but now the information will be mutual. Over towards A. Abe has a lot to do, but first he's got to stay alive. 3v3 post plant.
Abe is overwhelmed, and it's a secondary shell through mid. No trade's going to follow. Player in the back needs to get something done. None of it's going to come to life. All down to 1. The shots come through, but it is not enough. Fourth space. They hold on. They get the round 11 win, and they're moving on to winners round 4.
I mean, what a toss-up, a roller coaster of emotions that entire game was. I mean, you had the first 2 won by Treaty, first 2 then answered back to go into round number 5, then they had a 2-round lead again, 3 in a row, losing to go to round 11 there in round number 10. But I tell you something, man, this fourth space team, their ability to digest, understand, and adapt and search and destroy is the reason why they're always so highly regarded, especially individually. Exotic's been doing it for years. Welly, also a player that we've been talking about constantly. Promar is one of those guys as well, and then we add into the young phenom that is Craze. This team has pace, this team has brains, and overall their skill ceiling, again, I feel like is yet to be truly seen. Very good game out of them. I thought it was going to go the distance. I really did feel like a Treaty 1 had everything that they could possibly imagine, but I mean, when you get Ninja Defuse once, twice over by that B-bomb site, it's
so
tough.
many times.
Yeah.
I've never seen it happen so often, but when you talk about a map like 6-star, like that is one of the maps that you can do it on, especially at least at that B side by poolside, right? Like you are almost giving up the bomb to play your setup and try to keep it intact with the crossfires. And yeah, like you said, we almost saw up to like 3 of them. I thought even another one went through. It was so damn close. Everyone was just hopping the bomb. Bomb goes down. I'm hopping it, boys. That's the comms. And you got to love that, right? Because, well, if you get it off, you're going to win the round. So crazy search and destroy. Definitely gets the blood pumping a little bit there. But this Dark Horse team that I did talk about, this 4-space squad, I feel like they have a lot of potential and they could maybe go through this upper bracket and get a couple more big wins.
Yeah, here's the replays from the entirety of the series. The Karachi Hardpoint was a decimation. Fort Space were able to win by 103 points at the end of it, where Craze was just having a masterclass performance. I think he went like somewhere near like 29 and 11 or something like that with like 26 non-traded kills. Yeah, it was disgusting.
More time too. Look, is that the most time?
I mean, he was living lavish. I'm going to go up to Mikey after this and just ask him.
30?
Yeah, we're going to need a solid meow out of Mikey Perelmar, because that dude was a hill kitten, to say the least. But, you know, it's one of those things, again, that this team just, like, fundamentally sound. Mechanically, very, very good, especially with the acquisition coming through from Craze. That this is, again, where we talk about the ceiling for this team, and then we got to see the continuation for Search and Destroy. Because, like, slaying on a Karachi Hardpoint is one thing, but being able to adapt to the continuous efforts that was coming through from Treaty 1 is no easy feat. You can tell that they were well-tempered in understanding on what they needed to do and try to adapt to the setups that was raw aggression more often than not from one, if not two players from Fort Space Esports. So what do? They just draw back a little bit, hold on to utility for late in the rounds, get the information late, and then react accordingly off of said information. It was a spectacle to behold. I'll sit here and nerd for the next 3 hours if somebody doesn't cut me off.
I'll nerd with you, brother. It was a great one. And again, excited to see how that team goes forward. But, you know, how is this squad going to do down in the lower bracket, I think, is the big question now for Treaty 1. They have a lot of potential. We've seen it. If they clean up some of the respawns, I think they could definitely do some damage. But they might have a potential long road ahead of them if they want to make it into Saturday and have a deep run. So we'll see what ends up happening there, man. But coming up next, I want to say that we have maybe another potential winners round 3, or we'll be going down to the lower bracket. I'm sure production will be able to confirm for us here soon. But at the very least, you know, we're getting pretty close to the end of the day, at least for as far as our matches here on broadcast. We've got a couple more left, I think, at the very least. But man, it's looking very, very hot, very highly contested, and it's delivering here so far, Andy.
Yeah, I think like 1, 2, maybe 3 more matches left on broadcast for us. This is Friday, starting to whittle down. But it's also important to note, because this is a winners round 3 match, that was their last series of the day. Comparatively to like Treaty 1, they're going to have to play maybe 1, if not 2 more series in the pit. So like that kind of extends your Friday evening a little bit, that you can't go out and enjoy this beautiful city that is Toronto. Regardless of the matter, it's one of those things that Fort Space can now go back to the hotel room, get some dinner. They can start reviewing their VOD, because they already know who they're going to be playing up against tomorrow in that winners round 4 match. Again, that's going to be a best of 5. So definitely want to be here bright and early to catch all of that. But winners round 3, nonetheless, still a few more matches that we have to get through.
That's right. So for now, guys, we will throw it to a break. We'll be back on the backside of the break. Don't go too far.
Oh. That's better.
Here we f***ing are.
Ah, man, come on.
I'm trying to show the front. I only have a side. 1 P3 and 1 was the top guy. Nice. Nice. That's good.
I think he's top P3 steps.
Nice.
Good show, guys.
Nice. Give me
Dead. One more. Close right. Dead. Close right on you. Dead.
I'm one shot.
One more.
Oh, take it maybe.
Yeah, one tunnel now, bro.
Go on.
Tunnel dead. Tunnel
So
dead.
2 more together.
Take it.
Doubles now. He's just.
Mouse.
What are you
doing?
Go,
Mad.
Toby.
Take it off.
Yeah, good shit.
Toby.
7.
Not trolling. Good shit, boys.
Going on the stage for the first time after 7 months, if anyone tells you they don't have butterflies in their stomach, then they're lying to you.
LAN is so much more different than online matches. The The level of competitiveness at a tournament is so much different.
Lands the highest pinnacle it comes to in gaming. So it's definitely like a level of anxiousness, but
we were pumped to get on the stage with Dill, and I feel like that's what we've been waiting for a while.
That level of just pressure on you, the level of competitiveness on stage, everyone you feel like is at their best. The dopamine levels up there are ridiculous. You know, there's no better feeling than playing on LAN.
The doors are open and the fans are filing in here at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway. Welcome back to Boston, everybody, for the 2024 major, the opening major of the Call of Duty League season.
My God, 25 and 6.
25 and
6.
That's.
I'll throw him
next. Don't worry.
He's 25 and 6. Toby? No wonder I couldn't find no one.
I have no idea. I just don't think they're shooting.
They're tweaking, bro. They're tweaking right now.
They are tweaking.
That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this Seattle match, wow, this was a quick one. I can't lie. I didn't remember it till now, but this was an ass whooping.
Toby put on a show. I'm pretty sure he went like 24 and 6. Had like a 4 KD in hardpoint, which is unreal, unheard of.
When you're on point, you can feel it during the match. It was just all coming together. We're finally on LAN. We get that pump of everything going our way, and I think we took advantage of that, and it showed. And I think after that, it's just over, because the rest of the map you're so confident that they will have no chance.
in the moment, no one knew what was going on, because obviously Toby's not like a vocal guy. Perhaps if Scrap was doing something like that, you'd know about it. You know, the only thing you heard from Toby was a "Dad" every now and then, and he'd be like, "Oh my God, let's go, Toby."
Any route I took, I would get the kill. Any gunfight, any ego child I took, I'd win that too. So I feel like they're a team that can't really compete at our level, and I feel like we all just went into that series thinking, like, let's just make this a fun series and a quick one. That's what we did.
He's back closet.
Jumped over.
Hey,
That's
nice.
nice.
What the fuck?
No one
More
close.
there. More than one shot. Here's the child. Here's the child. That nice. Good boys. Boys. Slam it. Shit, man.
Let's go. Holy shit. This guy's in there.
Anyway, map ends, and then pull up the scoreboard because you can't see deaths and whatnot until the maps ended. We look at it and we go, Jesus Christ, Toby, you kept that quiet, didn't you?
I can't stop thinking about 25 and 6.
Yeah,
that might be the best map I've ever seen.
Yeah, same. I gotta peep that.
25 and 6?
I gotta peep game.
It's insane.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Nasty. Dirty. Dirty. Bye.
2 for 1 here. No. I just put it right down the middle both times.
I think our PCs and our PPAs, you know, sometimes you have a good computer, sometimes you have a bad computer, you kill better, your bullet reg, it's just different. In a PPA, I'm not gonna lie, I was getting rinsed. But I think the team, outside of me, they were all ready to play. But I was still kind of in my head a little bit, I'll be honest. But I think right when we got on stage, right when we got like past like the first couple kills of the match, you know, I was locked back into how I usually am.
It comes down to culture. Team culture is ultimately the values of the team are still upheld in the absence of the so-called leaders. And I think you see that in our team. Ultimately, you know, we have all these practices that we do, mobility, mindfulness, etc. But ultimately the players are happy to take that on themselves, even when there's not necessarily someone that usually leads the practice there. And that proves that the players have kind of taken it on, and they believe in these practices to the extent that they are willing to either lead it themselves or undertake it themselves. So I think that comes down to the culture of actually believing in the things that we're doing and it having real tangible benefits for their performance.
Oh, I need some caffeine. Oh, I need some caffeine. Oh, I need some caffeine. Oh, you're locked, kid. Oh my God, it's so easy.
Well, just about concentrate.
It's about like the 4th ball. 3 in a row. 3. Oh shit.
You see that?
That was good. That was good.
Bro, put these up more, bro.
You're the one put them down.
And it's really kind of testing what works for them and what can get them to a level where they feel very grounded, they feel very calm and relaxed, and their nervous system is extremely regulated, because ultimately that is going to allow them to perform at the highest level. We ultimately perform under very high stress, high performance conditions, under the highest pressure. So I think, you know, it's been a process about educating them about how these things can benefit them, and then seeing what works for them, and then them kind of reaping the benefits from it, from incorporating these routines, these techniques, to allow them to perform at their best.
I'm locked in.
Faster?
Hey, get up.
Yeah.
Good.
You can keep
All right, one more.
Yes.
Just go.
But, you know, my last LAN tournament didn't obviously go as how we wanted to. Champs was just kind of rough for us. So I was just, you know, trying to get back on stage, trying to prove everyone that, you know, that was just a fluke. We're still one of the top teams, and we're going to be the best team in the game. We know that we're a top team. We know that if we play how we've been practicing, that no one's going to beat us. I look at consistency as just kind of up and down. You know, I looked at Chance as kind of like the downward trend to an insane up year. You know, this is a new year, this is a new me, and we're going to come out and show what we can do.
Yeah! Yeah! Here we fucking are.
I'm doped up.
Get it, boys.
Let's go, Scrap.
Let's go, Toby. Come on. Let's go, Toby.
Get a good start. Let's go, boys.
Yeah.
Come on. Let's go into these. Yo, bring some fucking energy. Let's go.
Playing against Rocker, I mean, it's another team that people obviously expect us to win. But you know, Rocker at the time were on a hot streak. I think they were like 12-3 in maps going into the event. Obviously, they 3-0'd New York, the reigning world champs.
So they obviously had some momentum on their side that we knew they had, and we weren't going to take them lightly.
I mean, you can't take anyone lightly in the league. These are 12 teams with 48 of the best players in the world, so it could be anyone's day.
Line up. There's the stack. 1, 2, all 3. A perfect hold there from Ultra.
I think this was probably our hardest match of the tournament. I mean, they played us really close in the hard point.
I mean, the first map was a bit dicey.
Falter, and this is the opportunity to get back in the game. Final 20 seconds you're going to collect, and you are way ahead of the rotation. This is Rocker's single opportunity to get this map won.
The map was really, really close. They were really, really playing well doing the entire map, and I feel like we're definitely getting challenged quite a bit. I think Lynn's and Awakening was just frying up shit at the start, but you know how we do it. We worked our way through it. We all pretty much calmed down in that moment and just worked out a break and ended clutching up.
Have to play ticket. I have to push.
Okay, I have to chow.
I'm going to tunnel.
Anything
Stun
cross?
garage, stun garage.
I have garage pitch, right?
Nothing's crossed, right?
Garage,
I've
aim
been
right
stunned.
now.
Nothing cross. Don't see him. Ticket, one shot.
Yeah.
Garage
Cross
now. He can cross. Go.
Dead.
Sorry, garage.
Nice!
Good go, boys.
Baby.
Good shit. Good shit. Still? Good shit, boys.
Nice.
Good shit, boys. God damn. Blood pumper?
That's what we wanted, though. That's what we wanted first map, right there.
That's where the series ends. You know, when you get that close win, other teams checked out, we're pumped up. So it's always good with a little blood pumper first map.
But other than map 1, I didn't really feel too close.
We took care of business onto top 3.
Another 3-0 added to the tally. And that was one hell of an effort from Rocker, but it was simply not enough.
Nice, man. You're f***ing
Sunday. Another event, another Sunday.
Oh yeah, now we're feeling good.
Could have pushed B down.
Could be in the map.
Anywhere, bro. Could be hiding in the corner.
B tank.
Front of you.
I have the B street push, right?
Dark, then.
Laundry thing as well.
In laundry. In laundry.
I have it.
Then. Attaching point.
Trophy on point.
Hummer weak.
We can from point.
Let's chow that out. Nice, man.
Playing FaZe, I mean, there's a team that speaks for themselves, right? You know, Simp and Abizi and Celium, you know what they're capable of.
Over the years, Simp and Abizi have been by far the two most challenging players to play against.
These guys have been on top of the league since the inception.
So finally get to play them on LAN, first time this season. You know, it was definitely like this is the test right now. You know, this is like the season where we have the best chance to shut them down.
This is for us where I think Everyone was like, yo, we win this match, this is probably it. I think everyone in the venue felt that. It was like, whoever wins that match kind of is going to win the whole tournament. And honestly, that's what I thought too. We didn't play them all stage. It's always a crazy-ass series against them. Every gunfight feels hard, every rotation feels hard, every round feels like you're putting everything into it. When honestly all this is said and done, they'll probably be like one of top 5 greatest players. You know, Simp, 2-time world champion in 4 years or 5 years, whatever it is. Same with Abe and Cell. So obviously just like a team to be reckoned with every single year.
To just finally get in and play them was like, here we go. Like, we're feeling that we're up for this event.
Get it, boys, yeah?
Let's go.
Stop, boys. Please, man, bring the energy. Let's go.
Yeah. Let's get a good start, yeah?
Yeah, just make sure we're staying on top of rotations like that, bro. Just do us. We're fucking chilling. Let's slam these kids right here.
Hard ass kills.
All right, Boston, it is time for the winners finals. Only 2 teams remaining that are undefeated.
This should be the pinnacle of Modern Warfare 3 to this point. Our 2 Titans have yet to cross paths until today.
2 top right. 5.
Top out, dead one, jump out the window. Jump out the window from U5.
Yeah.
V5 now. He's going AC2.
I can't hold anything, bro. Half weak.
Yeah, there's 2 here, bro. 2
Towards the front. Stellian from the high ground clears off the hard point of Easy right back into the mix, finding himself clearance, and there's a break for Atlanta FaZe.
That's a big break. They eliminate every single player from Ultra.
We definitely have a good viewpoint. We're all on the same page. I feel like that's the biggest thing for us. We're all on the same page. We know what to do in every situation. If we're backs against the wall, we know how to get out of it.
Break coming through for Toronto. A key moment as the 3rd hard point was near flawless, and now a chance to really get close to that 250 mark.
We knew we were going to get challenged by them, but, you know, we were feeling good that day, so no stopping us.
Long in the first 3 kills go the way of Toronto. It has to be a break from Draza. 243 to 214. If Easy's name gets there, but can he actually follow up on it? Last couple of seconds are in.
Boys.
Come on.
Nice.
You're slamming him.
Shit, Scrap.
I was about to dump off the fucking ref.
What?
I thought that was Ryan for a second.
Well, Brian's right now next to you. Nah, good shit, bro.
Slam these fucking idiots.
Good shit, Scrap.
No teamwork. There's 0 from these fucking kids.
I think the first map in any series is just very important.
It's just a huge map in the series, any series you play, to be honest. But to take it against FaZe, like, the momentum is going in your favor.
I mean, when you lose a hard point you shouldn't lose, or win a hard point you shouldn't win, it feels unreal, and that just builds on the momentum going into map 2. You know you've kind of shaken them for the search. So that's literally what happened.
Kleenex laying prone. He pops up, finds the first contact, but similarly so, Draza able to turn this into a 1v1.
It's Draza. Think he crossed? No. Yes.
Nice!
Toby!
Way better, man. Way better.
Get the hell.
That was some snap from you, kid. Jesus Christ.
This guy's fucking dog shit. Let's
Who
go,
the
come
fuck's
on.
he running? The dog.
Good shit, Bill.
Yeah.
You're just trying to shut them down from the second that you sit down in that stage against them, and I feel like that's what we did.
Where it was a 6-1 search, just clinical from us. Let's just close it out right here, and that's exactly what we did. Came out, showed what we could do on sub base, and it was just clinical.
Cat, jump up, you want.
He's making me sick. Just stay left. Yeah, he's close front. E2 jet.
Front jet.
Nice.
So stop that.
Nice. I have ult in.
I have all the tunnel.
10 seconds. All the tunnel. Everyone low tunnel. Everyone low tunnel.
245 to 128. Put him to bed. Head to the grand finals. Ultra. Perfect.
We were feeling an all-time high after a complete slammage map 4 and going into grand finals.
Fuck, man. Holy f***. I'm fucking slamming this kid.
When we were 5-1 up, I had my head in my hands.
Why?
We got man advantage, and I seen Scrap on the tank. I was like, please don't do it. And he just went running towards. I knew he'd die.
I don't even know what happened there, Ron. I can't lie.
He got first bottom pretty sure, about 5-1. And he just ran a dark. I knew what he was going to do.
When we won against Draza, my screen went so great that I almost just gave up mid-round. I thought I died. If you see my cam, I'm like this, bro.
Ryan, are you just
actually looked away from
just lounging around, or?
Yeah, I'm just lounging around. Let's go get some fresh air. Do some win.
Going into grand finals, the job is obviously not finished.
Been great so far, but you know everyone judges you on your last performance at events. So you know we just knew we had to lock in for the finals. Job's not finished. It's time to lock in now, because this is the biggest series coming up.
I don't think I was ever more excited to play a match than I was right there. The only thing that I was thinking of right before we actually walked on stage was like, we just got slammed at Champs. There's no way we're coming out back-to-back second. We're gonna come and show what we are, and like that last match was a fluke at Champs, and it's not who we are. It does. It does. Champs final still haunts me, I can't lie, you know. First Champs ever and I get 5-0'd, like, something I can never forget, but it's just something that lights the fire into me and just wants me to keep going.
Get it, man. Go. Get it, boys, yeah? Let's go.
Let's go, Toby. Bring the fucking energy. Let's go. Nice. Time up. Wait.
Top here.
Late back door. I hit him once.
Nice. I'm here, Jimmy.
They could go third, bro. I'm still going back door.
Yeah, what's going plat?
They want plat right now?
In diner, dead. I can't tell this.
Two times. Weak time. One more time. Back door.
I feel like it was kind of a neck and neck game all the way up until the very end.
Hard points up. Phaser in. Lead change once again.
Going through the last moments of the hard point, I actually thought we were going to lose just because they called in 2 streaks. Scrap and Jamie somehow had 2 trophies and were able to stop both streaks.
The break! Ultra hold! And they're gonna get it too. Insight gonna clean house. The spawn is distant and Ultra steal game number 1.
Let's go, Jamie! Come on! Holy
Can go, man!
Good job, Jimmy.
Feels insane. In the grand finals, you want to go up 1-0. Our blood's pumping. It was a close one, a seriously close one.
Which honestly set the tone for the rest of the finals.
See, bro, this is how it started last time. Now we just fucking slam them. Let's
rinse him in the surge, bro.
Here we go. Let's just keep the foot on the accelerator and let's keep going with it. The flow state we had this week on S&D was just incredible.
How well our S&D's been going all weekend just led into this skid row, and I don't think any of our searchers got close this weekend, and we were just pulling these clutches out of our ass. I mean, a lot of that is to Jamie. I mean, the most clutch guy in the league right now. It's good to be on his side now, but just another dominant skid row.
Easy reads right now from Ultra. Every direction phase comes from. They are just sprinting into a pre-aim.
We were 5-2 up. I was playing bomb. It was me and Scrap versus Draws and Cell. Scrap makes an unreal play, finds Draws, we kill him. 2v1 now. I see him on spiral steps, I'm playing bomb. I'm like, Scrap, don't die to him.
Said Scrap, stay alive, spamming in my ear, Scrap, stay alive.
Don't die, don't die, don't die.
For it, last man standing, Celium, a 1 versus 2 required.
And I'm over here jumping over the mattress. I'm like, he's one shot.
Here's the fight. Scrap!
And I die, and as I die, I'm like, oh my God.
Big tags, bomb planted now. Celium in an absolute 1v1.
If we lose this round, I am never gonna hear the end of it.
Insight right back on the
Jamie! Go,
He was absolute, Jamie.
And Jamie didn't even care that we won the map. He looked straight at me and said, hey, I thought we said not to die. And I said, brother, I got joked. I don't know what to tell you. You know, it is what it is. We won the round. Next time it happens, I ain't dying, just know that.
We go to P1. Every single moment has to go the way of FaZe right now. Ultra, they're in the apartments, they're in fire, they're in money. FaZe have got to get a move on right here and now. Go, FaZe!
Let's go. Holy shit. We have a breather. Let's get off this breather.
In Ultra, taking full advantage, 1 round away, and they are your champions.
There's no better feeling of checking someone out at the end of the series is us poetically throwing pre-nades off the rip of the offense to go into a 4v3 in championship point.
I think me and Dill naded over the B site, got a pick on Draws.
Ultra, they can do no wrong. And now in the final round, Envoy throws an absolute doozy, takes care of Draza. It's a 2v2. Simp and Cell going against Envoy and Scrap. Split on the map for the moment. 32 left on the clock, and Scrap gives you the next one. Another gunfight one.
You know, I know Dill has my left side, so all I have to do is watch one side, and then Simp just ran across and onto the bus, and we killed him, and then there it is. Champs, motherfucker.
Arches.
Well, for me, I was like, yo, we just did this shit. Like, that shit was slight. I look over to Jamie, and Jamie's like, I'm like, what do you mean, just that? And I'm like, all right, like, I'm going to say GG's. Like, I don't know what we're on about over here. But then after I said GG's, after I lifted the trophy and everything, I'm like, yo, this shit was kind of easy, bro. I can't lie. Like, it was like some maps were close, but the series was never close. Like, no series for us felt close. I'll tell you this, though. Like, Major 3 last year felt insane. This, different. This was different. This was just like, yeah, this is how it's supposed to go. We're dominant. We knew we were supposed to come in and be dominant, and that's what it showed.
Well, I don't know what it is. Don't know what I was feeling that moment. Obviously, winning felt unreal. But, you know, I want to think this season's like the Boston Trophy is the first of many. And as long as we can keep practicing hard and stuff like that, there's no reason why we can't win more.
I mean, us as a team we're just a great team. We work well together, and we come prepared. So, game could change for all it matters. Game could be completely different. We could be playing a new game. I don't care. We're still the same team, and we're going to do the same thing we did this entire stage. So, as easy as that. Let me see the trophy, bro. Actually heavier than I thought. Can't lie. Has anyone had a beer from it yet? Wow, beautiful. Put it back. It's gonna look nice in the cabinet for sure.
What's going on, and welcome back, everybody, to the Toronto Open. My name is Seymour, joined by Propers. We are continuing through this winner's bracket run. Andy, we got ourselves a Battle of Europe.
Yeah, a little bit of a Battle of Europe. You feel like that there is some blood loss in between these two teams. We'll talk more about that in a bit, but it's hard to look at all the winners round 3 matchups. And when you have 2 EU teams going up against each other, 2 EU elite teams specifically, how can you not put them on broadcast, especially when it's a best of 3?
I mean, there are a ton of good games going on so far through the pit. If you're here, I mean, I'm sure you're enjoying all the trash talk that's been going around these past couple of matches. If you're not here, I mean, right behind me, Team War down 0-1. I think to Destro.
Yeah, to Dilo. Yeah,
Dilo?
Yeah.
That is crazy. And Mind Freak taking map 1 off of Team Bink.
Yep.
Lots of going on right now. Potential upsets, potential shakeups in the brackets. It is a fun time here in the Passion Pit. But talking about this map today, or this matchup right now here in the winner's bracket, we got Noctum versus Revived Gaming. Subbase, high rise. Andy, how you feeling about this matchup?
This one's going to be interesting. The square up on Subbase is more interesting for me than it is anything, because when you think about these two teams historically, you have enables on both sides that are going to be housed around SMGs, specifically for Aspect coming through for Revive, right? I mean, that guy has just been quite literally flying and quite legitimately frying, but when it comes down to the 3ER setup that's going to be continuous for Subbase, I'm actually going to go on the hands of Noctum and think that this is going to be a power pick for them if they can kind of suppress the overall stature, the Augusto that is in between both Disarray, or I'm sure he's probably going to be playing underneath Luigi. Actually, no, he doesn't have a name. And then Aspect as well, yeah. But for the high-rise Surge and the high-rise Control, I think is going to be interesting, because for both of these two teams individually from the European scene, very methodical Search and Destroy teams, that high-rise Search and Destroy is going to get nerdy.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see the Search and Destroy no matter, what it is, especially considering 2 EU teams who have a lot of time to practice against each other back, in their country, and now coming to Toronto, matching up against it. Revived making a change after Stage 2 into this Toronto Open now as well. It's kind of picking the brains and kind of seeing exactly how these teams, fall together now, and I think I'm mostly excited to see how this Revived Gaming team kind of fares up against, their next stage here in the winner's bracket. So it's going to be fun for sure as we're taking a look at both of the rosters here, at least the players on camera. They're locking in, they're getting ready to go, and getting all set up for this round 3 matchup. Subbase map number 1, Andy, and we kind of been getting a lot of Subbase too. I'm kind of surprised that we've been getting so much Subbase here in the bracket.
It's just a map that you have to know at this point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're FaZe. That Atlanta FaZe, that said, they can always veto Subbase, and they're going to be sitting there and having a jolly old time. But out here in Challengers, it is what you know. This map has only changed slightly ever since the game's launch, right? But after all those hardpoint changes came through, the spawn changes as well, the map's been pretty much the same for the past, like 2 months. So there's no rhyme or reason why you shouldn't know what to expect. Reading spawns very one-dimensionally. We're looking for money hills to come through. P2, 3, and 4, potentially even 5 if you can get a lockdown setup. 3 ARs potentially sometimes for those SMGs to be able to get a lot of good roaming pressure. This means just about everything. Main stage appearance here on a Friday for these European teams.
All right, so Subbase hardpoint between Noctum and Revive. Things getting kicked off here as we are loading in, Andy. And a lot to break down for how this map is going to shake up, but I'm excited to see how these players match up against each other with so much experience all through their comps, all through those elites. This is going to be a fun one for the best of 3, so let's get into it with Revived Gaming starting on the less preferred side. They're going to have to work their way across over towards P2, and Noctum going to get some initial time here, but some early gunfights, and it's going to be Revived actually piecing them apart with the top comms control.
Yeah, 107 is BB Connor, and if there's one thing that you need to know about Connor, especially through the last elite stage and as well as recent C4 Online tournaments, that boy has been a frying, but good top control coming through for Noctum thus far. Controlling top third is just about everything when you are starting off on that side of the map. Accruing time isn't bad at all either. It's just about drawing a line in the sand or the snow as it may be for Subbase.
Yeah, so BB Connor again just looking to fly across. See if you can flip things out for Revive to set up for this P2. But a couple spawns in the back for Noctum. Fight here for BB Connor. He's going to win it. And now looking to flip out. You see these blue arrows turning around still. Player number 5 up top on these railings. Not able to get a second one. So that's going to secure Revived Gaming in the back of P2 for some early time.
Yeah. Massive moments here. I mean, you still get useless spawns if you are Noctum, but you're still spawning so far out of the woodworks. Player number 1 with 3, it's Disarray. Trying to play his life here in the bottom side of the office. Not a full pump. Able to go for the reach out as well. Couldn't walk away with the second piece, but enough time for the reinforcements to come through.
Yeah, but still no time for Revive. They got to fly at this one. You can see them just funneling on over this railing. Trade from 105 outside in the maze. Nobody collecting good time here. So for Noctum, who got a good chunk off that P1, this is everything that they want while they're trying to finesse Revived Gaming all the way over towards this P3. And now, Revived, you have to decide with 20 seconds left, do you want to hit this again? You are very dangerous in flipping these spawns.
Yeah, you can see just immediately backtracking is Kez. Challenge 105, just making sure that spawns will be secured. Next player is going to spawn up right behind him for BB Connor. Next player is going to have to be Red Top Snow. Nice shots actually coming through from Aspect. This kid has been something special ever since bouncing onto the European Challengers Elite Circuit. Currently sitting up on a 3 spree. Might have another one dead to rights. Absolutely the case here. 2 more for a cruise missile. And you can just see how much time he's buying throughout the entirety of the map. An avenue might be open, by the way, all the way through server, but it's immediately picked up by Disarray. You can see if you can keep these players at bay.
Yeah, Disarray gonna try to weed things out here. Nile working around the back. 6 and 2 out of Nile to kick things off for this Noctum team, and some good team shots are actually getting Revived out of the hill. So Noctum, they break from the back and the front. It's a good pinch, and Revived, they're spawning all the way back to P4, and look at this map control from Noctum. There's nowhere to go for Revived Gaming.
And you're not going to contest this. I mean, not unless you get a lucky spawn. Comes all the way through for Kez, able to at least uproot these players away from the hard point, but the other 3 died on the opposite side of the map. Last one known as Kez. Spawns will now flip. You got players all the way to the backside of Useless. Heads up play coming through from Detain. Once those kills did come through in quick succession, but I don't know what just caused that spawn to happen. Maybe you have too many blue arrows on the right side of the map, but sure, you know, we'll go along with that as Aspect seemingly spawns in the middle of the hill.
Just sub-base things sometimes.
It do be like that sometimes. Most of the time.
Well, it's a good chance for Revive to actually shake things up on the rotation. They get gifted a spawn. That's going to be 2 kills coming from it. See player number 102 for Noctum backs up, now trying to place some spacing, give time for the players off spawn. Hope to help this break. Hops up on the heady. Nobody to be seen. In comes the contest, but the shots are so good from Revived. 102 goes down. Detain is sent packing, and the break's just not going to happen. So that's fantastic out of Revived to get blessed with a spawn.
Very uncharacteristic stock coming through for Detain. 2 and 6. Not necessarily where you want to be, and only 2 seconds of hardpoint time as well. And just what was looking so good for Noctum to start things off here on the sub-base map number 1. Revived have swiftly turned the script. Nice shots actually coming through this time around from Genesis. Gets kill number 8 to their name. That's going to be at least the tip of the spear to try to get inside P5, but then next is up is going to be Disarray. Knows that there was a player top snow. Doesn't read right, looks left. So very scrappy throughout the middle of this P5. A lot of time left to soak up. And the map control still favoring that of Noctum.
Yeah, and that was Disarray shut down just before the cruise missile was picked up. He was on 5 in a row. Noctum back into the motions of soaking up this hill onto P5 with top snow control. It's going to be hard to cross this one, but there's a spawn all the way deep in the back of Warehouse, and Disarray might be able to shake things up. Nope, it's going to be Noctum just keeping a heads up, head on their shoulder, looking all around. And they have completely brought things back. That lead that Revived had off the P4 break, it is gone, Andy.
Yeah, you might just try to hit this one more time if you are Revived. You already have one player that's trying to anchor out the spawns on the backside of Warehouse, but now you just got to try to funnel, try to fight for the back 15 seconds of this time. Almost able to double down, at least was Keza, but not going to be the case this time around. And it is going to be just about a dead even game going in towards the second set. Maybe just about a 5-point lead that Noctum are going to hold over Revived's head, but much better off where Revived were at the end of the first set of hard points, Colin, compared to where they were going into P3.
Oh, of course. I mean, we were at a tie game heading into the second set. Revived getting the early, I'd say getting some early time there, but it was barely anything. Some good control coming out from Noctum now. As you can see, Kezo looking to locate these players underneath. Slides in with the MCW. Tough fight to take, but he wins it. So Noctum back into this time. Fighting for P2 as well. You have top AC control if you are Noctum Esports, and you're trying to hold on to this as best as you can. Being a little bit, I guess, slippery there with the MCW. Big win coming out from that P2. Every single kill working in favor of Noctum, and Revive need to find out how to break out of the spawn now.
I mean, it's the same exact thing that happened in the first set, right? I mean, you give Noctum an inch to breathe. They immediately flip that into the top third control, push it all the way through maze. They flip the spawns. Now Revive are spotting in towards P3, and if you can tell by the canter of my voice, that's not exactly where you want to be at this moment of time, but nice push coming through from Stacks. At least in the moment of time, Revive have players spawning in on the backside of Useless. They do have the back scrap time. They're trailing by 20 points, but now they have to read the player that's bottom office, and James will double down, inevitably traded, but is the damage good enough to buy time for reinforcements?
It's not. Revive's back into the hill right off of that. Not going to get the 3. The respawn's right in the back as well, so Noctum, they're here, they're fighting, but while this is going on, Revive, they're happy to get every single second of this hard point. Last chance here, swings out is 101, going back in for 2. Damage, but no kill. Off the respawn, Noctum have to be careful to hit this all as forward. It's going to open up with a kill there from Genesis. Now for the fly into the hill. The contest 2 go down for Revive. The trade's coming through. It's all Noctum so far. They clear the hill. They break the hill.
That's fine to lose this back 20 seconds if you are Revived, right? You look at where they're spawning at now. It was a good heads-up play ahead of P2 to be able to get the majority of the time there, sure. But if you're going to be soaking, if you're going to be chalking the back 20 seconds, this P3 setup needs to be a big one. Look at how far away from the entirety of the setup that Kez is currently playing for Revive Gaming. Player number 4 in red, just all the way out in Bufu, trying to put themselves in a situation to maybe try to set up a little bit of a pinch. Good scout, though. Good kills coming through from Noctum. They might just be able to knock down the door.
Yeah, Genesis has come to play, and now the door has been completely knocked down. Noctum, they flip the map again, and Revive just cannot catch a break when it comes to this map control. Constant pressure from Noctum, all the kills going their way, and now yet another setup for some good time in this sub-base. Revive, they need to pick things up. They need to find these kills and break it immediately, but it's not happening. Over the top, it's going to be Revive from Snow. Finally getting the kills. 3 go down. They pull the spawns. 25 seconds looking to go their way.
Yeah. And again, that's where the conversation comes back to chalking the back 20 seconds of P2 and hoping that you get about 40, if not 50 seconds off of P3. That doesn't go your way. But the 20 seconds will be conceded, so this is going to be just about a dead-even game again, going over towards P4. This has been the most firm handshaky sub-base hardpoint map number 1 between 2 top EU teams that I have ever witnessed in all of my time here in MW3 thus far. Good setup for Noctum. Can they hold?
This time, Revive, they don't get the cheeky, lucky spawn that Noctum just can't read. This time they're going to have to trust their guns, but it's a big read there from 102 from Noctum. He's going to find a double kill through Maze, maybe all 3 with the Renetti, almost locking down that kill onto Kaz, but it's not going to come through. And Revive now looking to break yet again. Kaz, a second one. That's 3 down. Hill is going to be walked out from Noctum, so it's wide open now for Revive to start working their way in. Stun's going to connect. The kills from Revive are here, and again, they're breaking from the front. They flipped out Noctum. Can they hold this hill now?
And this 25 seconds will flip the lead, surely, but yeah, also just keep an eye, like Kez, 8 and 18, not the sexiest KD ratio that we've seen, but those 2 kills and all that damage that he found along the way through Maze was absolutely sublime. It's actually forcing Noctum's hand. They're looking to break P4 once again, and it's at the utmost wrong time. You still have 1 player to worry about inside of the hard point. BB Connor's still fighting for his life. 1 player spawns in. That's Aspect. It's going to start shooting these players in the back of the head. And the other 2 players spawn in over on the backside of Warehouse. So we have straight gunfights happening across the entirety of Subbase. Luckily enough for you, Keza was able to at least clean up 1 player over by P5, so Noctum will be in 5 first.
Chaos ensues in Subbase, and Noctum seem to be taking the success off of this one. Revive's get a set of kills. That's going to take them out of the hill. Revived, jump on this time. Just nice swing across with the shutdown. The trades for Noctum get them back into the hill. They got the back warehouse spawns. They're able to hit this again and again. Nobody set up for Revive to find these kills, but the trade fest is still ensuing. Back into the hard point we go, and Kaz trying to break this one, but denied. 3 go down. And now you have a 5 spree coming out from Nile, looking for that late game streak.
That cruise missile would be the final nail in the coffin, is going to be able to at least get that 6 kills. So cruise missile earned for Nile, 29 and 15. Holy hell, can you tell me that this boy loves land? 233 to 188. Rotation over towards P1 is about to be coming our way for Revive, and they need to rectify the situation quickly. They are spotting so far away from the hard point, but they also need to be playing for the rotation over towards New. Player 103 is going to be completely aware of that. That's going to be Desiree. Finds a kill on the backside of the warehouse, but does not upset the spawn. So long as you can continuously break all the different setups and turn heads for Noctum, that could be your avenue to bring yourself back into this game, let alone win it for Revive.
You need to win these fights. You need to win these fights, but you have no control, and here they come. Noctum's going to break right through the front. Everybody dies from Revived. Last chance for Revive to hold on to the sub base, but only 11 seconds to make it happen. Revived off spawn, splits everywhere, back into the hard point for the break. 107 holding on firmly for this Noctum team. Revived still struggling to find the kills behind it. 106 in Maze has to rush with the Renetti out. It's going to be good to keep this one going. 3 go down for Noctum, and look to the rotation. 1 chance to break this, only 4 seconds needed.
Well, once again, Noctum Esports going to be in P2 first. You got to start flying in towards this hard point. Cruise missile also gets called in by Nile. He gets all the information. All GG's.
It's going to be tough. Revive, they got to go. They need some heroics. Only 1 second left. They're going to hop off the hill, but it doesn't matter. Nobody's able to get there from Revived, and Noctum take the sub base. It is very back and forth across this whole game. But towards the last set, towards the end of that last bit of hills, you get to see the slang coming through from this Noctum team. They just look so comfortable on the main stage.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, it's one of those things, again, that you go back to the first set when you're looking at from 1 all the way to 4. It was about a 40-point lead that Noctum held over Revive's head, going back in towards P1 for the second set, dead even game. And we were going neck and neck, trading blow for blow, 40 seconds for everybody here and there throughout the entirety of the second set. But then towards the end, around that P5, like, Niall snapped. And like, he was always finding a lot of good kills, a lot of good 2 pieces for every single life that he was on already. But it was that one Herculean 6 spree that kept them all trapped in the backside of the map. It just generally felt like that Noctum were fundamentally more prepared for sub-base, playing it the way that they did, comparatively to the way that Revive were playing super reactionary and trying to gun their way into these power positions rather than trying to play for them in the first place.
Yeah, and everything, you know, on the side of Revive kind of banks off of that lucky P4 spawn that gave them majority of the time back in the first set of rotations. They just, you know, you can't bank on that all day long.
Right.
And that preparation is definitely important, bringing us into the search and destroy. Now you're looking at a high rise to kind of pull things back if you're Revived. And again, with the way that the ARs are playing on the side of Noctum, it's going to be tough to kind of battle through these lanes.
There's one thing we know about European teams. Boy, do those guys love high rise. I don't know if it is for the propane, and if it is, we're going to have a very long conversation about that individually with me, Dr. Proper. Anyway, it's one of those things that, again, for high-rise search and destroy, you're not wrong when the ARs are piecing the way that they are. What is high-rise but just like maybe 3, 4, if not 5 with the crossfires that you have in between the windows to get a lot of good damage early on. But even more so than that, it comes down to your SMGs, your first and secondary, to be able to find those routes, getting through bottom blue, being able to work underground, being able to find these cheeky timings off of the AR pressure. That's what's going to be the immediate difference for me in between the sub-base and the high-rise. These SMGs do need to get on point.
Something that we didn't get to see back in sub-base too often with the amount of MCWs you get, but it's an excellent point to bring up. High-rise search and destroy. Revived looking to even up this series and send us to a high-rise control. Noctum looking to ride that momentum at the end of that sub-base and see if they can put things away and move forward in the winner's side. So we're going to kick things off with the Revived Gaming offense, or defense, sorry. Noctum going to work their way into blue, but look at this defensive setup. They're just sitting in spawn.
No reason to get over exuberant with your defensive setup round 1. No trophy systems. This is about to be a big gunfight down low. Detain potentially looking for it. Gets behind him. He's going to be able to take him down. Disarray, not fully aware of the situation that was happening, is going to leave 2 players alive, at least for Revived on this defense.
Yeah, now Revived have to be proactive. They know that Detain's going to be in their spawn, but as soon as they leave their side of the map, Noctum has all the angles, all the advantage, numbers in their favor, and they get things done in round number 1. Very patient. You let Detain kind of make the play, and it just seemed like Revived were not really expecting things to kind of just work out the way that they did, with Noctum waiting in the wings for them to make a mistake.
It's absolutely the case. I mean, you'd probably even justify this for your ranked games, right? Like, you're just chilling all the way to the backside of your spawn. You lose that 1-1v1 down low, and then you're just getting sprinted at from there on after. You can hold as many irons as possible, but then you have to force the issue to be able to find a trade, force the issue to be able to find some semblance of numbers, and it just does not work out for you at all. So 3 in the round. Coming through at the very least there for Genesis. This boy has been shooting the past map and a half so far. Realistically, this entire year. What am I talking about?
Fantastic.
But the offense salvo for Revive Gaming still has them locked around green fence for the time being. It looks like that they want to lurk towards an A hit, or they could go bottom blue maybe to B.
Lots of time here for Revive to work some magic. Noctum, similar to round number 1, you let Detain kind of sit in the aggressive situation, try to be that playmaker, try to close out on a couple of these kills. The rest of Noctum just fishing for that information. So down through blue we go. You can see Revive now starting to close onto this B site. And it's all really down to Detain, but one member goes down for Noctum onto this B site. We may be looking at Detain to really shut everything down, but Revive have to be careful with that player just sitting there, because now that's the bomb down on the site. Detain's going to win it, and that's going to put them in a weird spot.
Yeah, Detain still lurking around the antenna will be dealt with, as well as the player that was all the way to the backside of the left windows. It's a 1v3 situation for Genesis. He's on a 3 spree, so you almost have to feel like that you need to gun him. You do not want him to get closer towards that cruise missile. How important it would feel to have that on a map like High Rise Search and Destroy, but it looks like he's just looking to save the spree, potentially try to find a couple of gunfights, and he's just going to get shot from top choppers. So wonderfully done there in the post-plant situation. Wonderfully done there to be able to rectify once Detain did find that kill inside of the B bomb site. You knew you had a player out on the backside of the left windows. You knew you had a player that was lurking around the B bomb site. Didn't see anything from the death screen, I'm sure of it, if you are revived. So you isolate them individually, one long range from the damage that came through over on the outside of Propane, and then being able to push inside the B bomb site by yourself to be able to get that win condition set in stone. Wonderfully done for Revived. Now it comes down to the reactionary. Got trophy systems? What have you learned from the first round offensively if you are knocked to make this a little bit easier for yourself?
You win that first blood in round number 2, and that snowballs into your favor quite like we saw the opposite side. Now Revived, not showing that aggression that we saw back in round 1 that kind of blew up in their face. You see Noctum now looking to push the pressure on as they have the bomb working up this B street. Player in towards blue, player in the pit. So Noctum's really trying to open up this map right now. You can see that Detain just waiting to fly, laying prone. Not going to be able to read this player just standing behind the door. As soon as it opens up, Detain snaps around with first blood.
Didn't have the greatest map number 1, but again, Detain, very notable SMG player. Subbase must feel like prison to him. Last player alive is going to be Kez, and just swiftly dealt with as well. Knocked him on offense, can do no wrong. They isolate even the slightest bit of information. You can hold all the crosses, that way Detain can get through bottom underground and just start really working through all the nooks and crannies that is this map of High Rise, and you can just see the distress that it causes for Revive's backline. Everybody tries to turn and deal with him, but before you do, you're getting pieced up.
Yeah. And you think back even to that south base for Detain, you didn't really have to do much the way that Nile and Genesis were shooting. So now on High Rise, it opens up a little bit of the map for Detain to make something notable for himself here in map number 2. Revived again, swapping back to the offense, see if they can go back and forth. It is going to be a quick hit over towards this A site. They're lurking in towards blue. It looks like they want to jump out here. The nade spot's not going to be there. Sliding out though, Genesis, and the nade's going to hit. That's 2 down right away. Bomb down outside blue as well.
Yeah, just immediately stopped. Look at how far forward the defensive setup was originally for Noctum as well. To put themselves in a situation that when Revive try to push for the trade or try to get any sort of angle, it's being watched. And yeah, I mean, you definitely saw that cross come through if you are Detained. Yeah, it's just a masterclass clinical, if you will, for Noctum. And as far as this namesake is concerned, you go back to Challengers Season 1 of the Elite. Very different roster for this team. Didn't make playoffs. I don't even think they won a single series underneath the Noctum banner. They come back in towards, what was their own land over there. I think it was like in Surefield or something like that. And then also through a handful of these other roster changes, they have progressively gotten better and better, picking up different acquisitions along the way. One specifically of Nile helps out not only with your comms, but also with your gunny. That guy loves it.
You just look at the roster that Noctum has. You don't expect them to stay down for long.
Yeah.
So here they are, prepared and ready to make a run in Toronto. And Revive struggling to get the ball rolling. So you see back on defense, lots of aggression out to blue from the side of Revive, looking to open up a play here as they're already through bottom blue into the spawn. 105 looking to make this play as Kaz. He's going to open up the first blood, traded immediately. Now we flip the map a little bit. Dane gets spotted, but he stays alive now in a 2 versus 3.
This is doable. The problem is you're nowhere near each other, so that's exactly what Kez is trying to do. Trying to get closer towards the Tane's positioning. Bomb's looking to get recovered here as well. Maybe at one point just getting a little bit too big for his bridges there, wasn't he? Still alive though, 2v3.
And that bomb's going to be hard to recover here. Nice
Wow!
shot. That's a 2 versus 2, and Detain doesn't now need to put the pressure on, but even still, you can see him flying to get into position. Jumps out, shut down. 1 versus 2 now for player 101, and Noctum get wiped down, revived, bounce back.
Wow, I'm surprised Detain did not get that kill down low. I mean, 4 HP, living that versus a rival 9, like, yeah, no, you better look down in your pocket and thank that lucky rabbit's foot that you have. That,
good shots.
That don't happen often. MCW beam up towards top side of Chopper was definitely a sight to behold for ourselves as well. So Revives are slowly stopping the bleeding. If you can shut down the aggression of Detain through the middle of the map through Underground, you might be cooking with something here. You're only trailing by 1. You stop 2 players from getting closer towards a cruise missile if you are revived, 1 round at a time. Offensively, they need to figure it out though.
And I like that route from Kez too. I'd like to see more from Kez to try to battle for it. It looks like we're getting something similar as Kez is already down at the pit. It looks like they're going to pinch together through each lane. 103 dodges the nade and it's time to fly. Shots in. That beautiful first blood onto Detain, who just gets completely caught out of position. That's first blood now in the way of revived. Looks like they want more.
And that's exactly what you need to do, right? I mean, if you're not going to be able to stop the presence of Detain, just sending Ewan down there to do it himself. Disarray going to be able to get a big first blood. Now up to 3 in a row for himself. You have numbers, but the bomb carrier is the one pushed up the furthest. Needs some assistance to be able to get that rock down.
You still have Member working. Bomb's going to go down, but spotted. No kill coming out. Both members staying alive. I'm looking at, again, Kez making the play on the flank. Chance to really blow things out of proportion. For the side of Revive now in the post plane, and he is hunting. Timing goes your way. 1v3 now for Noctum, and there is nowhere to go. Nice shots there onto the first, but with 8 HP, the trade for Revive is going to bring us to an even game.
Didn't see who got that last kill. I'd reckon that it wasn't Disarray because it did come through from top propane, but Disarray is actually now up on 4 in a row, winning these 2 rounds in a row. And yeah, absolutely will be the case. It was Aspect that was going to be the top side of the generators, but I mean, that poor boy was dead, right? For sure in a 1v3 situation. The entire clutch did not go his way. All right. So, dead even game as far as this high-rise search and destroy is concerned, but we've seen this before just all of about, like, I don't know, 5 minutes ago on the sub-base hardpoint. We're going to be able to get some hard reads in between these two. Again, these are very historic S&D players when it comes down to European challengers, let alone the entire scene altogether. What's the adaptation going to be? It's going to be 2 players lurking in the spawn offensively, and this time Revive's actually the one being aggressor.
You're Revived, again, just continue to set pace here, but first blood doesn't go to your way. Trades out from Aspect, looking for more with Renetti, runs out of bullets with the MCW, gets the job done. 3 in a row now for Aspect. Numbers to Revived, and Noctum sent scattered.
The entire setup defensively was to maybe try to get Disarray that 6th kill, 5th and 6th kill, if you will, but the moment he dies, all plans go out the window, and it's just playing the trades. So much to clear if you are Keza. Not expecting him to be inside of the 2nd elevator. Last alive will inevitably be Nile, 1v3.
Spotted and dead. Revived, I mean, what a way that they've brought this back. Couple rounds in a row now as they tie us up and take the lead. And, I mean, you look back to the sub-base and how back and forth it was, and then it was just, you know, flick of a switch. You saw Genesis, Nile just in takeover mode, and now when you see a player like Aspect starting to make plays like that with the Renetti through the middle of the map, you can see that the trust is starting to fall into place for this Revive team, and I feel like that's what we were missing in those early rounds. This is not something that I would expect to be a one-sided affair between these two teams.
No, absolutely not.
So, this is exactly how the script, I'm sure, is written out.
I mean, Aspect is a nasty kid, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he's one of the nastier shots we've gotten from the up-and-coming European players. It just comes down to that confidence on land. Can you translate that to such a high-octane match, and a much-needed one as well? That's, again, the top of the screen says that Revived is up 1-0 in this best of 3, but that's not true at all. Noctum did win map 1.
Yeah, Noctum. Put this one away, too, but first they have to bounce back here. Nice shots from Genesis, but no kill. Very quiet in comparison to the past 3 rounds.
You can hear a pin drop or a propane tank explode. Opening blood engagement. Will be immediately traded. 3v3. Bomb still being carried, though, by Disarray. So the play's still alive.
Bomb through blue. Detain, again, a chance to kind of be that playmaker, chance to shut everything down, but it doesn't seem like the traffic's going to come his way.
Oh.
It's 101, just waiting in the wings to put that bomb down in the beat. I mean, that's the second one from Detain, too. Should be the nail in the coffin for the round.
Yeah, it sure will be. I mean, unless you can have a masterclass performance out of Kez, not going to be able to get anything done whatsoever. And again, as far as alterations are concerned defensively, this time around, Detain's not putting himself in harm's way. I believe that he actually loaded in with an MCW that time around, but regardless of whatever weapon he had, he was just playing in a one-off angle, trying to stop that B-bomb from being pushed in the first place. Works out wonderfully. If you're revived in that 3v3, you know, you need a player to try to jump up through the ladder first. Unfortunate to say that it was Disarray, had the bomb in his hands as well. You got to clear top heli stairs, you got to clear inside of the 2nd elevator, what could be lurking top propane, who knows, but it's just a tough situation to find yourself in. As Noctum have brought it back, tied up in round number 9 we go.
As all things should be between these two teams. Very experienced in playing each other across the past years. So here we go for Noctum to actually kick things off with the first blood. Beautiful shots from Keza down B lane. And that's going to open things up for a potential plan.
Sure looks that way. I mean, nobody's in a position to try to stop this. I mean, the moment that Ewan was thinking about it, it was already being watched. Trade will come through, but you got numbers if you're Noctum here in the post.
This flying through is 105, not able to get the kill. And Noctum now solidifying their post plant. You gotta go deep to find these ones, and good timing there from Aspect brings us into a 2-on-2. You see that Kesa's actually gonna be caught out as well, so everything down to one. Nile in a 1 versus 2, time in your hands, just trying to leave these players out. They're getting hits, but not able to transfer to the second one. Aspect is gonna take the lead back for Revived.
I mean, if Nile finds that first kill and gets away with his life, we could be dancing for sure, but luckily enough, Aspect was right around the corner in bottom blue. Information that Nile certainly had, knowing that he was probably going to be traded immediately. Could not get away with that highway robbery of a round. Great opening salvo for sure, but I mean, Revived, as to your point there, going to put themselves up on map point. They're going to lead by 1. And at least for this offensive hit coming through from Revived, you really do feel like that patience could be a virtue. The last time Noctum did exhaust the clock to the point where you had to make the move in about 30 seconds or so, save some late utility. Specifically those tacks. Try to find where some of these players are lurking at. But it seems that Mr. Detain himself is going to go back to his old devious ways. He is flying through underground.
Dan's just going to post up next to Crane and be Revived. Have 2 rounds to send us to a high-rise control. Who's going to draw that first blood? A couple shots there. 101. You see 105 is going to fly on forward. That's Kez now looking to stay alive, but he's not. Detain's just going to jump right in there. First blood for Noctum.
Now the world is truly your oyster. I mean, you can just see how deep Kez is playing, just watching everything outside of Propane. This has to be a B hit, but there's so much information that you lacked if you are Revived on where some of these players are lurking from.
Oh no, Aspect goes down, and suddenly the dominoes are tumbling. 27 seconds to make a play. All the way down through bottom red with the bomb as well. There's not a lot of time to make this play unfold, so you just gotta fly right now if you're Revived. And here they come, shots in, the damage traded. 101 goes down, and it's gonna be Noctum taking us to a round 11.
Round 11 for all the marbles here could be the difference in between staying on the same venue for control or Revived getting knocked down to the lower bracket. Important to know, I know I'm probably getting him ahead of myself, but winner of this match does go up against his face the second seed, and that is gonna be FaZe Clan Black, so all right. And that's happening tomorrow, so very scary stuff, but I mean, what a big momentous swing it would be for Noctum to be able to turn this round 11 in their favor, being able to deny Revived any map whatsoever, being able to get some sort of EU supremacy ahead of your winners round 4 and total run through major number 3. Only time will tell. Round 11 is going to have Revived on offense. And we're going to go back to a very similar aggressive setup that we saw quite a few rounds ago. Detain's got an AR, so this is going to be a very slow roll, but he does have some assistance down low.
In deep, shots not there, but look at that trade there. Keza just jumps on forward. In through mid on B, the help has arrived, and Genesis saving Keza. Can he save him even more? It's 1 versus 2, and Revived now. All down to 1, Aspect in a 1 versus 2. Barrel is going to send him down on towards A, repositioning and healing back up. 52 seconds to make this happen, to clutch up for the team, to send us to a high-rise control. And Noctum are going to double up, play it safe, I think. Aspect just got spotted, but I'm not seeing the reaction from the second player. So 2 individual gunfights that Aspect could win. 1 versus 1.
Yeah, Aspect for sure got that information. 1v1. The last player is going to be all on the backside of their spawn. It's going to be Genesis. 9 and 7 for him. I'm going to close it out. The bomb does need to get recovered here, and it's all the way over in front of elevators. James has a hell of a read and a hell of an iron to hold.
Genesis opened up game 1. And it looks like he's ready to close game 2. 15 seconds, bomb recovered, and Genesis knows that the time is in his favor. He just has to stay alive.
A bomb's gonna get planted. I mean, this is a lot riding off of it, right? It's 2 MCWs versus each other.
So where do you go? Full wrap for Genesis. 35 seconds to put this away in a 2-0 fashion. Aspect 9 and 6, looking for double digits to take us to a map number 3.
Oh, it's an easy read.
Genesis going all the way around the world here. Time is running out.
Easy read.
Aspect turns around, but the timing doesn't fit him. He stays alive. 18 seconds, and Aspect has a chance to clutch. Gonna hop the bomb right away. Does Aspect check this one? Does he check it? The jump up in time, and we're going to game 3.
First time that I have seen, well, actually, no, I went to the Karachi controller earlier versus, with Bearclaw. Semantics aside, I mean, that's a, wow. Things that I honestly didn't see happening. I mean, like, look, like, Genesis has been playing COD for a very long time, but the fact that he decided that the last play would be the long flank, and he almost got the timing to be able to gun Aspect in towards the back. Look, you give Aspect the second time with taking that gunfight, he will 100% win it, you feel like, the majority of the time. The bomb was planted for him to be able to hit that route. He could have checked it from elevators. He could have checked it from heli stairs. And then he could have checked it, obviously, through the underground hop-up of what we just saw there for the clutch moment as well. Very tough to say that Aspect, what was that, a 1v3 at the end? Being able to isolate those last few players. He got on the first, force out the 1v2, got the information. I think a teammate, if not himself, actually saw the jump peak come through over by Wood. And then he was able to isolate that kill, just waiting for the challenge to come through left windows, got the perfect centering jump out from that house, and then isolated 1v1 there at the end once he knew exactly where Genesis was located at. So yeah, again, I'm not going to sit here and continuously glaze Aspect, but this is the many different reasons why we've been gassing this guy up since the beginning of this year. This guy is the real deal. He shoots incredibly straight.
Absolutely fantastic plays from Aspect. High-rise control, my first control of the day. Everything when I'm on the desk has been 2-0s. And I'm excited. Both of these teams, chance to go up against the number 2 seed and continue your winner's bracket run. We're going to get things set up with a little bit of a break. And when we come back, High-rise between Noctum and Revived. Welcome back, everybody. We got Noctum and Revived going game number 3. The series has been an absolute banger. We got a close sub base, a round 11 in the Search and Destroy, and now Revived looking to go back-to-back in maps, and we're starting off with the first blood coming out from Team Revived.
Always fear the bounce back after the bathroom break, I'll say that much. In between maps 2 and 3. We were catching up with Pro Omar. A lot of teams have been going map 3. A lot of teams have actually been Nesloing here in best of 3s. Will that be Revive's shtick? We'll have to find out and see. Offensively so far, just about a dead even game as far as lives are concerned. Good map control actually coming through from Noctum, losing your life over to the backside of A, but that opens up the B salvo wonderfully.
5 unanswered kills from Genesis to open up this map. Now they're on towards B. Slide in from Revived. It's actually going to stop that first segment from going in towards the B zone, but the kills don't come through. That's 3 down again for Revived. Chance for Noctum here to get some serious progression.
I think James is a little angry with how that 1v1 went in that round 11. Thoughts?
I think so too.
All right, well, he's 7-1, so I think that's a very true factor. So that B zone is slowly being worked on, and you would think with the 23v20 life remaining count, that a second player should probably hop on that B zone and just capture that sucker, but they're still trying to play for map control, and in doing so, Kez has been able to get up top chopper, gets bad timing on a player exiting out of B, but that's going to be 60 seconds added on towards the board. Revive will lose one player along the way. It's actually a late contest that comes through, and I don't know how I feel about this unless it works.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to contest this one. The kills don't come through. It's another 3 down, and the stack is on. The B zone is done. 1 minute and 48 seconds. Kez pushed out of his spawn now. Lots of heavy lifting here to do for Kez. And off the respawn, getting some support too from the players in the mid windows. So Kez is going to have a chance to rush through the middle of the map. He is spotted, so careful. But the communication is not there from Noctum just yet. Off the respawn, still struggling to find these kills. Oh, Kez, that's best gun of the game, Renetti.
Remember the RK5, the RK7? Diamati? Yeah. Let's go ahead and add the Renetti Sketty to that list too. That thing is godlike, especially on land. Come on now. So 12v12, and that rectifies a 4 life differential that Revived did have for themselves after they very ballsy try to late contest over by B. But now the map control is all theirs to lose, but one good push with a minute left, that's all Noctum truly needs to try to sack that A zone, Colin.
9 playing 9, lots of time here to see these lives unfold. This could potentially come down to the kills. And for Noctum, I'm sure you don't want to let that happen, even if you do win. It's high rise, after all. You're not guaranteed offenses in the last round. Nice shots there on the side of Detained. The MCW in hand, but still trying to work their way out of these windows. Noctum need to find a set of kills here, and looks like this player from Rive is going to be spotted dancing around the help from above. Nice shots coming out from the ARs. And really, Noctum now, they're stalled out to only 30 seconds.
Yeah. And this is looking like a chalked round with 6 live differential in between them two selves, and we'll put a pin in that conversation because it might be indicative for a round 5. Here comes the late delayed hit. The flank around the back is going to be pristine from Disarray. You got one player pushed all the way up inside your spawn. It's going to be 108. Genesis trying to be a nuisance, dealt with. Next player up is going to be 102. It's going to be Detained. Trying to maybe work a little bit of a pinch, but no respawns remaining on either side.
Detained can put this one away. You get a player in blue, you have a player in the back of hut. Detained still alive with the Renetti out. Snaps over. That's going to be the round to the offense. Noctum come out swinging on the high rise. It comes down to the lives, though. They don't get the... I think they didn't get the second ticket for Russian.
I don't even think they got the first.
I think they got the first.
I don't think they got the first, brother.
I have to see.
I don't know. Regardless, though, like those 2 kills came through so swiftly, and again, it's just such a fine point that you just have to be extremely careful of when it comes down to high-rise control. Just giving up a free kill like that when it's 3v3.
But first, Revives. I mean, if you're gonna lose the round, you might as well not allow those ticks to come.
Well, yeah, I mean, totally, because round 5 defense might honestly be a thing. And like, this conversation will continue onwards depending on how we see this offense look for Noctum. But realistically, like, that round, and I'm sorry to go on a tangent while this round is still commencing, but that round could have been won had Revive not given up 3 lives trying to go for that B zone that was already chalked.
So now they're going to have to bounce back in the offense, and we get to see a nice double kill come through from the side of Revive to hop onto this B zone. Progression working through. Nile up top on the heli. Trying to get some angles on these members. Shots don't secure the kills, and look at that. It's just continuous kills from Revive. Another 3 down the B zone. Now looking to get capped.
Hey, them boys setting pace out there. 3 life advantage. That B zone is chalk. 60 seconds added on towards the board. 2 minutes to try to work an A zone. And just look at the map positioning as well. Both 6 and 7 in red, trying to get behind enemy lines. They get eyes on a player top chopper. Genesis has to give up the angle for now. And now you just have to fight out of your spawn. At least you dealt with one. Are you going to expect for one to still be over towards your HUD? The answer is no, not quite yet. Damage was good enough to deal with BB Connor. So now the map goes back to being neutral. If you are Aspect, oh, you would love to play your life in this situation. Wait for reinforcements, wouldn't you? But dealt with.
Now off the respawn for Revive. Do you get that B zone? You have to work this map out of the spawn. That's a good deep shots there. 3 players stacked up to take the player off the top heli. So now you get to see Revive start to work their way into these power positions with these ARs. The shots, though, it's going to be tough. Renetti from the side of Detain, he's working his way through the pit, and you can see that these Revive players are just not catching a break. Back onto the top propane. You can see Genesis is reclaiming that spot on the helicopter. You got a cruise missile in Detain's hand as well.
And what was a life advantage is now turned into a dead even game as far as lives remaining are concerned. If you're knocked him, oh, you are flying high right now. You have shaved an entire minute off the game clock. Lives have been mitigated back down to 14 apiece. Map positioning could be a little bit better, that's fine, but you could say the same thing for either of these two teams. As Revive, they're trying to set themselves up for an A push, but it's lackluster because you got players trying to push across that B lane. 2 players, in fact, were Revive trying to get over towards the assistance for BB Connor, who's trying to dance around the zone.
Niall's going to find 2. Cruise missile called in from Detained. And you can see that these Revive players just scattering to get inside in the back spawn here. 105 to the side of Revived. Hoping to see if you can open up this spawn, but you can look at this heads-up read, the communication off of that cruise missile, knowing he's behind enemy lines, and Noctum are in full control of this defensive round.
I mean, persistence, resilience, and just discipline. That is everything that I could describe this defense for Noctum. Obviously, having to invest a cruise missile is no fun tactic, but you have a good opportunity to go up 2-0 here. There's not enough time to be able to fish out these kills, so you need to stay alive on the zone. 2 players are here.
And you get the tick if you're Revive, so this is not lost just yet. Waiting for the players off spawn. Looking at 107 to go big here. BB Connor, can you make the play? Contest is out. 17 seconds. 8 lives versus 6. A very winnable round still for Revive. If the players have the help come through, but the kill's not going your way. That's 4 down for Revive. 15 seconds. Only 1 tick towards A. This is done.
I mean, you might have been able to get an extra segment, but because you lost that round all of its entirety, that's going to be Noctum taking a 2-0 lead here in the control in what could potentially be the last map, the potential last round for Revive's winner bracket matches going in towards today. And also the difference in between whether or not they have to show back up tomorrow to play winners round 4, or the difference of staying here and playing another lower round match. So, you know, take it any which way, any way you want to cook it or spin it. It's not looking too good as well. And again, I don't want to continue to sit here and beat a dead horse, but this should be 1-1 if Revive didn't get too big for their britches and trying to get back over towards that B zone defensively. We'll have to see if they can rectify a payload of issues that they had on their previous defense, Colin, with their opening salvo here. If they can open things up emphatically and walk away with maybe 1-2 ticks given at most with a lack of lives lost, you're going to be sitting pretty, at least going into that next round.
They are definitely feeling good on the map right now. So how can Revive pick up these pieces over time? Well, that's going to help out if the propane works your way, you know? That is the way of high-rise sometimes. You live and you die the way of Mr. Hank Hill, who's just watching over this map the whole time.
1 player all the way in towards the back. I mean, Detain is just being a nuisance, and he is anything. Took his whole Semtex to actually come through from Ewan just to get him out of that positioning. But the kills all go to the way. It bleeds red. You got players that are lurking around over by B dealt with as well. Now Noctum kind of have to go back to the drawing board. Colin, this is best case scenario. Lives are even. Revive have firm control over the map.
It seems like Revive, they're leaning forward. Yep. And they are locked in for this defense. Couple kills there from Genesis, but he gets cleaned up, and in retaliation, it is 2. Team nade onto one of the members of Revived, but Genesis goes down, so it's just continuous success from Revived off the respawns. Niall trying to hold on to this time, but he's cleaned up by the Renetti of Aspect. Nades now from Noctum as they are rushing out of their spawn to hopefully hop onto the zone, but Aspect sitting around, still looking for kills, hunts down the player in the back and rotates back in towards B. It looks like Revive, they are heating up here, and Aspect trying to go for the beatdown. Noctum are not done.
No extended mag on that Renetti. He's unable to get it. Looking for a little bit more. Able to at least get 1 cleanup coming up towards the ladder. That trophy system is about to go down. 2 players stacking over towards B. Second segment looking good to get locked. Just sub 20 seconds. Can Revive get there? Or do they even want to?
Do they even want to go for it? It looks like they're setting up for a late contest, but through the middle of the map, you can see Kez goes down, and so does Aspect. So this B zone, it's going fast, and now for Revive, you're in a similar situation to the first round where you do not want to dedicate your lives over towards B.
No, you really do have to be careful here because you're still trailing by 3 lives now, down to 2. Can you make this transition as seamless as possible? Yeah, absolute chef's kiss coming through for Revive. You lost that B zone, that's whatever, but you don't want to lose this round, obviously, because then you lose the map.
And then you're dropping down to the lower bracket, and you gotta spend some more time here in the Matme Center. So Revived, down by 1 life, now even. Starting to work their way into power positions. Aspect is in their spawn, but he's losing teammates, and he's not finding anything off these respawning members. Genesis is pushing forward. He's shut down. Aspect finds that kill. 103. He's going to double down on this one, and Noctum are slowed down on the map.
Lives even again. Sub 40 seconds. Not enough time you would feel to be able to fish out all these kills unless you can stop that clock. Disarray's got an MCW down low. Spidey senses starting to tingle. Did that slide give any sort of audio cue? He gets info on 2, actually, but 2 quick kills come through for Noctum. These last 2 players were revived. Specifically, Disarray needs to hold on to his life. Bottom blue makes the most of it with a kill.
Yeah, Disarray still alive. Still being an absolute nuisance. Finally cleans up there from Detain. 16 seconds for Noctum to put this one away in a 3-0 sweep. We might be going a little bit longer here, but at 6 lives playing 5 and Revive, they cannot feel comfortable just yet. Genesis putting the pressure on. The kill comes through, and he's going to slide. Detain a second one. And now for the trades. No respawns on both sides, and you have Noctum on the point. Genesis looking to make the wrap around. Not able to get cleaned up just yet. The trades aren't through. Finally shut down by Aspect. 3 seconds left. Nobody's going to touch for Noctum in a Revive. Stay alive.
Stay alive ever so slightly. So no segments captured over on A. It's 6 segments are the total that Noctum have for themselves. So, well, not only do you have to win this offense to stay alive in the high-rise control, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, you have to do it so well that you are up on lives, something that you have been missing because the first round went to kills. The second round, you lost due to time, and I think that they were still down by a handful of kills. So Revive not only have to get all 6 segments to tie up the segment progress to be able to fully clear it out, because it is currently 4-6. You just generally need to win this round in the most emphatic way possible if you are Revive. Not only to force a round number 5, but to be able to feel good going in towards that round 5. Maybe get a cruise missile as well. Tough stipulation to write up for yourself, but Revive, you got to have it here.
Lots and lots of things for Revive, pointing to back-to-back offenses if they want a high-rise, but you put it great. They just need to show up and show out here. Round number 4. Genesis has spotted the player down in towards the pit, and he's actually going to secure the kill elsewhere. Detain finds a second one, so now you can see that Noctum are working their way up the map. It's 4 unanswered kills. You have Detain in your spawn. I mean, you are very worried right now because Detain is unleashed.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you just got to triple chow that guy at that point. Like, just get him out of your spawn. Oh, man. Genesis has been having himself a great map number 3 as well. 32 and 20 for the kid after losing a crucial 1v1 to potentially close it out 2-0. But, I mean, they can do no wrong. I mean, no wrong at all. The kill feed continuously going in Noctum's favor. That is only the second elimination that Revive have found for themselves all round 4 long. Sub 25 seconds remain. Revive need to get cooking now.
Yeah, it's now or never. 20 seconds, slide in, and you don't expect Detain to be hiding in the elevators. A combined 66 kills between Detain and Genesis, and they are locked in for this winner's bracket match. Time now ticking away. 7 seconds left. A couple of kills here from Revive. They're going to jump down. He doesn't die to the propane, and Genesis now dead, so 4 stack onto A. We're not done yet, Andy. The kills just continue to come.
1 kill comes through, so it's just a 2 stack. If you are 106 Aspect, don't even give it up. 1 more alive on the zone. That's going to be Kez trying to at least do God's work, but can't get anything more done. This 1v1 for the chalk zone might just be it with a Renetti even in hand. No way Keza gets away with that. 0.0 seconds finally dealt with. Noctum. Send all of Revive down to the lower bracket. It definitely got hairy. But I got to say this much. A 3-1 scoreline does not do justice for how much fighting Noctum did in that high-rise control.
No, not at all. And, you know, you got to give some hats off to Revive towards the end there. They did not kind of just roll over on the map. They fought to the very end. They even contest for 0 0.0 seconds left.
Yeah.
In those last little bit of the high-rise control. But hey, Noctum just take care of business. I think, you know, you look at this matchup on paper, I mean, kind of heading into winners round 3, and you're just like, these are two teams who play each other very often over in Europe, and you would expect it to be very close. You would expect these players to kind of know the tendencies of each other, and it's kind of what we saw. Very close sub-base, a round 11 in the search and destroy. It almost, I'd say, goes to a round 5 in the control, but I mean, you just kind of see a little bit of separation there from the Noctum players in, I mean, the points of Detain and Genesis just completely take over in that map number 3, and Revived kind of dig themselves a hole that is a little too deep to climb out of at some point.
Yeah, again, I would definitely say that we would have been loading into a round number 5 there for all in cases purposes. I don't like to sit here and beat a dead horse, even though I've already said that one time in between maps 3 and now, but regardless of the matter, there's just no reason whatsoever why they should have gone over towards that B zone. That is such a rookie mistake for such a veteran team, you would feel like, for a team that has the likes of Kez, Aspect, BB Connors. We look through some of these highlights. Very winnable series overall when it comes down to Revived, albeit for that round 11 swing that they were able to get for themselves. Even throughout the sub-base hardpoint, they started flipping things going back into their favor, but that high-rise control, either you overheated, you overcomplicated what could potentially have been a late B resurgence for themselves, but it just blows up in smoke. Noctum going to be able to claim victory here as the better EU team, at least in this matchup. We'll have a date with FaZe Black tomorrow.
You just got to put some spotlight on Genesis for the entire series.
Dude, so by the way, I don't know if you saw, but Detain and Genesis at the end of map number 3, they each had maybe about 120 damage shy of 6k damage each. That's through 4 rounds of control.
That's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
Hey, they were frying.
Yes.
You know, Detain, you know, not the best map number 1 on the sub base that you're saying. You don't really need the sub to be the playmaker on a map like that. And you had Nile kind of stepping into that shoes for map number 1. Genesis, though, map 1, 2, 3. Even had a chance to kind of finish it in a 2-0. You think, but you know, Aspect, big 1v1 versus Genesis keeps the game going into a map number 3. Very close series between Revived and Noctum, but ultimately it's going to be Revived moving into the lower bracket. Noctum move forward into the winner's bracket, where I think you were mentioning that they play the number 2 seed in FaZe Clan Black now in that winner's round 4 tomorrow. We're going to be jumping into those best of 5, so I'm sure Noctum are really going to be looking forward to that. You get a night of preparation, but here on the desk here in the Mattamy Athletic Center, we are not done with the action tonight. We're going to cut things to a break, get set up for our next and potentially last match of the day. So stay tuned. You're watching the Toronto Open. We'll see you on the other side.
Welcome to the Blacklight Chair Dash.
Why did they say?
Welcome to the Blacklight Chair Dash. Today we have 4 races taking on this grueling obstacle course while they're strapped into the brand new Blacklight Athena chair. Each player will complete a solo time trial to determine their starting position in the final race. The winner gets bragging rights, the loser shamed forever. The rules are simple. Complete the course as fast as possible. If you touch a pylon, we'll add 5 seconds. You touch a wall, we'll add 5 seconds. You go backwards, and you're disqualified. We've taken over the whole office for this race to put the players and the chairs to the ultimate test. First, we start with a mad dash through the player lounge on hardwood floors with a sharp turn into the limbo challenge. Then the racers will have to try to build up as much speed as possible on the carpet, but make sure you're precise. You don't want to damage the chair or the door on the way through. Finally, we have the pylon slalom to the finish line. First up, Scrappy Boo Boo. Counting down from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, go fuck yourself. He's moving faster than Uncle Tony at a cannoli shop.
God damn, this is hard.
Man, he turned that corner real tight. Man, he really put that recliner to the test. You got low. Oh, slow down. Don't want to get yourself hurt.
Oh my.
Oh, don't do that. Wow.
This guy's a pro. What is it?
That was a solid run from Scrappy. We added 5 seconds for touching the wall, but that's okay. Up next, we got Dilly Willy. 5, 4, 3, 2, go.
Dude,
Look at those feet move.
I'm
He's like
gone.
Fred Flintstone. Yabba dabba doo.
I'm happy, Pete. Jesus, I'm losing control. How low can I go?
Somebody call a doctor. He got low. He's practically horizontal. Don't you turn around. Don't make me turn this chair around.
You got more in ya.
Man, that chair moves real nicely on carpet.
Oh, this door's gonna get it.
How can he move so easily and look so comfy at the same time? It's all in the hips and the wheels.
No.
Uh-oh.
Come on. Not as clean as I want it.
Uh-oh. Dilly Willy had an oopsie poopsie.
5
We
seconds,
added
man.
5 for hitting the pylon. A strong finish from Dilly Willy. Up next, we've got Jamie Wamey, Bo Bamey, Banana Nana, Faux Famey, Fee Fi, Faux Famey, Bo Bo. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's get those clickety clackers clickety clack.
Wheels, mate.
Oopsie noodle.
Oh, yeah, we're rolling down. Get it lower for you, Kramer.
He reclined so far back I could take a nap in that chair. Oh, you can dance. See that guy? Watch that scene. Dig in the dancing queen. He's moving smoothly. He's gaining speed on that carpet.
You know, there's a cone in my way.
Better be careful. Man, I gotta get me one of those chairs. I could do anything in that. How'd that chair move so smooth on that? Those wheels turn real easy.
My breath, mate.
It was a pretty clean run from Insight, but he hit the doohickey on the way through the hallway. Last but certainly not least, the tissue with an issue, we've got Kleenex. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, get out of here.
Okay, Gary, shut up, bro.
Is that a gaming show or a race car? I can't even
Wait,
tell.
did you just lower it? He lowered it. He lowered it.
Somebody called a chiropractor because he almost snapped his back in half. I've never seen wheels turn like that before. Do. Max Verstappen. Bo.
I can't go backwards, right?
Man, that chair moves real nicely on carpet.
Oh my God. Whoa.
Man, those things are durable.
No way. I just fumbled it.
That chair can move. Flawless run saw Toby come in first place, followed by Scrap, then Envoy, then Insight. Let's move them all to the starting line for the final race of the Blacklight Chair Dash. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Hey, yo. Wait, no holding, trust. You mean no holding?
Uh-oh, traffic jam. I thought I was gonna have to get a magic eraser, but there's no marks on the floor. Uh-oh, friendly fire's on.
I'm waiting if there better run, Sean.
Hey, is the chair okay? No. Is the chair okay? How does the chair move so easily on hardwood floor, carpet, and the tile? Tell me this. And your champion, Kleenex.
You guys are
If you're not first, you're last.
How have you done that? I just shoved him.
All right, guys, that was the Blacklight Chair Dash, and obviously Toby came out on top. Scrap was our loser today, and me and Jamie were right in the middle. So with the durability of these chairs, anything's possible, like you guys just saw on the obstacle course. So yeah, comment down below who you think did the best and who cheated the most.
Hello, all you beauties, and welcome back to the Toronto Open here at Major 3. My name is Visions. Alongside me, I have Brody, also known as Infinity. How's it going, my man?
Feeling pretty good, mate. We're nearing the end of the day, so obviously sad that the action is going to end soon, but it's okay because we've still got 2 more days of action and challenges after this. But it's been a wonderful day, mate. We've seen all the passion. You and I have been kind of floating around for the last hour or so, seeing some crazy results and a lot of shouting.
Yeah, it's been interesting. We've almost seen some potential upsets come through, you know, for some of our higher-seeded teams that I think that we didn't really anticipate whatsoever on a Friday. But you know, that's what we love about Call of Duty Land. Anything can really happen, and we've seen a lot of close matches. And, well, we're going to be continuing the action, of course, here with you guys, dropping down to our lower round 3 matchups. So now our teams are starting to dip out here at Toronto for day number 1. And, you know, jumping in for this very first one, I think it's going to be great. We got Pogo going up against Rally Royals. So I think this will be a really good look at, you know, what these guys are going to bring to the table and who's going to stay alive in the tournament, Brody.
Yeah, so for those of you guys who aren't aware of the rosters here for this one, we're looking over towards the Pobo roster, which I believe is B-Man, Sparks, Jet, and Groovy. And then for the Rally Royals roster, it's Kex, Rep, Prospect, and Bowser. Now, for those of you guys who pay any attention to Challenges Elite, you might recognize one of those names, and that is Bowser, who, I mean, to be fair, you'd have to have watched a lot of Challenges Elite to recognize him because he didn't do well in Season 1 of Challenges Elite. I'll leave it there. I won't go too far into that. But it wasn't good, all right?
Fair
but
enough.
he has been an Elite, and he's done better than me. He's done better than I would do, Austin. So you know what? You know, fair play to him. But this is his chance for redemption. He's here at Toronto trying to make an impact.
That's right, making an impact, and we will be making that impact first here on Karachi. So we'll be kicking it off on this one for Hardpoint. We'll see exactly who will be able to come out and really start the match on the right foot. That's really the big factor between both of these squads. Remember, they are fighting for their lives. So, I mean, coming out here with tempo, coming out here with aggression, everything is going to matter. But it's going to be a great one, Brody. We'll see who stays alive.
For sure. Well, as you said, mate, this is for elimination, so it is do or die time for these teams. You have to make sure you win here, otherwise your event here at Toronto, your long-haul trip towards Canada, is done and dusted. And again, for some of these players that have had history in challenges, you do not want that to be the case at this stage of the bracket. But kicking things off with Challenge 103. Now, we're going to try and keep up with the names this time around. 103, also known as Kex, looking to provide some coverage for his team up top.
Yep, Kex good for the first one. Will be working for top 3, wants to maintain the control, but will be shut down. So that's a good cleanup kill there. But followed up down low will be a nice little rush. Down low in Chicken Coop, now making his way to P1, looking for the kill. That is the break, and now a chance maybe to fight for some time back.
And this is always one of those awkward moments right here in the game. 25 seconds left. You don't want to over-chow this if you're a Pobo in the situation. No real need to do so, right? You need to make sure you get spawns for P2. And that is the idea. Currently watching the cross. Was going to be Sparks there in that situation, so he should be keeping an eye out, or at least providing some information to his team if there are players that cross towards the bus. But they also do need to be preoccupied with a couple of players perhaps that might be able to make their way on the flank here, Austin.
Well, critical moment. And oh, look at the crossfire. Shot's going to come through just about every single player. No one's going to get finished off just yet, but there's the communication. Beautifully done. One more player up top here, and Platt will be able to actually work for a couple more kills. And now you're looking for what would be a 1v1 on the point. Chance to break in. Shots are good, and that's now a 4 spree coming on through here for us and a chance to rack in some time.
And this is one of those situations again. You've got to watch there over the half wall. It is absolutely horrendous to challenge a player, let alone a player like Bowser around the half wall kit. Bowser doing a lot to keep these guys at bay. Having a 5-2 start of this game as well. Exactly what you want to see. Keep an eye on number 105 as well. That is Rep, who is also on a 5 spree. And again, I mean, I like the recognition from Pobo here in the situation, right? You know you're not going to get into the hard point. Just give it up, chalk it, because if you do chow this and you lose the rotation as well, this game might already be done.
Well, let's see if they can maybe get some bait switches in for Rep to earn that cruise missile. You know how influential that could be for a potential break at the back of P3. Well, that scrap time secured, and now we start making our way over to P3. Rep's able to get through fairly uncontested. He's got a teammate back here with him as well. So a little 2v1. They are very widely spread despite giving up a lot of that scrap time, and none of this time is actually going to go over. It's all neutral for now.
Yeah, you can't let this happen if you're Pobo, to be quite frank about it. A couple of kills do come through for Pobo, though. Now on board with Rep. He's already picked up one, and if you are Pobo, you want to deal with him before they make that move on through. He's got both weapons, though. The MCW and the Rival 9. He can take gunfights at every single range, and he's got a little help from his friends as well. And we talk about those streaks starting to be put together by Rally Royals. It's a 5 spree for 103, a 6 spree for 105. Austin, oh boy, you are in the poo-poo if you're Podo.
That's certainly one way to put it. I mean, Oh, almost another nasty two-piece. But yeah, you got Rep over here. He still has yet to die, and we are now on the third rotation. Little caster curse comes in. Finally does end up dropping, but the damage is done, right? He earns the streak. They end up finding a pretty easy transition to the back of P3 that's fairly uncontested, so have to do a better job of at least playing off the exits, and now you're looking at just about a 40-point differential as we see this P4 hill open up, and we'll see if anyone can really get a good solid.
Yeah, this is always funny thing about P4, right? It's almost impossible to get any time on. So I think the idea for Rally Royals here in this situation, you've got a 40-point advantage, just try as hard as you can to keep Pobo out of the time so you can maintain it. Looking over towards Bowser now. Trying to garner some control over Chicken Coop. I love this, by the way. I know we said that there isn't much time to get off this hill, but the fact that Pobo have had full control and dips in the hill for 1 second of time.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's comedy.
Yeah, it's almost like no one wants to touch it first, right? Everyone's making that first move, but we finally do get a nice little chow in the back here. That's going to be a nice little double picked up, and now we'll see if they can turn it into something more, as it is still a lot of this time going to the game clock. Important to note, already a minute 30 to the game clock here, as neither team is even yet to hit triple digits, but 15 seconds left. Looks like Pobo might be good for the remaining scrap time here. Just about 10 seconds up for grabs, but it's more importantly everybody making their way to new.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? I think if you're Rally Royals in the situation, you're very happy with that trade-off, right? You know you're going to get the back spawns for the new hardpoint, unless player number 1 does actually spawn out on the other side of the map here. 108. Oh, that's a really nice play, actually, from 108 there in the situation. Gets stuck with the Semtex, just goes for the kamikaze kill against the player that threw it. And it does actually earn them a little bit of map control over by Chicken. So now Pobo starting to mount the offense here around the back line. But look at this coverage starting to come up from top second. It is going to be Kex that provides it. Those kills all going to be in favor of Rally Royals here. They hold for the Verst.
Yeah, and they might be able to get a pretty good read on where all the spawners are coming up now. And just a lot of this time has gone over before they've even touched the hill. They've got to look at it. Finally a chance to come bottom red and maybe try to break on in. There's still 25 seconds left to fight for. And you even got the reinforcements now also in play here. So it feels like they never even really get a good look at breaking this. A double chow up top. They do finally get a trade, but is it enough to really break in? This is looking just like basically a full 60, if not a good 45 seconds.
And that hill is just so difficult to break, Austin. Yeah, again, you know, you have those back spawns basically cemented here for Rally Royals, and the wayward spawns that do come through for Rally Royals ultimately helps them in the situation. Pobo just not getting any time whatsoever, and we talk about the early lead that they garnered as well. This is dangerous for Pobo. You are 70 points down in this game. Yeah. You've got streaks to work with on the other side as well. For Rally Royals, you are very happy with this first set.
Bowser also has been cooking so far here at 13-9. Continue to watch him put up some potential big numbers as we get through our second set now. Chow through the back, good flank. Oh, almost a snapper for 3, but the trades are just about good enough, and you feel like that is now a moment to set up here and maybe even actually transition this into some P2 times. This is a really good moment if they can defend one more push.
Yeah, that's a huge point, Austin, talking about the fact that they've got that control, but now they need to hold it. Streak going to be brought in, and yeah, that's a great play call coming out from Rally Royals, right? Bring the streak down, bring them off the hill, garner this time away, because time at this point in the game is absolutely crucial. You could not afford to lose it. And of course, they've got another one in the back pocket as well from Kex. Still fighting for this P1 time, though. They are going to get that back 20 that we were talking about. And now we start to look over towards the PT rotation. You have to be careful if you're a Pobo, because Rally Royals, they've got players coming from all sides of this hardpoint. Austin, let's see if they can break it.
Oh, a very, very big moment right now. Pobo going to need to show us some kind of a hold here if they want to really stay in this game. But look at, they're already able to slip through. Submachine Gun just about making its way to the hill. Oh, what a battle that is. Huge 1v1, 2 in a row now coming through. And it feels like it's almost just too easy to get inside of P2 there, Brody.
Yeah, that is not okay. I mean, there are just lanes there that were frankly not being watched at all. And now you are fighting an uphill battle here, and I really don't know if you've got any traction whatsoever to do so. 2 HP. Oh, he won 2 HP, manages to get that gunfight. I mean, granted, the coverage of the window is pretty damn good, but still, to walk away with that is criminal. At the very least, though, Pobo going to be in for the back 25 seconds here. Again, it is worth saying that they have to fight for this time. They can't afford to give this away, given them the position of Rally Royals. And if you're Rally Royals, I mean, you can just continue to send, what, a couple of players to fight for that scrap time, because you've already got the spawns for new.
Exactly. You're more than happy to give up, 15, 20 seconds even for this P3 hill that can just about secure the game here for you. If you don't see a fast break, someone's almost forced to go big. You need some clean trades at the very least. And that's a good start for the first one, but there is still more headies, more power positions you're going to have to cut through. And you can see the trophy systems, you can see the setup. They are intact, and they want to lock it down and try to close it out here.
Root starting to be taken here by Bowser to help out Rep. There comes that streak from Kex, who's going to bring it down for a couple of kills now. That's going to send Pobo pretty far away from the hard point at this point. And again, you've just got players in these power positions. Pobo have no choice but put themselves out in the open. Double challenge is how you take this one, and they are going to find the kill against Rep now, so an opportunity to get in. Nice kill coming out from Groovy as well, but it is ultimately a trade, and that's not all that helpful for Pobo. Now looking to make their way in towards the hard point. Kill being made for that, but here we go. Around the back line, it's going to be Kex who's able to find one. No more than that. Nice double from Jet. And look, Pobo, they garner the back 15 seconds maybe, but the leader's advantage is so strong for Rally Royals right now.
Exactly. I mean, you could just be more than happy to give up, you know, more than 40 seconds on these hills, and you can still close it on scrap time if you needed to. It just feels like you are in this situation right now where your Rally Royals, where everything's playing into your favor, and you are going to have to do something exceptional if you're Pobo, if you're going to work back into this one. Down 100 points. P4 has now popped, and you are seeing the time continuously go over. This one, again, pretty difficult hill to really lock it down and close it out here, but even if you can make it go neutral, that's still a dub here if you're Rally Royals.
And we probably know it's going to go neutral. Let's be honest here. We know how this hill works. Getting more than 20 seconds on this hill for any team is a miracle and a half. Jesus would be envious. Pobo. They are getting some of this time, though. Sneaky as you like. Up top from Castle, though, it's going to be Rep that decides, hang on, that's illegal. You're not allowed to get time on this hill. Anytime, again, that Rally Royals get, it's going to inch them closer to that 250-point mark. Towards the hill, though, a couple of kills starting to come through from Sparks, and all of a sudden, Pobo do manage to get through. With that spawn out for Rally Royals here, I mean, they're broken the rules, Austin, but I can't believe it, mate. They've got time on that hill.
They're getting scrap time, and they're actually contesting the early row over to P5. We know what it looks like when you do get an early setup and get some of that red control. This is a pretty big moment for Pobo. Pending they're able to win some of these battles, we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Jet right now going to be inside the point. His teammates are slaying out. You got great control, and you're going to get a good read on maybe where some of these pushes are also going to come through for their attack.
You can take your time with this if you're Rally Royals, though. I mean, don't chuckle this game. You are 28 points shy of victory, and don't give Groovy a streak here in this situation. I'm not too sure whether he actually did just get that 6th kill or not. I was too busy looking at what player it was of our sheep. Rally Royals, their first step to get into this hard point, Austin. It's not going as splendid as they'd like.
No, it's not. 30 seconds secured so far. This was off the back end of a short-handed rotation. So this has been actually pretty stellar. They're starting to heat up, but finally this is a moment where you feel like Rally Royals might be able to break back in. This is still a big 18 seconds if they're going to be able to grab it. And they're also going to delay some of this rotation over to P1 here too at the very least, but they are getting more and more kills to the pistol for another one. Won't complete it for the 3K, but again, the damage just about done. We'll see Pobo work back into this, but they're still down by a lot, and they got to play perfect around P1, which is not easy to do.
I thought for a second that was another stick coming through the second of the game. Rep, though, keeps this power position, and it's problematic at the least for Pobo to deal with. But Pobo have a player inside the hill somehow, some way. Prospect able to just sort on through, pick up that kill. Trade's going down in favor ultimately of Rally Royals. It gives them entrance towards the hard point, but they don't have all the power positions. Up top, it's going to be Jet, who's able to find one. Now jumping down from the heavens to find the second. Team shot's good enough here, but there are still players challenging from Pobo.
Pobo not going out without a fight here. They're still clawing back into this one. So much work needs to be done. We need to see exactly what they did from that P4 to P5 rotation, which is basically lock down this scrap time and then find a swift transition over to P5, in P2. We'll see if they're going to be able to do exactly that, but even a bit of a fight taking place for some of that scrap time, and they're not going to be able to win it. So now they're a little short-handed, so if these players pushing into red can win these battles, there is still a chance to try to fight for this.
Oh man, if that hit was just a little bit more well-constructed, you might well have had a good 4 versus 2 on the rotation, but now it is going to be a Rally Royals that are full strength. Looking for the last 14 seconds here. Rep sitting inside the hard point, trophy going down. Keeping an eye on all the points of entry, but here they come. Pobo on the way. Rep inside, finds one out the window for the second as well. Has a little bit of help from a teammate, and now all this reliant on Groovy. He's been pretty groovy for the roster so far, but not groovy enough. Rally Royals, I mean, if they didn't win that, mate, I'd have been worried.
I would have been worried too. I mean, we've seen a lot of throws over, even in the CDL, over 100 points these last couple of days. So, you're definitely getting a little nervous. You see them bring it back. They had that really good transition to P4 to P5. That was really a defining moment that brought them back into the game. And they did that again, short-handed. A couple of key gunfights coming in the back from the ARs. But when you're just up that much, I mean, you can win off scrap time. But they finally just make an early rotation. They win it. They hold off, defend that first push. And that will be good for the dub. So, feeling good. These boys will be now 1-0 up in the series. Again, just a best of 3. So, one more map to close this one out, and they move on towards tomorrow.
Yeah, again, it's a fight for survival for these guys, and we're looking at names that, you know, we're looking to kind of impress us here, right? You know, make a name for yourselves at this stage of the bracket. That's something that we've been discussing basically throughout today. I talk about a player that kind of impressed me in that one. I want to talk about Kex, man, because Kex was doing well. Now, obviously, it's hard to identify which player is doing well, given they're all just numbers. But, you know, Clone Troopers have names. These guys have names as well. Kex, 103 in that game. I think he finished like 28 and 21, and he was, you know, looking pretty good. You know, I think just beyond just getting kills, a lot of the kills that he was getting as well were pretty important for hill control. Agreed.
I mean, he was winning the impactful gunfights, and that's what you really look for, right? It's those big battles in and around the hill, something that's going to actually gain you time, put you in an advantageous position. So I'm right there with you, Brody. I think he was great. Bowser also had a really good start. He was slaying out, you know, using the high ground pretty effectively, led to a lot of that time. So we'll see if they're going to be able to continue to bring that over to the S&D. But we take a look at some of the replays that did take place over the course of that map, and we will get maybe a better look at everything that did take place. Again, trying to relate the number to the player name as we keep looking down. Like,
we're
that
trying.
Guy, that's the one. That's the one.
It's just for a second, it's like, right, what player is that we're currently casting? We have no idea, honestly. I know sometimes it does look like the casters are clueless. We are clueless in this instance. So if it, you know, looks like we're taking a second to figure out what player it is, we're trying our best. But regardless, 1-0 right now for Rally Royals. They demandingly won that map number 1. Now looking over towards map number 2 here. It's High Rise. It's Tanker Central. We're in for a good explosive time, baby.
Oh, are we ever? I know you love some High Rise, Brody. You were talking it up before we jumped in. So we'll see what takes place here. Already the barrel's being blown up, so making sure no one's going to be able to grab that power position up top and kind of work people out of propane, or even right on the site. I like the position in the corner sometimes. No one's going to go down just yet. Nice little passive setup really taking place at the moment. That bomb, though, is forward. Inside of blue, does give himself options to go towards A or B.
Things will calm down here for a second. Bomb is still, as you said, in the middle of the map. They don't want to commit to anything just yet, but the way they are kind of moving towards B here, I've got a feeling that's the site target. That stun does not connect on towards Bowser, so he's all sneaky peeky like inside at the moment. I'll be able to pick up a kill for free, and the bomb is dropped. I think it was just a player just dropping the bomb, actually.
Yeah, I think so.
You never know all the tankers and barrels on the map.
You really don't. B-Man does drop, and that puts us into a 3v4, but really it's the clock that you're also fighting against now, too, on the attack here for Pobo. They have to make a decisive decision. Both players trapped inside of pit. This should be a kill. Whoa, I got a little bit windy there for a second, but it still works out. However, the clock's still playing against them. 2v2 with 10 seconds left. They got a plan.
And if you're repping the situation, I mean, I guess just try and apply the pressure on. Yeah, waiting perfectly for there not be enough time to retrieve that bomb for a potential plant. No choice but to try and chase this kill. Does Groovy have? And at the very least, Groovy does survive the round, but it is not a round that they win. I mean, look, they almost made that happen, to be honest. The move on towards B site looked promising at one point. They brought it down to, I think it was a 2 versus 2 there towards the end, but just not enough time. It just took way too long to make it happen.
It did. And you could see maybe some of the frustration, or maybe just trying to talk over what they should do next time. That stun not connecting on Bowser was also pretty big, right? It landed right in front of him. It just doesn't go far enough to that antenna corner, so they don't exactly get the info. Maybe it plays out differently with a double chow on the site, and they move in a little faster. Not the case, though. First round secured. Rally Royals still looking solid. Still looking like the favorites as we get deeper and deeper into the series, but round number 2, now we'll swamp it up a little bit. We'll see what their attacks will look like for round 2.
First few shots coming out here from Kex. Not actually going to connect for a kill just yet, but as far as moving on towards B site, well, that's not a kill that you want to lose, to be honest with you. Big first blood coming out from B-Man there, and that's going to slow things up for the Rally Royals convincingly here, but they do still have a heck of a lot of B control, and I believe there's somebody up top in tankers as well.
Yeah, it's a nice little position that you might be able to just pounce on anyone that moves into the site, but Propane will be now controlled here. Prospect looking for something over the top, and, well, he's going to be spotted. That's not a gunfight. He's going to likely reach out, but you're now going to lose one of your teammates, so it got that much harder. Again, the clock also playing against them. 4v2 with just about 35 seconds left.
Yeah, that cover fire coming out for the player in the middle window as well was absolutely crucial there. It's basically the entire reason why that second kill goes down for Pobo, but that's nice return fire coming out from Kex. So numbers slightly more manageable in the situation, but again, time is probably the biggest adversary here for Rally Royals, and of course you haven't dealt with the player inside the site. That's going to be Groovy picking up that frag now, all just down to Prospect here, 1 versus 3. Of course, they also know where he is, and it shouldn't be long before he is done so. That body is using GTA 4 ragdoll physics. On the ground it goes. It's Pobo for a round win.
I think both teams have been pretty solid, at least for as far as their early defensive setups, not giving away a whole lot. We've seen those first bloods also play out defensively both times here so far. And once you lose, one of your members on a map like High Rise, you can really feel how difficult it is to work into the site when you no longer have that ability to trade out and keep somewhat of a numbers advantage, or even just keeping the numbers even to get that bomb down. So it doesn't work out. All tied up here, one apiece, and also important to note, the Force Spree here coming on through for Groovy. He's looking pretty solid so far, Brody.
That has to have been an ace in that round, right? Am I wrong?
Might be.
Maybe. I don't know.
You're right.
Okay, cool. Sometimes logic, eludes me, so you just have to be patient sometimes. But yeah, regardless, it is a 4 streak for Groovy. But look at this play coming in on the route from Bowser. Picks up 1 kill and crucially gets away with his life. And this is a huge problem now for Pobo because, I mean, fair enough, it's a 4 versus 3, but his positioning, you have to go deal with him, and they should be able to. Oh, almost for a second.
You thought for a second. The snap did come in there, but a second player also gets forward. So it feels like you deal with one. You did a great job of finding that eventual trade, but then you got to do it all over again. But no, the kill does not come through there. Prospect just misses out by a bullet. So he's now trapped on the other side of the map. His teammates are still both in a pretty solid defensive position to watch over either one of these sites. Have to imagine they should be able to threaten any kind of a bomb plant. And you still have to kind of watch your back. You can see the arrows on the minimap. They're constantly turning, wondering when this flank's going to actually take place.
Yeah, it's that flank that's a problem, but they do manage to pick up rep here. So all of a sudden, Prospect and Kex left up in a 2 versus 3. However, again, all they have to do is stop that bomb from going down. There is 1 kill, but they do not do that. So 2 versus 2. Bomb now down. An attempt to reposition here through the back windows. You have to make sure you take Kex out of the situation. I think that was a little bit of team shots coming through as well. Little bit of help. Alders down a Prospect. He can't do anything. And that is a great play for map control on the post plant.
That is also the cruise missile now. And on a map like High Rise, you can find a lot of value. And at the very least, you can force people at least, down low into blue and really allow for some easy kills and easy follow-ups after they're kind of stuck inside there once you calm that to your teammates. So it's huge value now coming in. Groovy's been a huge part of some of these plays. And that gunfight at the end, like you said, maybe the team shot's coming in, but it just works out perfectly that it goes his way.
Speaking of cruises, did you see that graphic on Twitter yesterday that was like, there's on High Rise, you get more kills from tankers than you do cruise missiles?
No, but I believe that.
It's true. It's true, yeah. Apparently tankers are more effective kills than cruise missiles on this map, which is hilarious.
How many self-deaths do you think we've also had from the propane? I do that too often.
Way too many, mate. Honestly, High Rise, I love High Rise, but it gives me PTSD. Anyway, first blood here going down. It's Pobo that managed to grab it. Rally Royals, though, very quickly answer things back, and they do still have a player in advanced positioning. That is going to be Bowser, pushed up all the way in towards Electrical. So B-site is effectively theirs, but you just got to be careful about this flanking player.
Absolutely, you do. And what will Groovy bring his streak up to? This bomb may go down. Oh, that actually stops it. So that's a huge kill. And now Groovy's going to do a very similar thing where this guy's going to push all the way into your base. You're going to be constantly paranoid about this flank that could potentially come through. And you still got to worry about the other players on the other side of the map.
Cool as the Prospect play. It's just a constant anxiety. And, is it anxiety really? If it's a real threat, well, that threat is there. 1v3 now on the cards here for Kex. He's picked up the first. 20 seconds, though. It's not really a lot of time. You've got to be careful you don't give this kill away for free, Groovy. Groovy gets away. And again, you've got the information here. Not a lot of time for this to happen for a Kex. Over the top they go, looking for anything whatsoever in between a Pobo sandwich, and it's not a nice feeling.
Groovy's just hitting a little diffy at the moment. He's just hitting the routes. He's picking a lot of these moments perfectly, it feels like, on the map, right? He's finding the gaps, he's running with it, he's getting a kill, and he's dipping out. He's not greeting for a second, which I think is something that you always have to praise, because I think all of us are always eager to go for that second kill and get that 2-piece, but it's just more effective, especially on a map like High Rise where it's just so long. You have to worry about this flank. You have to worry about where you're going to get peeked from when a player is able to get behind you. So this has been beautiful thus far, and Pobo are really showing up, and my goodness, Groovy is now up to 9-0. How about that?
Man, living up to his name, dude. Having a proper boogie this map. I wonder if he can keep it going throughout the rest of this map. The last 3 rounds have been phenomenal from Pobo. The response from Rally Royals has been muted. And They have just been changing the pace every single round. How about this one? Streak coming straight down, utilized by Pobo to send these guys all the way back for this plant.
Yeah, and that's what I talked about. If it's not forcing you into blue, it's forcing you back into your own side of the map. But that's a quick kill that does follow up. Make sure there's no exit off the site. Will now drop right into an immediate 3v3. Might be able to follow up with a second. There it is. Those are big kills. And now the site is a little bit exposed. You have a chance maybe to go for a defuse or find this kill on the outskirts.
Oh, what a play from Groovy to play that one. Of course, the bomb was planted for the other side, right? You're never going to expect a player behind the elevators there. Groovy looking to play his flawless life all the way through, and he survives this round as well. Once again, dude, Groovy is doing it all.
He is doing it all right now. He's making the right play at the right time. He's finding flanks. He's finding routes. He's playing his life beautifully. He's not ego challenging. It feels like he is just playing a perfect map of Call of Duty at the moment, and it is being felt on the other side. What is he up to now? Was that 11, Brody? Is he up to 11-0?
Dude, I don't even know.
Is he going to die?
I don't think he got that final kill, right?
This is insane.
Did he get that final kill? No, he didn't. So it's 10-0. All right. So, yeah. Still, though, I mean, that is insane. Absolutely. I mean, obviously, the current scoreboard and the state that it's in probably makes it look a little bit better than it otherwise is, since the rest of the squad don't look like they've got any kills. But, yeah, 10-0 is really something here for a challenge 108, or a.k.a. Groovy. And now he's looking for more as well. Instead, his teammate picks up that gunfight, but that is not the start of this round you wanted if you're Rally Royals.
Well, all right. Rally Royals need to regain in this 3 versus 4. And a lot of their offensive pushes have been utilizing a lot of the game clock here. Pobo have not really gave them a lot for as far as picks. A little jump check gonna come through. One player spotted down low in pit. And wisely, Groovy not going to stick around for that challenge. He's just going to allow his teammates to do what they need to do. And this should be another one. There it is. One back on the board for Rally Royals. Almost a gnarly 2-piece, but not going to happen. The good news, they finally shut down Groovy, I guess. That's the one silver lining.
That's it now. He's done for the rest of the game. He's done his job. 4-1 up. Rest of the team start pulling your weight a little bit, and there we go. The rest of the team are going to do exactly that. And you know, I think the dominance just did fall in favor of Pobo there. You know, they draw first blood. Rally Royals are kind of forced into these disadvantageous positions to try and even the odds somewhat, and it just does not work. It's phenomenal seeing the difference in play from the hard point of the search and destroy for Pobo. They just look so much better. They look much more well constructed.
Yeah, I agree. Much more comfortable. And I'm sure a lot of it helps from a lot of the clutch rounds we've seen out of Groovy, but it feels like they're making the right plays when Groovy's getting to the key positions as well. So it is paying off without a doubt. 5-1 up. Pobo, I think, have taken 5 straight rounds as well. I think Rally Royals grabbed that first one on defense, but they have not found anything successful since that point.
And I think part of it is, I mean, look at the defensive setup right now for Rally Royals, right? They've got nobody pushed all the way up past that B-bomb site. Everybody is either in the defensive spawn or actually pushed up towards their side pit. That's the furthest player they've got pushed up. Nobody towards elevator side, nobody with any advanced map positioning. Fully relying on pretty much everything that Bowser can do here in this situation. He might get some good timing, but that is a lot to rely on basically one player.
Good spot right now. Taking a look at what this could be for Prospect. Doesn't want to stick around for the challenge and just simply have to play info. Propane blowing up left and right as we always see it. Nade now being cooked up. Looking for that player on the staircase. It does connect, so that's a good trade at the very least. It's going to open up the map a bit more. Challenge up top, not going to be won. That one's going to sting. And now 3v2, man advantage for Pobo.
And again, we talk about that early map positioning here from Rally Royals on the defense. It's going to harm them because now they're forced out of position. And somehow they win individual 1v1s. But do they recognize what the last running player is? B-Man for a 1v2 to close out this search and destroy. He's already on 4 in a row. And an attempt at defuse here. I wonder, do you just try and keep the streak alive? Well, I mean, you can try, but you ain't doing it, buddy.
Yeah, they just bring the fight right to him. And finally, something successful and positive that we can talk about here for Rally Royals. A very nice retake. I feel like it was a pretty passive, defensive setup, as you would really call it out. 3 players at the back of the map, right, really waiting for that fight to come to them. But the player that is lurking on the map solo does manage to get a good amount of information inside of blue. The trades were also really good. You saw a nice little nade follow over the top. And they're finally able to move into the site. And that will work out for the defuse. But it is still a long road from here. That is only their second round. So they're going to have to really rally together as a squad. Put 4 more up if they're going to be able to grab this 1 and 2.
We just say they have to rally royal together, mate.
Rally royal together. I'm setting you up for it, Brody. I'm glad you took that.
Oh boy, they've got to change something. I'll tell you that much. I think some of the strategies that we've seen from Rally Royals in the Search and Destroy have been unusual at best. But that's, that's a strat. That's a change of strategy. Draw the first blood and then get a second off the back of that as well. I rate it, Rally Royals. You guys are proving me wrong every single kill. But this is, I guess, a very familiar thing that we saw kind of from last round, I guess. But this time it's Pobo, the ones that are kind of deep in towards their spawn. Not really a lot to talk about in terms of map control.
Yeah, 4v2, difficult retake to say the least. Everyone's going to be positioned in some kind of power spot, and well, that gunfight's not even going to be won. That is a flawless one, so Rally Royals, okay, they put it together. They finally also get some opening engagements that actually go their way, and that sets them up for a nice little 4v2, or basically 10-15 seconds into the round.
And I think part of it might as well be, I've got a feeling it was Bowser making the route under the middle of the map as well. I think that might be the reason that Rally Royals are able to get those first bloods. And that's kind of, I guess, part of High Rise as a search and destroy map, right? I mean, it lends itself to so many different routes that you could possibly take, so many kind of sneaky routes. You can get a pair like Bowser into situations like that. It could be super duper helpful. So I think that might be the idea here for Rally Royals in this situation. Just try and be annoying to Pobo, because at this point, I mean, you might as well kind of throw the poo-boo at the wall and see what sticks. But Pobo here on the defense, or on the offense, excuse me, they're doing the exact same thing. It is instead going to be Sparks for them that's trying to make the route under the map happen.
Stun will find a connection, slow things down just a tad bit once again. And we saw the same position actually work out quite well, where the stun didn't connect inside of the site. And will they get a read on the player here? Because it feels like B has often been the target for both of these squads. But the other thing is that we've seen a lot of time be taken for some of these attacks for both sides. This time around, Pobo, they're just fishing for something, get an idea of what do you want to do, and oh no, that's not what you want. Don't want to fall off the map. What's going on over here?
What? I don't even know how that happened. Was that like an attempt to get onto the building, maybe? Because of where he fell off on the map? Maybe that was like an attempt to jump on the ladder, right?
Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's G8.
Practice that one a little bit more.
Maybe he just wanted to... He idolized his placer or something. I don't know. Regardless, things not going well for Pobo here in this round. Losing that man has been detrimental, and all of it now reliant on this plant from Groovy, and he is being peppered up. Rally Royals, 3 rounds in a row here. They're rallying rounds.
They're rallying rounds, Brody. 5-1. And streaks were in play. I think we already had the use of 1 cruise, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't think there was anything else gained. So this is definitely worrisome. Have to imagine the pressure setting in. Remember, a lot of these guys also maybe don't really see a lot of time on that main stage. So does that pressure get in? Oftentimes, that last round to close out the map is the hardest one to claim. And, well, right now, Pobo, they are feeling exactly that.
I do wonder if we see something changing from Pobo here on the strats a little bit, right? You've lost 3 rounds in a row. Well, that's a change of strat. Pop your teammate on the edge of the trophy system. Slower start than they would like. First blood once again going the way of Rally Royals. It's going to be Reps responsible for it. And off the back of it, I mean, I like it, right? You draw that first blood, you start to move up the map, and now you're going to get a second as well. What is happening for Pobo, bro? We might be looking at a breakdown.
Brody, it's happening right now. 5-1 to what might be a round 11. I mean, unless you can pull this one completely out of the gutter, this is a 2v4. And again, look at the power position. You have to fight top propane. You got to fight top heli. You got to fight players on site. They're sprinting at you one by one. And it's another flawless round. Brody, we're going to round 11.
All right, folks, keep your eye on the main stage, because I feel like if Rally Royals win this one, we'll probably hear a tad bit of screaming. This has been phenomenal. It felt like Rally Royals were, I mean, almost clueless. The first few rounds, right? I mean, they couldn't put a stop to Groovy whatsoever. What was it, a 10-0 start from him? That was the story of the first half of this Search and Destroy. And they're like, they had us in the first half. I'm not going to lie. Second half, very different story. Rally Royals have brought this all the way back to a round 11. And it is going to be Pobo on the offense as well.
Yeah, these last 5 rounds, Groovy is now 2-5, so someone else may need to grab the reins and take over. And there's the Cruise. Cruise missile now coming in here for Prospect. What is he going to be able to find? Information galore to be sure, but everyone's sprinting inside of blue and backing up to their building. And oh, he does work it in. Nice little weave. That will work out for the first blood, and man advantage now for Rally Royals.
Yeah, and I know that first blood is super duper important, but kind of arguably is equally as important is the fact that they know where these players are now as well, right? Off the back of that Cruise missile, you know where these players are located. This is suppression at its worst for Pobo. There is a trade, though. Groovy responsible for it. He's been relatively quiet the last few rounds. Now 13-5 for that was 10-0 earlier on. So 3v3 we go. Slowly but steadily, Pobo making their way towards a B-bomb.
Oh, the risk in this play, the timing. Is it going to work out? Oh, it does not. He does not read him in the back. A secondary chow comes through, but he doesn't finish him either. Now the clock becoming a huge factor for this round 11. 25 seconds left. A 2 versus 3, and you're going to have to grab this bomb. It is in an awful position.
Trades, though. Second kill starting to come through from Bowser. Now all of it just down to Groovy. He's been the man of the match for Pobo. Now needs to try and do the MVP, but no, the Rally Royals secure their lineage, and they win the Search and Destroy. I said there was going to be shouting. You know what, mate? I know what I'm talking about every so often.
That is a breakdown if I've ever seen it, gents. Oh my goodness. I mean, you could probably hear them. Like, that is just disgusting. Groovy was 10-0. He goes, I think, like 2-6 over the course of those last 5 rounds or so, 2-5, whatever it might be. And without Groovy popping off the way that he did, this team was just non-existent rather, for these last couple rounds. And that is 5 straight. My goodness, Brody, that's a heck of a way to send a team home.
Yikes. I don't even know what else to say. Dude, it has been a weird day. We started the day with one of the weirdest best of 3s I have ever seen, which is comeback after comeback after comeback. And I guess my final cast of the day here has just been insane. I mean, that Search and Destroy was so weird, dude. I mean, it felt like, hey, Pobo are Search and Destroy masterminds. They know exactly what they're doing. Groovy is just insane. And then for the back half of the Search and Destroy, I mean, we'll show you guys the replays here in a second. Like, dude, it felt like 2 totally different maps.
It quite literally did. It felt like we had just one player taking over, not losing battles, and then all of a sudden, it just completely turns around. You shut down Groovy, you find ways to pick him off, and this team is just slowly collapsing. And you could feel the pressure. You could feel the play style also change up. Like that risk, those push-throughs that we were seeing, like the flanks that were working out so well, once those started getting denied, you could really see that, all right, they're not exactly winning all their battles head on for the front. And, you know, slowly but surely they would dwindle down. You could see the reactions. I mean, these guys obviously feeling on top of the world.
Oh, man, I think we should add the muter on for that one, the bleeper. Yeah, bring the GoXLRs in just so we can mute it just for that specific part, because there was a lot of profanity in that end bit. But yeah, they're well deserved, to be fair. I mean, that's what we're here for, right? That's the passion pit for a reason.
Passion pit, baby.
And, oh boy, that was a lot of passion in that game, Austin.
That was a lot of fun, Brody. My goodness. I thought we were for sure going to a map 3. I think Groovy did too, but not the case whatsoever. Those guys, unfortunately, will now be out of the Toronto Open. But good news for at least the boys on the other side of the stage. They are moving on. They get to see tomorrow, so they get to live to fight another day. But for now, we have one more matchup coming up after this, so we are going to throw it to a short break. When we come back, we are ending our Friday with a bang. Make sure you guys don't go too far.
Welcome back, Challenger fans, to our last match of the night here in the Passion Pit in Toronto. My name is Seymour. With me is Proper, and we got two teams fighting for their bracket right now. In the lower bracket, we got Mind Freak versus
Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe it's like Real Monsters type B, but there's no H's afterwards, so I'm just concerned that it's someone fell asleep on their keyboard when they're making their profile and it just turned out to be a whole bunch of A's. But regardless of the antics aside, Mind Freak, historic organization, realistically, when you're thinking dating all the way back to the CWL era, Mind Freak always housing a lot of Australian talent, players in and out of those wings. Shox Luca back with the Paris Legion back in MW19. Not to mention how Fida is also playing on this roster as well. Fida, longtime duo of Pred. Funnily enough, when you talk about Pred, it's hard not to talk about what Fida was able to do alongside him through so many different historic teams, Renegades included. On the other side for this is a team that has everything to gain with this series. I think you're going up against an Australian roster that obviously does not have the rehearsal comparatively to a lot of North American and European teams, given the strength of their region. We're going to have to see if they can get it done as far as it's all in case and purposes. As far as these players are concerned, there's only one realistically that I actually know, and that's going to be Q-Pan, as we have a draw for the Vista map number 1. So back to us.
Yeah, it's a big learning experience for, watching this Aaaaaa team in comparison to these Mind Freak players. But you bring up a good point about, like, practice for this Mind Freak team. And they're not only coming into this with a lack of practice against, European and North American talent, but also making a roster change after Cup 6 into Cup 7. So this is like a Mind Freak team that is still kind of like green behind the ears a little bit. A couple of, players that are now being thrown together into the Passion Pit of Toronto to, make that kind of ever so awaited run for these APAC teams that a lot of people are kind of like waiting to see a team like Mind Freak to pop off. And unfortunately, they lose in their winner bracket match to Team Bink. Goes to game 3. Mind Freak, they won the 6-star hardpoint, I'm pretty sure it was. But I think for this Mind Freak team, you're looking at kind of finishing off your day in the lower bracket with a little bit of a confidence boost.
You want to win this as convincing as possible.
Yeah.
I think that much speaks for itself. Mind Freak are coming into this globally as the 19th seed. And again, that's much more of a toss-up for the hodgepodge of being on number 1 and number 2 teams continuously for APAC Cups. But, I mean, regardless of the roster changes, this is the best possible outcome that you could ask for. That first player down there on the bottom left for Mind Freak, that is Zach. You watch out for that young man once he starts cooking on the map. This guy is very fast. He's very electric. Some have honestly said that he could very much so be the next Pred should he play his cards right. And I think that fight is also going to be there to enable him along the way. They're playing alongside Crimza, and I've always said this when it comes down to APAC COD, where I actually started my entire adventure of casting challengers. Crimza's always been one of the more, I guess, consistent ARs that we have as far as APAC is concerned. Yeah, Luca's definitely up there for certainty, but Crimson's always, kind of buttered my biscuit when I get to cast his gameplay on the screen. But without further ado, let's get on into it. Vista Hardpoint, the last Hardpoint that we'll have here on our Friday.
Yep, best of 3, 1 to finish off the night. And tomorrow, we get into the best of 5. So, can they perform what is going to be the upset of upsets today and take down Mind Freak? They're going to be starting with a little bit of initial time here on P1. You see they've already flipped out Mind Freak to be spawning over towards P3, and now they're getting the kills too to follow this up. So, all things considered in P1, this is a fantastic start from Aaaaaa. Unfortunately, Mind Freak going to be able to break back in, trying to look for time of their own, but they will not hold on to it.
Lots to do here. If you are Mind Freak right now, not only do you want to try to break for this back 20 seconds, but you have to hit through it and maybe try to find an avenue to get all the way down over towards P2, where you're already starting to see Challenge 102. That's going to be Dylan Escobar trying to put himself in a position to maybe try to spearhead the rotation over towards New, and they are already swarmed all around. Burger, nice little spray transfer coming through from Killrook. Going to be able to at least find himself through the middle of the map, and Mind Freak are from the outside looking in, but they do get split spawns. They could benefit from it.
They could, and that was Rook right through the middle of the map. Vision and I, we always talk about the AR battles on a map like Vista and how important they are to allow these subs to just continuously throw down the pressure. Well, they're coming out with complete fire, and they have control of P2 as well. Burger in their hands. They're going to cut off the rotation through P1, and now all eyes forward for this team. Mind Freak trying to break from the front. They will get it done. They have 2 players now to try to hold it off. You can see 103, that's Zach, now cutting off the reinforcements. He's going to go down in Burger, but it's enough to look to net them the rest of this time. 20 seconds that I'm sure Mind Freak are looking to grab.
Oh, absolutely. You would love to have this and have some sort of momentum before we actually go all the way over towards P3. Currently trying to maneuver around it. Got to watch out for 101, though. It's going to be Rook. Trying to play off at an island, gonna be able to find himself too, and those are 2 big kills for themselves. You still have close P4 spawns, at least for Mind Freak, so you're gonna be able to reintroduce yourself towards his hard point, but you gotta get past all of these players so far for Aaaaaa, who are holding down this side of the map wonderfully.
Esco stays alive for quite a long time. It's gonna allow for the reinforcements from the front, but you know, Aaaaaa just not finding the kills to hold on to this P3 rotation. Mind Freak with a fantastic set of kills. They get the close spawns, and now they're in control. They flipped the lead by a few seconds, but now they have to hold on the oncoming traffic of Mind Freak. Now trying to hold off Aaaaaa. Kills coming through for this Mind Freak team. They're going to hold on with a quick double kill, spawning out Aaaaaa all the way over towards P4, but I like this from Mind Freak. They're just continuing to hold their lead.
Yep, maintaining it. Got one player playing cutoff actually at this moment of time. Will be QPan. Playing inside of P1, just looking for a handful of more players, and well, are actually taking this as an opportunity to try to push all the way up inside of P3 for the back 10 seconds, and if you can win these gunfights, it's great, but if you lose them to Mind Freak, that's an open opportunity, and a great swap from our observers to catch Fida, who's already past Burger, trying to upset these spawns. A little bit too late, his teammates essentially spawn all the way on the opposite side of the map, so what can Fida do here in this moment of time? Does find one. Can he maintain life?
Pick up the most influential kill for this rotation. Now all eyes on Fida. The reinforcements coming through. They have the spawns in the back for Mind Freak, and it's a split kill feed. Fida's still soaking up this time. Aaaaaa gonna hop into contest. Did they find the kill? No, Fida's just thriving back here. 2 in a row, 10 and 7, and through the middle of the map, Mind Freak just tumbling on in, decimating the rest of this Aaaaaa team. It's another double kill coming out from Zach. He's gonna be locking down the middle of the map. Only one more player to worry about. That's gonna be CRC, just looking to put some pressure down.
This is a good time to fight over. If you are Aaaaaa, the biggest issue is that you're trying to fight over an effort that is going to be a rotation that needs to be yours. It's going to be triple digits coming through for Mind Freak ahead of P5 actually popping. And Aaaaaa's setup is a strange one. I mean, you got one player of Rook playing all the way as far back as possible to try to anchor these spawns. Sure, he's going to be stuck inside a 1v1, gets caught lacking ever so slightly. Mind Freak starting to sway the numbers in their favor, but it's the players for Aaaaaa around the hill that can still win these gunfights, can still maintain presence.
It's going to be a tough one. This is where you look to ARs to kind of open things up, and struggling to get across. Here's Fida. But he has the help, and he's going to find the kill. Looking for a second one. Look at the team shots coming out from Mind Freak. It's 3 down. They get the break all the way in the back. They have the better spawns. And, I mean, they just crumble under pressure. 30 seconds that Aaaaaa have to fight for here heading into the second set of rotations. They don't want to be down as much as they are, but it seems like there's no choice.
Yeah, keep in mind you, this P1 to P2 for Aaaaaa was pretty good. And the Mind Freak just bounced back in the most historic way possible as far as Vista is concerned. P3 able to get the turnabout kills over by P4 before the hardpoint actually popped. And then P5 is the same exact thing that you were talking about. The ARs showing up in a massive way. I mean, you want to talk about impact so far. Fida is up to 14 and 8, and he's killing like that with a nerfed MCW. Yeah, this kid is good.
I mean, he's just reading the map perfect. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Gotta look to the guns to kind of fight your way through these situations, but Mind Freak are leaving no stone unturned. They're leaving no corner unchecked. And for Mind Freak, I mean, they're in the flow state. They're in for the initial time here at P1, and this is where they got majority of their time. They fought really well, and it's because of this player right here, QPan, just continuing to put up some pressure here on the SMG roll. He's not going to be able to stay alive. No help is provided, so Mind Freak will finally put the kills together and break in from that backside. It's a double kill coming through from player 107, and that is going to box this Aaaaaa team out. They have the P4 spawns. Now they're looking at P2.
I mean, the only player that's negative right now, if you even want to say that, is Setsi. But like 8 seconds, but he's always been that follow-up player on the rotation. Setsi's playing his role to such a high degree. The rebreak comes back in towards 1. Mind Freak up to 165 points by the end of the scrap time being soaked up. Damn near 100-point lead for the game. Battle for top AS&D will not go their way, so big 2-piece to have for yourself. If you are Aaaaaa, you still have at least top burger control. One more player to be worried about. It's going to be Setsi around the hill.
Yeah, double kill coming out from Aaaaaa. So they have to set up on rails. And you look at that kill from player number 102. Esco just holding that height. Mind Freak gonna have to fight through some of these long gunfights that the MCW is gonna reign true to. And look at that from Esco. Slides forward for 3 down again. They're gonna clear off that pressure. This is 30 seconds that can actually climb them right back into it. Vista one of those hills that you just do not want to give these rotations up because it can swing back in no time. And Mindfreak, they're going to fight through the middle. The kills go their way. They break in easily.
Look at the flood through the back stairs. They all just ran right past Esco, who spawns backside of P4's building and communicates that wonderfully to his teammate of CRC, who just picks up the slack over by back pillars. And now Mindfreak are forced to soak up scrap time. But again, all of these seconds are that much more alarming for Ozbank to try to work their way back inside the game. A little bit more bullets that I'm sure QPan wanted to take to be able to get that kill in his favor. But again, relentless assault around the back angles are Mindfreak.
And it's a big shutdown there onto one. Asco traded. This is some important fights there. Finally, they're going to clear out the backside, so all eyes forward for these Mindfreak players. They're trying to find a route in, and they do have a player looking to get around the back, but it's a team nade to take him out. Fortunately enough, it equates to nothing. The team nade is going to be rightened, and Mindfreak still just bullying their way back into the point with back spawns for they're able to continue to put some pressure in. Nice shots with the Rival 9 from QPan. And now they're able to find some map control through mid. Still, the pressure on for Mindfreak. They want to get this break for the last bit of time, but another big play coming out from Can they get the scrap? They cannot.
I mean, all of those trades were fantastic from Oz perspective, but the two TKs that came through from Mindfreak, the first was fine, but the second one that came through, that was kind of the final nail in the coffin and not being able to get as much time as they once hoped for. Now, they're still up to 198. They're still leading by a whole hard point plus an extra 10 seconds, so Mindfreak can continuously play this game with the leader's advantages that they've accrued for themselves through the second set of hard points, Colin, to be able to break every single hill and win by default if it can go their way. Really do need to stabilize a lot of this pressure. Mindfreak are swarming around so many different angles. It's a lot of isolated 1v1s that these players need to win. Can they do it?
They get the spawns in the back for chance to break in for some much-needed time, but who is that? Crimza, head on a swivel. He reads the spawns, and the kills for Mindfreak just go so simply their way. It's 4 in a row for Setsi, 3 in a row for Crimza. And now Mindfreak, I mean, they can't win on this hill, but they can get damn close to this one. 219 and counting. They're going to clear the rest up. You got Setsi on 5 now looking for that cruise missile, and this is Mindfreak looking to put it away.
Zach up to 24 and 20. That's a lot of engagements. Everybody at 21 kills plus. I mean, even for Setsi, we were talking about he was the only negative player. Now he's up on a 5 spree. You got to reckon that if he gets this cruise missile, that's probably all going to be GG's. If it hasn't already been spoken into example here, 12 more seconds are all that Mindfreak need to be able to call game number 1.
Yeah, and here's Setsi looking for the play through mid. Nobody's going to be aware of it, and there's the cruise missile. 6 in a row for Setsi on hill. It's fighting for this map number 1 on Vista, and they have a mountain to climb. Cruise missile is going to be called in immediately. Nobody close to really follow it up. It's going to be the fights to the mid that you're looking for. Cruise missile lands, but the kills. Esco finds 3. They're holding on. Esco gets all 4.
This 4 spree might just be it. This is what you need, 25 seconds, get a cruise missile. You're cooking with gas now. Both Esco and Rook up on different sprees within their own right, trying to at least be the benefactor of maybe a couple players trying to lurk their way inside the restaurant. 15 more seconds and P1 will pop again. Mindfreak only need 12 seconds to call game 1, but are really starting to cook with gas here, Colin. You got 2 players now up at a combined 7 spree, and they are just lurking around this restaurant waiting for the chows to come to them.
Oh, Andy, I mean, this is not an easy map to come back on. Very scrappy, lots of pressure, many angles for these subs to take over. 3 go down for and on the hill, it's only the last one standing for QPan. He's going to be cleaned up. 7 seconds for Mindfreak to take this map, and here they go. Into the time for Contest is out in the back. Setsi goes down, but in retaliation, Mindfreak still on top. Into the hill, 6 seconds. Trade for the nade, just keeping them away, but spawning so far out. Nobody's gonna get here. 250 to 170 for Mindfreak to take the win in map number 1. They scrape their way to the finish line towards the end, but they make it look good.
A lot more respectable, I'm sure, for than it was looking like halfway through that second series. Let me tell you, that was cataclysmic for but absolutely fantastic for the boys down under. Able to at least put together a massive Vista map number 1. I mean, 29 and 23 out of Crimza is massive stuff. I mean, had about just 5k damage. Everybody besides, what was that, Zach had about 5k damage, but Zach has that lurking SMG. Will constantly put himself in a situation where he's always just trying to clean up all of the damage that was being put down by ARs. And funnily enough, when it comes down to this Mindfreak roster, going back and really dissecting and overthinking about what they were doing compositional-wise, a lot of 3 ARs. And That's a completely different pace than what I was not expecting. You know, Vista traditionally, when you start getting to those square up hard points, P1, even P3, if you can get those parallel spawns back P4, you see a lot of triple SMG, but they were forcing 3 ARs, just trying to box out Aaaaaa continuously because of what happened to them in the beginning of that Vista hardpoint map number 1. They were getting run through by a couple of different SMGs. So why not pick up an MCW? Yeah, the headshot multiplier doesn't go burr as much as it used to at the beginning of the game, but if you can keep them at distance and keep them soft up for Zach to hit these routes, why not make that a recipe for success? Work there.
Exactly. And I have this conversation with Austin all the time about a map like Vista where, like, it's kind of like there's a misconception about how easy it is for the subs to make these plays because all things considered, you look at Vista and there's a lot of long
many
lines
routes.
of sights.
Yeah.
And that's where these MCWs can just hold irons and make it an absolute hell for a sub to roam. And you kind of see that for Mindfreak. They do it perfectly. And I'm not going to sit here and say that you didn't have a fight back there from Aaaaaa. I mean, towards the end, I mean, you look at the scoreboard, kills were not too shabby for that Aaaaaa team. No. It comes down to that second set of rotations where just you had the spawns constantly with the Aaaaaa, and then in the first like 10 seconds you're broken. It's just Mindfreak were able to find those breaks, then hold down a lot of time, and for Aaaaaa, that is just not a recipe to success that you're going to be looking for. So switching things up to the Search and Destroy for 6-star now. Mindfreak up 1-0. Aaaaaa, they need to bounce back somewhere.
If there's one thing about the Aussies that they do love, it's S&D. If there's one thing that they get a lot of practice of versus a lot of different individuals, 2v2 S&Ds, 3v3s, 4v4s. Search and Destroy is their wheelhouse. We'll have to see if the Aaaaaa can combat it against it. They left the B site completely vacant, which is not a good thing to do when it comes down to round 1 S&D here on 6-star 4v4 post plant.
Yeah, no trophies. Stuns and nades. And that's where you're going to look to Aaaaaa to hopefully break through 4, but trade in 3-on-3. Smokes are down, and it's going to be actually a team kill coming out from the side of Aaaaaa. Brings us into a 2-on-2. Mindfreak now into a 1-on-1 for this complete retake. Renetti's out, and that is going to do it. Aaaaaa get eliminated, and Mindfreak take round 1.
That boy Setsi be cooking sometimes. Gotta love watching this guy play. Because he's just so versatile, and he always has been his entire career. AR, SMG, did some stints in Warzone as well. Guy's an absolute menace. Semantics aside, I mean, when you're looking at it from Aaaaaa's perspective, it's round 1 S&D on 6-star. You cannot have that B site completely vacated like that and just expect for a retake to work all willy-nilly. Just unfortunate to say. We'll have to see if they can rectify that going in towards their next defense, but it's their turn to try to assault one of these bomb sites, and they're going straight over towards A. Again, this is still early doors, so the chance of trophy systems being accrued are not really high.
Yeah, before those trophies. Teams in this map, they love to hit things out with mass. Unfortunately for Aaaaaa, it just has not worked in their favor. Another first blood against. That's 3 in a row for Setsi, who is holding this statue like with an ironclad fist. He has a backup there from player number 103, so it's going to be 2 quick kills for Mindfreak.
Bomb dropped in a precarious position. I mean, CRC is going to at least see 1 player down through the scaffolding. Not going to expect the player to be right there at the bottom of the hole. Yeah, probably took a lot more bullets than Setsi had wanted, but leaves 1 alive, 1v4, needs the entire ace, does Esco. Good luck, have fun.
Oh, yeah. He is going to get the kill onto Zach, but not sure if that was Setsi who found the last kill there or if it was Crimza. You had Fida closing in on the flank quickly, but if that was Setsi, that would be 5 in a row, and it was. Setsi gets that last kill, so that's 1 away from the cruise missile, only 2 rounds in.
What a menace. We'll have to see what the decision-making is going to be coming in towards this 3rd round. Again, if Aaaaaa learned anything from a very quick opening offense for Mindfreak is that, hey, that B site was assaulted pretty darn quickly. Let's get some utility over there, get a player watching mid. Just a standard defense, that's all I ask out of you, Aaaaaa. We'll have to see what they do, and that's exactly what it's going to be. 1 player over towards B, 2 through mid, but the hit's going over towards A.
That stuns out, and already Rook reeling to just stay alive. You have player number 100, CRC, watching with that crossfire through you, and Mindfreak have actually given up a lot of this map just to hit this out towards A. So they're going to try to work this with all 4 members. And I think they've really set a precedent early on because you can see how scared Aaaaaa are to really make a move through the map.
Yeah, leave Crimza to watch the entire flank. Just try to win the battles around the statue side. There's 2 players body stacking over towards the backside of the defensive angle. And nobody's challing through you, so I don't blame Mindfreak's decision to maybe try to bait out a free kill before they get this bomb planted.
It might work here. Q-Pan, though, going to turn away.
Good coverage.
And now for Aaaaaa, they can try to bring this one back with the flank. Player number 8. Q-Pan making the full wrap around. Are Mindfreak going to read this? They will. That's Crimza holding that flank down. Bomb down, 4-on-2 for Mindfreak. They're looking to go 3 up. Team kill from Setsi. He's taking everybody down right now. 7 in a row. Looking for number 8. A consolation kill for but it's going to be Mindfreak going 3 up.
Yeah, these guys and their decision-making is a sight to behold for itself, that's for certainty. Just able to have their way, it seemingly feels. I mean, 8-0 start through 3 rounds of Search and Destroy on any map, it's just insane. But what Setsi's doing here on 6-star is just pure annihilation, dissection, if you will. Like, it was a standard A hit, realistically, and honestly, the response for after the way that the first offense kind of faltered or first defense, I should say, faltered for them, it was really well justified to try to set a 1-2-1 defense. Their reaction was really good, but there was no entry point in towards that A site. Everything was being watched, flank included.
And as soon as Q-Pan goes down, it just seems like you're withering away there if you're So onto the attack, I like this. You smoke out mid, you try to rush a plant towards B, and if they can get this bomb down quickly, maybe they can turn things around, but they get blooded, and now you're going to lose a second one. So that's bomb down in the bar, cruise missile already from Setsi. Oh my god. I mean, Mindfreak, they're just laying down the law.
Ugh. Zach just looks over across the stage and just starts chuckling as well. I mean, these boys start feeling themselves. That's not a scary sight to behold on the opposite side of the stage.
I think the scariest part is seeing 4 APAC players on stage and they're quiet.
For now. I don't know. Maybe they will end in a very respectful fashion. I doubt it. 4-0 goes the scoreboard. It is a 9-0 stat line right now for Setsi. It's just having his way. Another offensive attempt, and again, are forced to try to react to what just happened in the previous round. They think it's going to be a heavy hit over towards A, maybe through mid, but it's the round 1 offense again for Mindfreak. Just the only difference is they're leaving one player behind to maybe play a timing to go through security. Not going to be the case at all. 3 players already swimming around the pool.
Take a little dip. Splash in the pool and looking to take over B once more. That's bomb down, actually. So Fida gets caught, and suddenly, for the first ever time, I think, finding a first blood. They're going to take a second one down as well. Not sure what the play there was for Zach, but I'm sure they're going to welcome that with open arms. So now 4 versus 2 for Mindfreak.
Raid boss is still alive, though. Oh, the raid boss gets away?
How?
Somehow. And he's prepared for the second gunfight inside of the bar. He'd be right. Here comes the Semtex right over the top. And it's going to be a Rival 9 versus a couple of MCWs. And they're trying to isolate this pick as well. What? The Crimson just got evaporated. It's up to Setsi. Needs the entire ace to do it.
Yeah. It says 10 in a row for Setsi, but I'm pretty sure he was team killed. 24 seconds to get this bomb down and to work this ace.
No audio cue on that.
He's going to get planted. He's going to go up towards the bar with the MCW.
Oh, this
the timing. Oh my word. Do they turn around? It seems like they do. And finally, they put one on the board. Setsi, I mean, you leave him alive. It's a scary sight, but they get it done quickly.
That timing, if he actually hits that entire route, I mean, Setsi's probably going to go back, rewatch this broadcast. He's going to be like, I should have just hit it all the way through, but you don't know what they're watching on the backside of P3, right? So it's just very, very difficult to be able to make that justification, let alone, I'm sure if he had a Rival 9, he probably would push all the way through. Regardless, yeah. Able to get that first round win. Just off of some really good delay timing that came all the way through. And that's what you do need to do on 6-star. And this goes even beyond this entire Search and Destroy between and Mindfreak, is that the reactionary play coming through for has worked out the best for them in that previous defense. Swarm the middle of the map, get coverage over by A, and then react if you don't see anything soon after to stop that B defense. Wonderfully played out for them.
And it helps when you're getting those first bloods.
Yeah, I'll say.
So, see if they can put 2 together. Shots traded out. A little bit here, a little bit there. No damage to really write home about. But you got to be careful, Q-Pan. You don't want to lose your head too early. Look at this play. Through mid.
Why not? It's free. No resistance at all. They're looking to clear security.
The timing works out too. Fight has got a rival, and he just wants to run after them. Zach's going to open up with the first blood. That is bomb down as well. I mean, where is the reaction to this one?
You already got a player all the way over to the backside of P2 as well. I mean, like, what are you supposed to do? This delayed hit, you're not going to expect anybody to be here. Luckily enough for you, did find that kill over by Statue, but now you got the confirmation. You got a player lurking inside of your spawn. This has to be isolated gunfight after isolated gunfight, not ready for the second out of security. A 1v2 coming through for Esco.
Esco doesn't know, but he's being chased. I'm pretty sure the information was provided. Crossfire is cemented. And the round, Mind Freak. So they bounce back right away, and what an impressive just call to read the map through mid. They just send it. They put Fida on the rival for, I'm pretty sure, the first time on this 6-star that I've seen personally, and they just take that middle map fly. I mean, it's not, I guess, I'm not opposed to that because I haven't really fought through mid this whole game. So it's just Mind Freak reading the map really well.
It's just one of those things, again, like when it comes into 6-star and like you're through that much time on the round, you'll see a lot of teams start to do this, is that there's no resistance through mid. I'm just going to send it.
Yeah.
A 4-person hit through for an offensive hit through mid is a very real strategy you could do on this map. Not going to be 4, but why not 3?
Why not? Mind Freak looking to put this one away with a nice 2-0 sweep on the night and send themselves to Saturday, opening 2 kills. Traded out is Setsi and Fida working through mid. Last one standing for Aaaaaa is 101. Rook against the world. Tournament on the edge of disaster here, and he's going to be caught swinging wide. Mind Freak with a 2-0 on the night. They 6-1 in the search and destroy, 250 to 170 in the hard points. And look at that, business as usual. Nice, calm manner. They're going to finish the day.
Pretty quiet for a bunch of Australians, I'm not going to lie.
I'd say.
Business. I mean, you almost have to feel like that when it comes down to them, like if they could go back and rewatch that VOD versus Noisy's team, like you would love to be able to do it. Obviously, it wasn't on broadcast, so the only VOD that they're going to have to go over today is going to be this one, unless they do have like a phone periscope. But the quality of that, let's be honest, will be buns. So you don't really have a whole lot to go back from, just besides just thinking about it and maybe trying to shadow box how that match would have gone down in the search and destroy and the control to be able to do better for yourself. And this has always been the conversation when it comes down to Australian Call of Duty. Same thing happened at Champs last year. Same thing actually happened at Toronto this time last year as well for the major during MW2, is that we have no questions that if it's outside a top 16 NA Challengers team, the Australians will probably beat them. But once you start combating against like the elite teams, once you start combating against like former CDL pros, especially over the past several years, this is where this Mind Freak roster and a lot of Australians kind of dropped the ball a little bit. It has nothing to do with fundamentals, but it always goes back to that practice and justification of how high level Call of Duty NA and EU are constantly playing versus Australians, where they're always scrimming just about like the same 8 people, maybe rotating 2 other people out.
It's a tough world. You know, when you're APAC trying to find that practice against some of these teams internationally. And, you know, here today, I mean, talking about that game versus Team Bink, they play it close. And I'm sure, you know, this team is used to just having conversation in between nights to see what they can kind of improve on, see what they can change here. But, you know, for a hard point in a search and destroy, seeing them play against, you know, Team Aaaaaa, who, you know, waited to play this game in the loser's bracket towards the very end of the night. I'm sure a lot of these players are also tired and just ready to get ready for this Saturday. And on Vista, I mean, I think for Mind Freak, one thing that I do really like about this team is how much this team just likes to kind of push through the map. You don't really see them kind of working through these lanes. You just see them together, find the kills, and fly. And that's what I love about APAC.
I was about to say, I promise you it's not just Pred doing it on Optic Texas or even for Seattle Surge for the past few seasons there when it comes down to competitive Call of Duty. That is literally just Australians playing Call of Duty continuously. Even Cruz could be susceptible to that, but he is technically from the Kiwi land, aka New Zealand. He's not Australian. So semantics aside, it's just one thing that you can always expect when it comes down to watching some APAC Call of Duty. These guys always like to set pace at each other. Until it doesn't work anymore, they're the definition of insanity.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see them play Saturday as well as Mind Freak. They keep their lower bracket alive, and for today's action, that's going to be all said and done for these matches. Everything closing up, people packing up, heading back to get ready for their Saturday matches. It's been fun today, Andy, seeing all these teams kind of like show up. I mean, the Passion Pit's back in Toronto, and I was talking to some of the members earlier today, and just in the crowd, and I'm just always talking about how it seems like Toronto is never really forgiving. We always get so many early bangers.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, as far as best of threes are concerned, like that knockdown match that we had, absolute banger.
Oh, yeah.
I really did feel like that Revive could have potentially gotten the Neslo there, being able to win the control, had a couple other things go their way, a couple decision makings, and it's going to be a continuation. Obviously, that was our last best of 3 as far as this tournament is concerned. Best of 5s tomorrow, and the bangers will continue. And I promise you, over here, as far as the commentator desk is concerned, we know bangers, and that will be a continuation throughout the entirety of the weekend. Again, still a lot more COD left to be played. still got 2 more days until we can crown ourselves a champion here for Major 3.
2 big days of action ahead of us. We know bangers, and I'm sure you want to see bangers. So tomorrow, it's going to be a nice 11 a.m. start for some of these matches. You don't want to miss it here, so make sure you're following around for this Toronto Open action. For tonight, have a great night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow with more Call of Duty.